That's a creative
Just a
artist.
notebook.
She's
Finance already investigated.
I know. But
Told
I
them that.
love this
They
stuff.
didn't
Like some
look
people
the
don't use it. I use it.
Somebody comes in.
I use this. I use
Somebody
bigger
comes
notebooks.
in.
I've decided I used to be this, and I like this better. And I just have it. I don't lose it.
Right.
Let's see what these are.
Jamal, how are you?
Oh, these are cool.
Awesome. Look at you, Miss Giver. I got nothing for you. Yeah, I knew you wanted it. Her eyes lit up when she saw that.
Oh, I love highlighters. That's super exciting.
There we go.
Mine is working dark. Thank you for the highlighter.
Like, I never use pencils.
Oh, you know what? I can always use a guide.
It's fun to watch write with pencil.
Whatever.
So I have like 90 copies of this.
Yeah.
I got one last week.
usually
I
leave
was
my pad.
someplace else. You presented.
That's okay.
I have last year's still. Yes, thank you.
Put that budget down. You need a pad.
What else have we got here? Did you stay up for the Knicks game last night?
I was in bed at like 8:30.
I'm watching the game, and the Knicks are blowing them out. They're up 14 the whole game. So at 10:30 I go to bed. I got up this morning, the Knicks lost.
I called somebody who told me last night they were trying to watch the game, but their local, was it ABC, whatever, they couldn't watch
They're
it
blacked
because
out.
of scripts.
Yeah, they're blacked out. There's a fight going on.
And you know what the fight's about? I learned this afternoon from my brother, who's former CNN.
Money?
Money for what? It is money.
I don't know.
NHL contract. For some reason, Scripps has
They do
contract
They do
for
have
a
that.
couple of NHL teams that they are the ones that keep up. And so they were, in order for Comcast, whatever they're called, Xfinity,
Yeah.
they were charging Xfinity more to broadcast those games. So it's all about a couple of NHL contracts with individual teams that Scripps has. So they have that contract. They say, fine, we're not paying. So they've shut them down system-wide. So in my friend's jurisdiction happens to be the ABC affiliate. Here it's the NBC affiliate. So it's all these affiliates that are owned by Scripps. They own, all different.
That's bad.
An NHL contract.
Any of all the sports.
But it's not. It's with the NHL stuff. It's with the teams. The individual team contracts.
I would
NHL
love to. Would you
broadcasting
mind?
for these
That
particular
would be
teams?
good. I'll add my personal touch. Thanks. That's so
And just a
lovely.
couple of teams.
Excited for
Yep.
I mean, I know everybody does. I think we should bring everybody in. It takes a second
Yeah,
to
so
do
the
this.
Knicks,
Well,
the
maybe not
Knicks
for you. I
literally lost
apologize.
last
Is
night
it?
in the last 2 seconds.
Oh, shoot.
So now,
Okay.
what? They're out? No.
No, I think that's
In the future, if I do it though, you can tell me to
Not the
add.
final.
I didn't want to. I wasn't
final-
doing
yeah,
it to make
final-
it work.
early
I
rounds.
figured
5
you
is
just
the early
plug it
round.
in.
Yeah, early
7 is the finals.
I think it goes on till like August. It's early days.
What is the press here for Portugal?
Well, I asked the newbie because I figured she'd know. I don't know about the press, but most of the people are here for the awards.
We're giving out awards.
Yeah.
Okay, then we are.
I don't know why the news is there. There wasn't anything on the agenda that was not so. I would assume so.
Excuse me, audio is on. Everyone can hear us. There, I'm just got a phone call
Are you
from.
nearly ready?
Good news.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regular commission meeting this April 21st, 2026. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Deputy Vice Mayor Markert,
Here.
Commissioner Malika,
Here.
Commissioner Cassell,
Here, thank
Vice
you.
Mayor Burns,
Here.
Mayor Carney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. If you could all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. All right. Excuse me. I got on my other agenda here because I got two, mine and theirs.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Next item is agenda approval. Mr. Moore, you wanted to talk about item 5A1?
I do. And that is, we were not prepared to talk about this evening. The initial genesis was to bring on board some external outside experts who can assist us in this consideration. So my interest is to get that all squared away and come back at another time. So I appreciate that opportunity.
Okay, that's fine. Are there anybody else on any agenda item?
No, but I mean, I guess we keep putting
Yes,
things
yes,
on
yes or no?
and
Any
pulling
other-
them off, and
Okay.
it's concerning.
His call.
Uh-huh.
No change, anything?
No change for me.
Commissioner Casal?
No.
Okay, then I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion
So
to
moved.
approve.
Oh,
Okay, all at once. Okay,
Motion to approve is amended.
okay. Any, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is
Guess all of
adopted.
us are on one accord tonight.
Huh? That's right. So we have presentations. First is the Excellence in Education Award, and I see Janai coming up to guide us through this.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, staff, families, and most importantly, our outstanding Pacesetter students. My name is Janai Bowens, and I'm the Education and External Opportunities Manager for the City of Delray Beach. It's a privilege to recognize our third quarter Pacesetter Awards recipients. This award honors students from across Delray Beach Public Schools who consistently demonstrate professionalism, accountability, engagement, and academic excellence. To our Pacesetters, your hard work has not gone unnoticed. You are leaders among your peers, and you represent the very best of what our schools and our city strives to cultivate. Keep pushing yourselves and leading by example. I also want to recognize the parents, guardians, teachers, and school staff who support these students every step of the way. Your guidance and encouragement play a critical role in their success. Students, tonight we celebrate what you've achieved, but even more, we celebrate your potential. We are proud of you, and we're excited to see all that you accomplish in the future. If you are present when I call your name, please come to the front of the chamber so you can be recognized. From Atlantic High School, we have Rodens Exelis, Hansel Jean-Baptiste, and Brianna Beauchamp. From Carver Middle School, we have Wisleen Zulmar, Dollywood Florestal, and Naika Josephat. From Banyan Creek Elementary, we have Kai Vilmi, Henley Resnick, and Shadwick Estella. From Plamosa School of the Arts, we have Charlie Bareka Garcia, Amaya Finney, and Nadine Filzini. From Pine Grove, we have Rose Exenord, Anthony Jeter, and Maya Toledo Vasquez. From SD Spady Elementary, we have Colin Millard, Coralie Joseph, and Joelle McMahon. From Village Academy, we have Paris Small, Sansino Eugene, and Joanna Jabuin. And from Orchard View, we have Lucia Kaba, Daisha Lewis, and Jasmini Macedon Fadu. Congratulations to each of our third quarter Pacesetter Award recipients. Keep setting the pace. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys.
I'm sorry, we had to.
Oh, we're not going down for a photo?
Yes, please, can you come down for
You
a
want us
picture,
down for a
please? Yes.
picture? Absolutely, we want to. Go ahead.
Are they coming down? Wait, let me help.
We'll get you guys up front.
Now you gotta smile. I will.
Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Hold on. 1, 2, and 3. I have to put my filter on. You're doing too much.
Promote School of the Arts, this is how we roll. Great photo.
Thank God I wasn't wearing that. I got a trick for you, Mr. Moore.
Well, my brother used to
I
be
gotta
on
show you.
CNN. My brother was the first sportscaster hired by CNN. He used to have this. He had various coats and ties and shirts and everything. But he did his sports show was like 6 o'clock in the morning. So he would show, and that's when they did. That's before they had the plastic desk.
Yeah, where they can
He'd sit behind him and he'd be wearing his gym shorts. And then after the show, he'd go over
a trick I gotta show you.
and he would just hang up his coat and his shirt. And things like
It's
that.
worth the wait.
Great. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Rhonda Geiger from the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics for her. She comes regularly to keep us straight and narrow. But I would welcome yet again to the Delray Beach City Commission.
Thank you very much, Rhonda Geiger with the Commission on Ethics. Nothing like showing up from the commission after that moment of joy. So thanks for that scheduling. Great. But I am here, as always, just to remind you that we are here as the commission is here. We're here to answer questions for you. We're here to answer questions for you. Just briefly, we do like to remind people that faith in local governance in particular is what keeps our public engaged. Once they lose faith, they stop showing up. And nobody wants to see an empty chamber. That is what means that we have people that care, and the people that we represent that we're here for them. Not that every decision they're going to agree with, but hopefully having the Commission on Ethics just reassures them that even if they don't agree with it, you are doing it in the best interest of this city and not the best interest of yourself. Just real quickly, I would like to remind you guys, everybody here too, we a lot of times get questions or concerns about things that have occurred on the dais or with not necessarily this commission, but with every commission. And a quick little thing that we run through before we determine whether or not there's a conflict, just so everybody knows this, we look for 3 things. Number 1, is there a prohibited entity involved? Number 2, is there a financial benefit? And number 3, if there's a financial benefit, is it special? And that's all defined in the code. I've left code books here. I'm happy to leave more pocket guides. But we have to have all 3 of those things before we're ever going to have a prohibited act. So make sure that you do that checklist to determine whether you should be doing something, and you guys can do that checklist to determine whether or not you actually have a valid complaint or a valid issue. We have to have all three of those things.
You want to run those through those again?
I sure will. We have to have a prohibited entity. So that's a list. Again, that's in the code. I'm going to spare you
that's
guys
right, that's
all
right.
from that. We have to have a financial benefit, and then that financial benefit has to be special, which means it has to apply to a small enough class. So like an example I would use is if you guys are voting on something that impacts the city, you might receive the same break. Let's say somebody wants to reduce everybody's property taxes by $1,000 a year, and you're going to but you're going to receive that benefit. Can you vote on that? You're going to receive the benefit.
It's not a special benefit.
Because it's not special.
Gotcha.
It's financial, but it's not special. Now, if you did that and said, I want to reduce just my neighborhood's property taxes, and there's 20 entities, now we have all three entities. We have a prohibited entity, or all three categories. We have a prohibited entity, we have a financial benefit, and it's special because of the size of the class is under 100. All right? Okay.
Got it.
Any questions?
Any questions? I have a couple.
Okay, I
But
figured you
Commissioner
would.
Casal, did you have any questions? Okay, I had a couple. I spoke to you on the phone,
Mm-hmm.
of course, because there's three questions that get circulated all the time that I'm hearing all the time. One of them was actually brought up about me at one time, but not necessarily. So I'm going to deal with it. If you are a registered agent for a company, and I know I got an ethics opinion on this, which went through the whole thing. But there has been some confusion as to when you serve as a registered agent, whether or not there's a conflict of interest. And from what I'm remembering from what you told me, that if you're a registered agent at the time of the vote, then that's clear, that's a conflict. But at what point is it not a conflict?
That's
Yeah, okay.
that's correct.
I know the answer, but I'm
I'm
trying to get something on the record here.
Just talking out loud. I know the
Well,
answer.
I mean, I'll hand it off.
Yeah, no.
Once you divest yourself from once you divest yourself from being a registered agent, once you divest yourself from the business, once you divest yourself from an ownership entity in anything, it is immediate. We do in fact tell people that. When they're contemplating things, that yes, you can do that. You can run for this office, but you will have to divest yourself from this business. So that's the advice we give people. Once you've divested yourself from that business, what component are we missing? We're missing the prohibited entity, because council members can't take actions that bring a special financial benefit to a prohibited entity. One of those prohibited entities would be their outside business. So once that is no longer your outside business, we no longer have a prohibited entity to be concerned with.
Yeah, and I mean, I as a particularly registered agent, which is a ministerial job, I mean, it's not like you understand that. Please explain, if you can, there's that other floating around thing out there that's called the perception of a conflict. Please explain how and what you look for when there is what one would say is a perception of a conflict.
Well, first off, I'm going to say that everything that I have just said is based and operates on the belief that nobody is engaging in any dodgy behavior. The code never allows corrupt misuse of office. The code never allows a quid pro quo. There's no tit for tat. You can't engage in an act for another act. That's always going to be prohibited. So that, as the basis of my answer to your question, you are allowed to recuse yourself. And the simplest example that I can give is, like, your best friend is not a prohibited entity.
Right.
But let's say you're in business with your best friend, and everybody knows you're in business with your best friend, and you divest yourself of that business, but you haven't divested yourself of that best friend. And your best friend comes before you on a proposal, let's say. Do we have all three of the things we're looking for here? No, we don't have a prohibited entity. Your best friend is not a prohibited entity, and you've divested yourself from that business. Does it have the potential to look a little dodgy? Maybe. So we would say in that situation, if you feel that there's going to be a perception of a conflict of interest, that you are allowed to recuse yourself. It's not compulsory, but you are allowed to, and people may understand why you do that. So that would be an example that I
One of
would
the things
give
that
of
counsel explained to me was you're not just allowed to willy-nilly recuse yourself. You have to vote unless you do
Yeah,
have
you
a
can't
bona
just be un-
fide.
You can't just be uncomfortable. You have to say yes. You can't just you can't just pick and choose how you participate in your elected office. There has to be something that you have an honest belief, a true belief that it would be a perceived conflict of interest.
So it's not somebody else's perception, it's your own perception. It's a subjective decision made by the.
Well, I mean, I guess it's going to be on a sliding scale. Yeah, we don't know why you believe it is. So this is, again, we're going to go back to good faith, just like most
I
lawyers,
got
we're going
you.
to rely on that. So we're going to use your good faith.
And I want to segue into something that we're not very discussed.
Oh, great.
At what point, because everyone says, oh, that person gave you $500. Now, you could spend $10 million in your campaign, but it's the $500 that's the question. Okay. So at what point do campaign contributions become part of the mix in terms of is it a conflict? I mean, I know statutorily it doesn't seem to be a conflict.
Under the Code of Ethics, as long as it's a lawful campaign contribution, it's not. Again, this is advice on the premise that you're not doing anything dodgy. If you do something dodgy, it is going to be an ethics
That's a quid pro quo,
violation, right?
that we
That's
understand.
a quid pro quo, right? So as long as there's no quid pro quo, we don't comment or legislate lawful campaign contributions.
I appreciate your answering my questions. And another one of these practical guides. Are there any changes from the last one you got?
No,
so I don't
that's
have
the
to
same as
redline
the last
this one?
No, you can just. I just had things to pass out, and I wanted to make sure that you guys had some gifts that you could make sure you don't have to fill out a gift form for. Had to keep it under that $100 limit.
But could be very valuable then. So I know. Anyway.
It is not.
Any other questions for anybody? Then Ms. Geiger, thank you very much for taking the time again to address us.
Of course, we're always here, as you guys know. Hopefully everybody knows how to get a hold of me.
I just want to make sure that when I call, I'm calling you and you're not calling me, that's all.
Well, it could go. Maybe I just want to see how your meeting went.
There you go.
All right, thank you.
Tune in. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a financial review of the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2025, first quarter fiscal year 2026 presentation by Mr. Henry Dokowitz, and there you are.
Use the clicker.
They're getting it for you.
It's BYOC, Henry. Bring your own clicker.
Okay.
That could be a conflict.
Rhonda had that.
Yes. By the way, those questions have nothing to do with the conversation over the weekend. I had a long conversation.
Clean himself up a little.
So call Ron,
Just a
tell
click.
him around, right?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. So we're presenting tonight the tentative full-year results for fiscal year 2025. Still subject to audit. We're in the final stages, final testing of the audit. There may be adjusting or correcting entries recommended by the auditors that we may adopt. But as of right now, when we look at all funds, just to give a recap for that fiscal year, the general fund had a budget of $164.2 million, final amended budget of $166. The other funds, enterprise funds and capital improvement funds, were generally based on rollovers, where from the prior year, there were monies that were not spent and it increased this year's budget. You have the other services, debt service, CRA and DDA. So although the general fund was looking at $166 million, the total for the entire city was $634 million. When we look, now we're going to go into the general fund. 1 second. No, I went too far. Looking at the general fund revenue by type. So looking at taxes, which came in just about on target, that's 65% of our revenues. Most of the numbers came in okay. The $8.4 million is the end of the budget where we want to balance the revenues and the expenses, and we plan for an $8.4 million drawdown from prior year's reserves to balance the budget. If all the revenues come in as expected and all the expenses are consistent The reason we have a negative balance here is because we did not draw down anything. When we finished the audit, the last entry made to the books to balance it out is a drawdown of reserves. What this shows is, as of now, we did not take that drawdown, so we are on the revenues short $10.5 million from the budget. When we look at general fund expenditures by type, you see that we generally have favorable variances. Personnel services, operating expenditures, for a total of $8.3 million. If that holds up, we won't need to draw down from the reserves.
Right.
When we look at general fund expenditures by department, I'll point out number one on the hit parade is Chief Ron Martin of Fire. This is still accommodating the shifts, but he came in with a 3.9 favorable variance for the year. Parks and Rec has several different categories. Combined, they were $2 million favorable, and IT was $1.1 million favorable. Net for the whole city, we're looking at that 8.3 favorable variance on expenses. When we say favorable and it relates to expenses, it means that our actual $180.8 million is less than what the budget was, $189.2 million. We look at the projected reserves. We started the year, so that would be the fiscal year ending September 30, 25. We started the year with $50.78 million in reserves. Okay, projected revenues of 178 and projected expenditures of 180, we would have a deficit, a proposed deficit of 2.17 million. If that goes through, then we would have projected reserves at the end of the year, September 30, 2025, of 48.6 million. According to the calculations the Commission has agreed on when testing the reserves, we look at the adopted budget of 201 million minus transfers, so that's about 195.1 million, and the 48.6 would be 24.79% of that total, which is within the range that we talk about for our reserves. Looking at general fund revenues now for the first quarter, we have a lot of timing issues. Taxes. So what we do is we look at the first quarter and we basically take 25% of the annual budget. That's how we go from 132 to 33 million. We've already received 97.9 million. That's just we got the taxes sooner than 25% in this quarter. That'll flatten out as we go through the year. Here we are. General fund expenditures for the first quarter. Operating expenditures, we're about on target, 15.67%, but some of that is also timing. A question of maybe, well, these are expenditures. I was doing revenue. Sorry. This is the first quarter. The revenues came in much higher. Charges for services, just about on target. Miscellaneous revenues, intergovernmental revenues, slightly below that 25% measure. Net bottom line, we're ahead of the first quarter, but we monitor it department by department and line by line to make sure it's only timing differences. If we have a slowdown of revenue, if we have an increase of expenses, we try to get on top of it earlier. Looking at general fund expenditures for the first quarter, CRA grants and aids, the reason that's unfavorable is we've spent the money in the first quarter rather than throughout the whole year. Again, it's primarily timing. And with the other services, personnel services, primarily those were vacancies in the police and fire department, which we know about. Maybe their overtime will be higher, but that may persist depending upon when we hire replacements. So basically, we're 12.9 unfavorable, but that's timing, and that should clear up in future quarters. Here we look at the expenditures by department. Again, those transfers are the first one. That was the rollovers. So unfavorable. Everything else looks to be right on target. And we look at combined public works, the second asterisk. It includes engineering and the parking facility. Parks and Rec, the first asterisk, includes line items known as recreation facilities, special events, cemetery, and other recreational facilities. We've combined this for the presentation based on who's responsible for those kinds of line items. Now we're looking at the full year. We're looking at adopted budget, and then in 25, the fiscal year variance for the year, looking at all the funds, not just governmental funds. So we've looked at the governmental funds of revenues were below expectation by 10.5, but they were favorable on the expenditure side. Similarly, special revenue funds, the unfavorable revenues are offset by more than that amount on favorable expenditure variances. Capital funds, we don't have all the revenue, but we have favorable on the expenditures by 99 million. Enterprise, on the other hand, is ahead both on the expenditure control and on the revenue to a tune of almost 160 million. Internal service funds, down by 4 million on the revenue, but up by 10 million on the expenditures. So when you look at the net, the revenues were short by 147 million, but the expenditure control had a favorable variance of 290 million. First quarter, all funds, looking at all the funds. And again, a lot of this is going to be influenced. It's only the first quarter, but the timing. Looking at the bottom line, revenues are 31 million ahead. We knew most of that is real estate taxes. And expenditures are favorable by 88 million, but I would expect those variances to go towards zero, both of them, over the next couple of quarters. And I didn't have the slide that said questions. I'm sorry.
Right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Dokowitz? Any? Hearing none? Sorry.
Not at the moment, but I'll probably call you tomorrow.
Reserve the right to
We'll be
recall
visiting
the
you.
witness.
Yes.
We're going to be visiting again on 7A, right? So you're coming back?
Did you find any lost money?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dokowitz. 5A3, clarity regarding legislative funding and appropriation request processes.
Wait, you
Actually, you
sorry?
skipped for
Oh, I'm
the
sorry. Wait a minute.
sunshine law.
I apologize.
You're out.
I worked so hard on this.
You're out.
Sunshine law presentation.
I forgot to wear my Little Miss Sunshine shirt. So we're going to talk about the Sunshine Law, which is Florida Statute 286. We do this pretty much annually, so this is a review for most of you and maybe a little bit of an education for the members of the public. So what is the Sunshine Law? The Florida Sunshine Law, like I said, is codified under 286, and it's really the public meeting and public records requirement. It serves to promote transparency and accountability for both elected officials like yourself as well as our appointed officials. So a little bit of history. So I put this on there because everybody knows Florida is a sunshine state. Actually, Florida was the first state to come up with a sunshine open records law, and that happened in 1909 with the first rendition of the public records law. Obviously, it was a little bit different then because we didn't have internet and social media and things like that. It was probably easier. But that rendition has changed over time. It's morphed. In 1967, we have the Government in the Sunshine Law, which is the one that we have today. And in 1990, there was actually a voter referendum where the voters were given the right to make the right to access to government a constitutional right that we all enjoy. So that's a little bit of the history of the Sunshine. So who does it apply to? So like I said, it applies to both elected and appointed boards. Commissioner Malika, when you were elected to office, it actually started applying to basically on that day that you found out that you were a commissioner. So a lot of people don't know that. They think it's when you take office, but really once you become a commissioner-elect, that's when the Sunshine Law triggers. Fact-finding or information gathering committees, And they have to be strictly fact-finding. They can't make recommendations or prepare reports. But those fact-finding committees and information gathering committees, they're not subject to sunshine. And we're going to talk about some other exceptions to the sunshine law. Advisory committees, which are those committees that you as elected officials appoint, that make non-binding recommendations. So even though we all know Planning and Zoning Board, Historic Preservation Board, they are tasked with responsibilities, but they're typically not binding. They can be appealed and things like that. Those boards also must operate in the sunshine, which is why we have them generally meet in this chamber so that it's very clear that their meetings are going to be subject to all the sunshine requirements. So there's basically 3 legal requirements to the sunshine law. First, the meeting must be open to the public. You know, you can't have meetings at the police department behind a locked door, right? It has to be open for the public to be able to generally enter. You have to give reasonable notice of the meeting to the public, and we'll talk about what reasonable means in just a minute. And then meeting minutes must be taken. So open meetings. This is probably the one most controversial aspect of the sunshine law. What is a meeting? A meeting can be a formal or informal gathering of 2 or more members of the same board. So it would be between the 5 of you. So obviously you could meet with members of the Planning and Zoning Board. You can go to lunch with them. You can talk about business of the city because that's not a sunshine violation. The sunshine applies to the 5 of you. And so you always have to be mindful that when you're in a public place, when you're seen together, unless that meeting has been properly noticed, that you're not discussing the official business of the city or something that can reasonably come before the commission. Official business is any topic that could reasonably come before you. So, you know, it's the foreseeable things, right? It's those things that, you know are coming up on an agenda because we've discussed it and you've directed staff to place something on an agenda. You can't discuss how you're going to vote on something with your colleagues. All those conversations take place here in this room because the public has a right to have access to the information on how you vote, why you vote, and the discussions that you have when you vote. And like I said, it has to be take place at an open, properly noticed meeting. The next thing is reasonable notice. So Florida Statute 166.041, it gives us a little bit of guidance. It typically relates to the adoption of ordinances and resolutions and the parameters that we have when we're going to go through that process. Our meeting agendas, that constitutes notice. You know, we publish it, the clerk puts it on the website. We typically, agendas are posted outside on the bulletin board of City Hall. So that is considered notice to the public. And sometimes you see, you know, when we do mailers, when they do those big poster boards on property, those are all different versions of notice. Our local rules also provide guidelines on notice because, as you know, sometimes we have special meetings, we have emergency meetings, and then our regular meetings. And so the notice has to be consistent with the circumstances of the meeting. So if you need to have an emergency meeting, you know, remember in COVID we were having a lot of emergency meetings and special meetings. That does not require the same notice that we have for meeting agendas. Our meeting agendas are typically posted a week before the meeting to give the public an opportunity to review the agenda. But if you're going to have an emergency meeting, that typically is usually, you can give 3 hours notice because there's typically a sense of urgency associated with whatever the basis for the meeting is. And again, you would find that under our local rules. Meeting minutes. So this is also sometimes a source of a little bit of controversy. A verbatim transcript is not required. So the law doesn't say that the city clerk is responsible for acting like a court reporter who's going to take down everything. It's generally a summary of what happened at the meeting, how people voted, and comments that were made. So really summary of notes and notes are, of the proceedings is going to be sufficient. I always like to mention this because a lot of times you might hear complaints, oh, the meeting isn't being streamed, you're violating sunshine, there's no video. That's actually like a fringe benefit that the city provides. There's no legal requirement to stream our meetings. Obviously, it inures to everybody's benefit because it adds to that access to the public. It allows people to watch the meetings if they're not able to come to the chambers, but there's no legal requirement under sunshine that our meetings have to be streamed or even videoed. The only requirement is the meeting minutes have to be prepared and open to inspection to the public. And as you know, on pretty much all of your agendas, you have to approve your meeting minutes. So, prohibited communications. So, as we said, private discussions with each other outside of the sunshine are prohibited. How can those communications occur? Okay, so the easy one is in person. You guys are standing in the parking lot right before a meeting, and you're going to discuss, and I shouldn't say you guys because 2 elected officials are outside in the parking lot and discussing how they're going to vote on a certain item that's on the agenda. That's prohibited. That's an easy one. Telephone, calling each other is another prohibited communication. The email is the one that's always the most concerning because it's the easiest one to substantiate, right? And so while you are permitted to send each other FYI emails, the best practice is not to do that. The best practice is to save it for a meeting and give handouts to your colleagues during the meeting and have those communications in this room. Because if by accident somebody hits reply all, great email, Mayor, I agree with you, I'm going to vote along with you.
Are you paying attention, everybody? Okay, go ahead, go.
Which part? The great email part? So that's going to be a violation of sunshine. Even on social media. So, sometimes your constituents will tag Commissioner Malika. Commissioner Malika, how do you feel about this? If Commissioner Malika responds and then Commissioner Casal says, I don't agree with her, she's wrong, we have now a violation of the sunshine. And remember, with public records, once it's up there, we can't delete it. It's actually a formal record of the city. And then text messages, another way. Sometimes we get involved in these group chats where there's a lot of people communicating, and even though a lot of the information may be informational, it could lead to a sunshine violation, which we always want to be mindful of. Intermediaries. So the sunshine law contemplates go-betweens, right? If you have mutual friends, if you have mutual colleagues that, pass along information, that those people who are not members of the board, they can create a sunshine violation for you. So it's improper for intermediaries, mutual friends of yours, to communicate business-related matters, not, what the weather is today, but clearly something that's coming before the commission in the foreseeable future that they're communicating back and forth. Somebody, Commissioner Marker, tells a colleague how he's going to vote on something, that person repeats it to Vice Mayor Burns. That's going to be an intermediary, and that's prohibited. Polling staff, where you're going over agenda review with one of the directors, and you say to the director, oh, did you talk to the mayor about this? What are his thoughts on it? If that person tells you the mayor's thoughts, that's considered an intermediary and a violation of the sunshine. So email disclaimers, I know I've spoken to all of you about putting a disclaimer on your email. Again, the best practice is not to send emails to your colleagues. Some of it is informational, some of it is an FYI, but we always want to be mindful of the sunshine. If you do choose to do that, you should always have some type of a disclaimer on your email, essentially saying, I'm sending this for informational purposes, do not reply all. So as I stated in the beginning, there are exemptions to the sunshine law. We talked about the fact-finding committees. They have to be strictly fact-finding. They don't make any recommendations. At least 4 of you have participated in collective bargaining sessions where we have executive sessions. We meet in the back room. Sometimes we start in here and then we go to the back room. But those executive sessions with collective bargaining, those are not subject to sunshine. And I think the public policy purpose behind it is because we want you to have a free flow of information, of communication on what you want to see in a collective bargaining contract without fear that that information is going to be misinterpreted or repeated or things like that. We want to have those honest, open conversations about the vision that you see policy-wise for collective bargaining. And then the attorney-client sessions. Those are limited to litigation strategy sessions where we talk about how we want to defend a case. Do we want to go to trial? Do we want to settle the case? Or if we want to talk about potential settlement of the case, those are done outside of the sunshine. The difference between collective bargaining and attorney-client sessions, and you'll know this when we have these sessions, is that with an attorney-client session, those have a court reporter. And so the law says that after a case is settled, it's resolved, it's gone through the appellate process and it's over, those transcripts are public records. And so the court reporter basically gives it to us under seal, and once the case is formally closed, then those transcripts can be released to the public. Collective bargaining executive sessions, we don't have court reporters in there for the reasons that I discussed earlier. Exemptions can only be created by the legislature. We as a commission and as your attorney, we can't come up with our own. They're very limited. They're very, it's essentially these 3 exemptions. And we always have to be mindful that when we're in those sessions, whatever the subject matter is, we can't veer off of it. So if we're talking about a litigation case, we can't talk about another case that, we're going to be, that it's very, very limited, because if you do discuss things that are not the subject of the closed session, that is a sunshine violation. So there are penalties. Florida law, you can institute a civil action against someone if you believe they committed a sunshine violation. There are also criminal penalties. It's considered a misdemeanor of the 2nd degree, punishable by up to 60 days in jail and a $500 fine if the violation was knowing, like you knowingly violated the Sunshine Act. And it can also be subject to suspension or removal by the governor. So what are the takeaways for today? Sunshine law is a constitutionally recognized right of access. Social gatherings, you can go to lunch, you can go to dinner, you can go to charity events. The only prohibition is that you should not be talking about city business. If your meetings are noticed, your luncheons are noticed, your charity events are noticed, and we try to do that. If we do know that the commission is going to be at the same place, we typically will notice it in an abundance of caution. Not that we believe that you're going to have lunch with one another talking about city business, but because of the perception of it, right? If people see 2 of you together, we want to dispel any suspicion that there could be some type of violation of law. And the clerk is wonderful, and she will always take care of those notices for us. You can speak to members of your appointed boards. There's no prohibition on that, unless you're the mayor and you're an ex officio member of a board. So the mayor is an ex officio member of the DDA. He cannot talk to those board members outside of the sunshine about official business of the DDA. Again, discussions during closed meetings are limited to the subject matter that is the basis for the exemption, and secret ballots are not permitted. So sometimes when you vote on things up here, it will always, even if we use a ballot, it will have to have your name and however you voted, because by failing to do so, that is considered a violation of the Sunshine Law. And I found this quote. Judge Corey Sicklin is one of our 4th DCA judges in Palm Beach, and I just thought it was a great quote. It's like the mantra. When in any doubt as to whether a meeting or communication, either directly or indirectly, between 2 or more government officials may be illegal under the Sunshine Law, the easy answer is leave. And that's it. And then you don't have a problem, right? And that's it.
Thank you very much for the illuminating presentation. Commissioner Malika, you're the newest one. Do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Markert?
No.
Commissioner Casal?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
Absolutely.
I have, of course, a couple of questions. So Judy Malika goes on social media and says, I hate to have white fences on blue houses. I'm never going to allow a picket fence in the city. As long as Tom Markert doesn't say, hey, wait a minute, I love picket fences in the city. She's allowed to express an opinion on social media, but one of us cannot respond to that thing. So that is not a violation for her to give an opinion on something, even if it should be coming in front of the commission.
Yes, it's not a sunshine violation, but remember, if it's quasi-judicial,
Right? No,
we
I
have to
understand.
keep.
That's a separate
we
issue.
have to
That's
keep
separate. Whether or not you
impartiality.
prejudice, whether you're showing a prejudice to vote on something, that's a separate issue.
But it is not a sunshine violation.
That's correct. All right, the concept of 2 or more, because we've all gone to things where the city clerk sends out a notice, 2 or more commissioners may be at this event. If it's noticed and 2 or more people are there, can you then talk about city business?
You can. But I said the reason why we typically do it is the perception.
No, I'm saying, but I think the rule says if it has been noticed, we all go to a charity, 3 of us go to a charity event. So it's been properly noticed that Markert, Malika, and Carney are going to be at this event. We start to talk at the visit. Well, what do you think of this? Technically, that's not a violation.
It's not a violation. I would say it's not a best practice.
It's clearly not a best practice, but I'm just making sure that it's not. I'm just trying to clarify for people what the law says.
Right.
Because people throw around, oh, this is a violation, which, as you pointed out, it could be a jail. You can get dismissed. You can get,
And can I just say something about that? I feel that we need to be mindful, because throwing out an allegation that somebody violated a law that can subject you to removal, that can subject you to criminal penalties, and that could also be a civil action. I think we need to be mindful that because that leads to defamation, right? And so I think we need to be mindful, even saying that something is a charter violation. I think we just need to be very careful on those types of things. If you believe that somebody violated the Sunshine Law, there's recourse. There's things that we can do to address it, make sure it doesn't happen again. And obviously, if you feel it rises to the level of a criminal charge, you can report it. But I feel that when people, and that's why I want to always notice when I know that you're going to be together, because I just feel that the go-to is to make an allegation against someone that's damaging to somebody's reputation, damaging to the city's reputation, and just not a good look for an elected official, especially when you did nothing wrong, right? And so I just feel that it's just easier to notice it. I know you. I know that when you're enjoying a nice night out, the last thing you're talking about is this. But for perception's sake, I just think it's a better course.
And the last thing is it has to do with this disclaimer, because I have seen articles which I'll send to you on a matter, and I'll copy all of you, and I'll say, please do not respond. I guess the disclaimer works, but you're saying that the best practice would be not to send it at all?
I would say the best practice is to either
Sometimes I'd want my colleagues to see what I'm reading so that they...
Sure, but again, if it's something that, croquet, right? You want your colleagues to have the information that you have. What I think is a better course of action is that it should go through the manager. Let the manager review the information, and if he feels that it's something that would be helpful to your colleagues, he can send it out, because he and I aren't subject to the Sunshine Law.
Fine.
But the concern is when the mayor sends it out, because it's giving an impression that you're trying to influence the information that your colleagues receive, and that's what we really want to avoid. So it really should go
Understood.
through one of us.
That makes perfect sense. Great. Any other questions? Thank you very much for the presentation.
My pleasure.
4E, the Florida Recovery Obligation Calculation, the FROC calculation. Here we go, the chief. Very good, Lynn. Thank you for the update. Very well done.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Commissioners, Mr. Moore, Madam City Attorney, and Madam Clerk, as well as the community. For the record, Ronald Martin, Fire Rescue Chief, and with me this evening I have
David Garcia, Assistant Chief.
Tonight, it's my distinct honor and privilege, and I'm truly excited about something that really matters a lot to the city of Delray as a village by the sea and a coastal community, to present to you a program that we're intending to participate on called the Florida Recovery Obligation Calculator. You'll hear a lot of it over the next couple of years. So the short version of that is FROC. To give you the details, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Garcia.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So FROC is a system that was launched by the Florida Department of Emergency Management in 2023. And the biggest purpose of this was to sponsor a program that would standardize documentation and the process on how to recover funds, or just in general recover from a impacted event, whether it's a hurricane or whatever that may be. Just make sure this is working. Okay, perfect. So what is FROC and what do we have to do? So FROC is a optional opt-in program, and just for a quick timeline view, this would be a process for over a year. We would have to opt into a disaster readiness assessment, which is known as the DRA. And what that does is the city would opt into this program, and we would be assigned a state compliance team that would review our experience in federal funding and also reimbursement, review our city policies to ensure they're aligned with the recommendations from the compliance team, and the documentation process as well. It would also go over our procurement process and make sure that's aligned with federal guidelines and our contract administration process. Now, what exactly are they looking for? So the state is very well versed on what they get RFIs are, requests for more information, when a municipality or a county puts in for a reimbursement due to a disaster. So what they've done is they streamlined what those RFIs are being sent in from the federal government, and looking at our policies and our procedures, they give recommendations to the city on how to proceed if there needs to be any type of change or additional language. There it goes. So, as we discussed, why are we participating? So we're looking to get a DRA score, our Disaster Readiness Assessment score. What's the score going to do? It's going to be based off of any gaps that are identified in our recovery policies and procedures. It's going to strengthen the documentation required for our federal reimbursement. It's going to improve the coordination across all your city departments during a recovery event. And it's going to enhance the city's ability to recover disaster-related costs. Now, the DRA score, the max score you can get is 80%. So what does that mean? Just simple numbers. If for whatever reason we need to recover $100,000, depending on our score, if we would get the best score there is, which is 80%, the state of Florida would actually upfront give us 80% of what's expected to be recovered, so $80,000. And those funds would be based off of what the damages are and what the possible recovery threshold is. So it would give us the ability to use 80% of those funds after we go through this process. This is pretty much the Florida Department of Emergency Management, or Division of Emergency Management, saying we've gone through all your policies, your procedures, and we feel comfortable enough to give you 80%, or obviously if your score is 50%, you would get 50%. So it's just depending on that score. So implementation and timeline. So this is an internal implementation process. The city staff would be working to put together a work group because this is a citywide initiative. The Emergency Management Division would be the facilitator between the FROC compliance team and all the city departments to go over financial policies, procurement procedures, documentation practices, and disaster recovery processes that are already in place. So pretty much we would opt in, and we would give them our policies, procedures, and processes that we have in place. They would analyze those and give us feedback, and then we have an opportunity to enhance or change any type of policies during a abatement period, and then they would give us a score at the end of that. So our internal timeline, Chief Martin's briefed the executive leadership on this to coordinate with the city departments. I know we have here May 2026, but we like to operate a little ahead of time, so we're here in April to inform the City Commission on this program. And the opt-in period begins June 1st, 2026. So how that period looks like, so we would opt in June 1st, and we have about a 60-day window to opt in. Then the DRA process would start in October. Then from October, we have until March of next year where they have a review process, and then we can make any changes to policies if needed. And then May 31st, 2027, we would be locked into our DRA score, and we would be in the actual program effective June 1st, 2027. So the participation in this FROC disaster rating assessment will help the city strengthen the disaster recovery and preparedness and improve our ability to recover these costs. So I'd open up for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Commissioner Casal?
Thank you. I was looking at this online, and there are a lot of cities that are doing this, but it talks about the training aspect of it, and getting yourself into it is very time-consuming and very costly. But that's not a question. Is right now, if we have a disaster, are we recovering from the state, or are we just getting it from FEMA? What does it currently look like before this program would be implemented?
So for any declared event, the city's municipal emergency management program, if it's a county declared event, we will fall under Palm Beach County Emergency Operations Center. They then become the applicant for any recovery costs within the declared or impacted disaster zone. So the county becomes the applicant to the state. The state then pushes those applications to FEMA. So by aligning with the FROC program, which our county is already aligned with, makes that process a lot more streamlined. And essentially this program, the best way I can send it or say it to you guys is, yes, there's an internal staff cost as far as time working through policies, revamping policies, or any deficiencies. But the standardization of documentation that the state has developed to help us in the county apply to FEMA is essentially like putting FDEM on retainer to work for us. If we are using their forms, ensuring that our policies are compliant with the Code of Federal Regulations when it comes to procurement and cost, human resource and staffing, as long as we are compliant and we're meeting all of those benchmarks for the federal level, which is extremely complex, we will have some guaranteed funding reimbursement that the state's saying, okay, we know that this amount of funding you are going to get back, and we're going to guarantee that these funds, and if you have any problems, we're going to go directly to FEMA and fight for you.
Interesting. So it's almost like FEMA doesn't want to cover the umbrella of all states, and they're allocating to where they're going to be putting money, and that's scary and not related to us. But the FROC, it says it only applies to Category A debris removal and Category B emergency protective measures. Could you describe what the Category A is and then also what the Category B is?
So Category A is related to our debris removal and debris management. Protective services are those things that we need to do to immediately provide for life safety of our residents, our visitors, and our community. So that could be anything from upstaffing fire trucks in the police department to bringing in additional code enforcement and public work personnel to immediately provide for rescue and life safety of our community. Now, those are two categories in this very comprehensive document. I don't know if any of you have had a chance to ever look at it.
It's
called
online.
The PAPG. The Papa G is what we call it. That has several different categories in there.
Right.
FROC and FDEM are working diligently to get this system and get this process to apply to all of the categories.
Okay, that's important.
And that is a long-term plan. This
Right.
this is not an easy lift for any municipality.
Right.
But I can tell you that when we do need to be concerned for a significant event, and when we are impacted with a significant event, hopefully we are all on to bigger and better things and retired and sipping pina colada somewhere. But the people that manage that event will be very thankful for the work that we do collaboratively now to put this system in place, because I can tell you we're navigating the reimbursement and recovery with a type 1 event will take up numerous staff time, and a lot of additional staff will be needed.
Right, and that's the concern. A lot of additional staff will be needed, and I don't know that
If we're not in this system.
Okay, you're saying only if we're not in the system, but the way that this describes what we need to do for our procurement department, it's good that we're bringing somebody on board, but it's going to take the city, it seems like, quite a bit of work to get to where we need to be. And then I had one additional question. Oh my goodness, it escaped me. Hang on one second, because I know it circles back. If we opt in, is there a fee?
No,
for membership?
There is no fee in this
Okay.
program. This is offered to our municipalities and counties through FDEM. What it does, being an active participant in the program, it does give us a starting DRA score of what is it, 20%? So we get a starting DRA score of 20% for being a participant enrolled in the program, which translates to about 20% of our costs just by being a participant enrolled in the program.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Great. Any other people? Would anyone want to be recognized?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for the presentation and thank you for that thorough explanation. It's very clear. Thank you.
Mr. Marker.
Yeah, look, I really want to say thank you. I was the one that was loud up here, not that long ago about all the changes that have gone on in Washington with FEMA, and there have been lots of them. And it should create some trepidation for all of us that live in the state of Florida with the amount of potential disasters that we have. And I think this program is a really good one, and I think we are wise to be early signees to get in on this, because it's still unclear, what FEMA will bring going forward. I think those questions will get answered in the future at some point, but in the meantime, the safest place for Delray Beach to be is actively involved in this program, because it will provide us with some relief. So I'm very thankful that we are where we are.
Anybody else wish to be recognized? Commissioner?
Go
Yes.
F-Rock. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a
Thank
good
you all
evening.
very much. And Chief, I want to congratulate you. You said you'd come in, you'd save us some money. You saved us $3 million. That's very, I appreciate that. Very hard work in trying to do that for the taxpayers of Delray Beach.
That is all thanks to my amazing, talented team that I work with, sir.
Thank you. Okay. We are now on,
City manager.
sorry? 5A2. Well, we have, comments and inquiries on agenda and non-agenda items. City managers, we're at 5A2.
Mr. Mayor, just to briefly introduce, so we made a commitment not terribly long ago to offer a high-level overview relative to claim process. Interest was expressed at the dais level to do so, and likewise, I've asked Director of Human Resources, Dwayne DeAndre, to offer a brief update or an overview in terms of how the process works operationally and administratively. Mr. DeAndre, if you would, please.
All right, very good. Can you all hear me? Everybody
Yes.
good? Okay. So this is a high-level overview of the claims process overview. I'm going to have a short slideshow here I'm going to present. So I'm going to go through the process summary, what the claim intake process is, what the assessment and investigation involves, the liability review, and the final legal review. So what happens? A claim is reported to the city, and risk management is notified of the claim. Risk management contacts the claimant, and the claimant must complete a few things here. So we're talking about a notice of the claim form and any supporting documents included for the claim, such as photographs, repair estimates, repair invoices if already fixed, proof of ownership, proof of insurance, and a police report if applicable. So once that's done, the claimant returns all the requested documents to risk management, and risk management reviews for completeness and initiates the investigation process. So risk management contacts the applicable department or departments for any supporting documents concerning this claim. And the department completes a third-party incident report, which includes work orders, photographs, contracts, any insurance that may be applicable to the claim. For the liability review, the risk management reviews all documentation from the claimant and the department and works with the department and the director to determine the outcome. There's two possible outcomes, right? So we either have no liability, which is claim is then denied by the staff, or we have some possible liability, where the claim is escalated to a third-party administrator, TPA, and the TPA evaluates the supporting documentation to determine the liability. The TPA provides a settlement recommendation and request approval to accept the claim if valid, or lets us know that we should deny the claim. Then we go through the final legal approval, correct? So we go risk management sends the TPA's recommendation and claim file to the city attorney requesting approval to reimburse the claimant if that's the way we need to go. And the city attorney reviews and may approve the payment pursuant to the TPA recommendations or amend or deny the payment request. And the TPA is notified of the final decision and how to proceed with the claim. Basically, that's a very high overview level of how the claims process is handled here at the City of Delray Beach.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any commissioners wishing to be recognized to discuss? Nope. Anyone?
I'm just questioning, why did we need a presentation on this?
There was a request by a commissioner to
requested
make
it.
that request, and city did it. So that's
Thank
appreciate
you for
it.
your presentation.
Well, I requested it in fairness because that process is not always being followed, and certain people are getting their claims processed and paid without going through that process. And I wanted to know why that was. That's why I requested that. Mr. Moore could have answered that for me. But, I mean, now we're looking at, and people can be giggling out there, but it's a $267,000 claim against the city. I don't find that humorous. Hang on, if I may. It's my
Yeah, but I'm not. But on advice to council, we don't
I'm
talk
not-
about.
I'm
We
not
don't
try-
talk
I
about
didn't say
individual claims.
specific- I'm speaking on a public record, and this is from our advisor. The city, this is the claims consultant from PGCS. did not cause the problem. I'm not using the word specifically of what the problem was. The payment was, in my opinion, a good faith gesture. I don't think Delray Beach taxpayers should be paying out on a good faith gesture. Another page, Delray was not the contributing cause. Yep, Delray paid out. And there's more emails exactly the same. The city attorney was not notified. The claim was settled. There was nothing signed to protect the taxpayers from future claims. That's not acceptable, and that's why I asked for the presentation. This is not the way things should be happening. And Dwayne, what I will say to you very honestly that I appreciate is when I came to your office, you just said it was a mistake. But my concern is more to the point that these claims go to the city manager first, and depending on who they go to first, it seems like they're being handled differently. And I would bring the Weinberg claim into question too.
No, we're not any.
No, but you can't be just paying out people.
Well, we can't under vice
Your
council.
friends
We don't
shouldn't be
talk about
getting
individual
favors
claims.
in Delray.
We don't talk about individual
And
claims.
that's certainly what it looks like. I'm done. We're not following our process. We're not following our procedure.
Fine.
I think the other
We should be
claims,
recognized.
yes, thank you, Mayor. The other claims were closed. Mr. Weinberg's claim is technically pending, so we shouldn't. I understand what you said, but it was denied, but it's technically pending right now.
It shouldn't even be.
But I do think that a review of the procedures, if we should look in again to our procedures to ensure that everything to protect the city is being done, everything to protect,
The taxpayers.
It's
the
not a
taxpayers
small
is
amount
being
of
done.
money. This isn't a joke.
The procedures that were outlined today are since the commission approved the resolution amending the settlement authority. And I think that will alleviate a lot of the concerns that were voiced from the dais. And we just have to see how it pans out. I mean, I think you just approved it in February. So we have to just see
Bless
how
you.
that works out. So far, open lines of communication have been received. Mr. DeAndre and his team, they're meeting with all the departments on a bi-weekly basis. I'm getting requests to review claims. So I do think that the process, it's going to work itself out. But the new process, I think, is much better.
Thank you very much. Any
And,
other questions?
You were going to discuss that other claim that I've brought up a couple times for
We're-
$2.3 million.
I'm asking that no individual claims be discussed.
Well, I know, but taxpayers should know what's going on here.
Right.
Over a year and a half ago, someone caused the taxpayers $2.9 million of damage, and nobody looked into it. Nobody filed a claim against the culpable party for over a year. And Dwayne, when we sat together the other day, you said to me, and I have it, you said, well, that's because we never had a final bill. But when I went back and did a public records request, over a year ago, we had a final bill. It's right to you. You sent it to Mr. Moore and said, what should we do with this? $2.3 million of taxpayer money, and no one was looking to get it. And Mr. Moore didn't respond. You don't have to fall on the sword. You don't have to respond.
I would really not
It's
talk
a
about.
lot of money, and it's
and
only
Mr. Doyle,
because
I'm
we
gonna
were
ask you not
bringing,
to
people were
respond because I'm
poking
not gonna
around.
talk. It
Excuse
is
me,
inappropriate
Mayor.
to talk. Excuse me. It is inappropriate to talk about individual claims and
$2.3
suggesting
million
liabilities
taxpayer
and
dollars.
suggesting people made fault and suggesting things like that from a dais when these issues are being handled by
No, it
outside
wasn't until
counsel.
it got poked around that they filed a claim
Okay,
on the
all
8th
right.
after it was inquired
Fine.
about
You're-
5
okay, you're
times.
done.
In fairness,
I have
Mayor,
the public
it is
records.
coming before you, I think, at the next agenda.
That's fine.
So you'll have
Then
the
it's an agenda
information.
item. That's
Right.
absolutely fine. That's
The
absolutely fine.
budget amendment is coming before us.
Correct. Well,
So,
the
great.
item is coming before the commission.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I have one other informal item in addition to what's listed on the agenda because there's been questions and observations regarding the legislative funding and appropriations request process. So myself, along with Assistant City Manager Jeff Forrest, to briefly update the commission in terms of how this actually works. The level of involvement relative to the City Commission includes a connection with our state and federal lobbyists. They appear before you all every year. Matt Forrest of Ballot Partners appears before the City Commission to outline a series of considerations based on energy initiated by the Office of the City Manager, working closely with the department directors to advise the Commission in terms of what opportunities may very well become available. That dynamic also occurs at the federal level. You've had an opportunity to interact with Mr. Michael Willis of the Color 9 Group, who's represented the city of Delray Beach during the past couple years, actually since about 4 years now. And that is an opportunity to engage the city commission with respect to what opportunities are available at the federal level. Bottom line, this is not a issue of elected officials or individual elected officials lobbying for specific outcomes in that. It's actually generated by way of professional engagement involving state and federal lobbyist representation. Ms. Doris, if you would fill in the blanks for us,
Yeah,
please, in terms of specifics.
We have filled in the commission before that, particularly with the state allocations. We get requests from the departments, and I work with Mr. Forrest on which ones might be most viable. And we go ahead and we submit those. And generally, he will update you on what has gone forward when he comes and does his update, usually in the January timeframe. And I give you as an example, one of the federal allocations, I am not exaggerating, had 6 days to submit requests this year for federal allocations. Congress, the ruling party in Congress decided to open it up and had to have the applications in within, I think it's 2 weeks. Our congressperson needed time to review them as well. So we literally had, I think, from Thursday to the following Wednesday to put together programs and submit those for allocation.
Thank you. This actually, I asked Mr. Moore for this because I got some calls on somebody sent an email talking about that I had all these secret meetings about this thing. I actually learned about all these things because I made some calls to find out what were our legislative initiatives and what we're looking for money, and I wrote about a couple of them in a newsletter. But I do think that so that nobody on the commission is blindsided, I think it is a fair request that prior to the initiative being undertaken by the lobbyists, and I understand that these are they're generated by staff. You know, the drone program was generated by the fire department. The engineering department generated the Swinton Avenue. I understand that how the genesis of these things, but I think it would be better that prior to, you know, our lobbyists, whoever that may be, and whether it's a federal or state lobbying effort, that the commission at least be informed, here's what we're going to be looking money for. Bang, 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 bang. Just so we know what it is, so that when the people call us, everybody is informed. And you can follow up or not follow up to the extent you want to do that individually. But I do think that it makes better sense. I know it has not been in the past. I know it hasn't been the custom in the past. But I think going forward, I know I would like to know what initiatives we're looking for, because for heaven's sakes, constituents ask us, what are you trying to get out of Tallahassee? It'd be nice to have an answer instead of having to read it in a report filed at the end of legislative session. So,
and ladies and gentlemen, that is actually a fair consideration. We do try our best to accomplish that. Typically in December, possibly January, Matt Forrest does a nice job in terms of providing an overview of relative to specific possibilities in that regard. Nevertheless, we'll be clear, and the process varies from year to year. Ms. Doris, you just gave a cogent commentary relative to the 6-day window we ended up experiencing for the most current legislative session. So it's a little bit goofy at times in that regard, but nevertheless, we'll endeavor to be upfront as we possibly can, which is always the spirit of what we intend to accomplish, so that the commission and the public is aware of what specific pursuits are being made available. So that will be our charge, and I think that's a fair obligation.
So allow us to look smart in front of our constituents by telling them what we're doing for them in Tallahassee.
There are,
Agreed.
If I may also, one of the things that we often have too, particularly with the state, we will request money and they will cut the amount that they're willing to give, not what we request.
Oh, that's always the case.
We have, as we did several years ago with a blocking vehicle for the fire department, we refused the money because they didn't give us enough to make it worthwhile to do the program.
No, the way it was explained to me is that the staff or whoever, the department will make a request hoping to get enough funding to do the project. If we don't get it, then we don't go forward with the project. And sometimes they're matching funds and we just can't do it.
Right.
So it's this, but all I'm trying to say is, I think it's important for us to know what initiatives are being pursued either in Washington or in Tallahassee, so that we have a basic understanding of what money we're looking for. That's all.
Great.
Do not know that will be the process. It typically is. However, it is fluid, but we'll tighten up based on the dynamics of any given year.
Perfect.
So, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I have one other item briefly I'd like for the public to be made aware of. And this stems from an information letter report I offered back in October. The title of the piece being Actuarial Analysis to Evaluate Cost of Living Adjustments for Retired General Employees. I've had an opportunity to speak to a couple of you all about this recently. And this is a function of an ordinance that was approved by City Commission in January 2024 that essentially mandated a biannual review of retirement and disability benefits provided via the City of Delray Beach General Employees Retirement Plan. So the intent is notice to help determine if existing benefits have been eroded by cost of living increases, whatever the case may be. Bottom line, given every biannual exercise, we are obligated to produce an actuarial analysis report by the following April, which is where we are at this particular point in time. So a report is to be provided to the City Commission within the next several days. We anticipate having it administratively by this weekend, therefore being provided to the City Commission next week, early next week or so, to also include the metric in terms of what the liability would be to the city should there be an interest to make an adjustment. So again, given what was directed back in late 2023, resulting in an ordinance adoption back in January of 2024, we are involved in this analysis. It's being finalized, and this will be made available to you all next week, commensurate with the April timeframe to do so. So with that, be on the lookout in that regard, and we'll have an opportunity to engage respective considerations you may deem appropriate as a result.
Great. Thank you very much.
Is that going on an agenda? Oh.
Yes,
It will be an agenda item in the aftermath of my actually sharing the initial report, but within the next several weeks or so, it will become a regular meeting agenda item. So our obligation is to not take action immediately in the month of April, but to provide the report to you all by April. But it will subsequently become an agenda item in the coming weeks.
Okay, and one more question. Are you looking for that on the next year's budget? Is that what we're determining this for our budget process, or are you looking to implement that prior to budget?
It will be a function of that. Should there be any specific policy direction, it will become effective October 1, 2026.
Okay.
I'm now contemplating a May 19th City Commission meeting agenda on the subject, to be clear in that regard. However, the initial report will be provided to you all fresh next week, and it will become an agenda item May 19th, as I've just committed.
Thank you.
As we're obligated to do.
Thank you. All right, so commissioners are finished. Now we are entering public comment. This meeting is now open to the public for comment from anybody wishing to speak on any topic or agenda item other than a quasi-judicial item or a public hearing item. The public will have the opportunity to speak on quasi-judicial and public hearing items later in the meeting as those agenda items are called. For public comment, please sign in, state your name and zip code for the record, and you will each have 3 minutes. Mr. Rishwag.
Albert Richwagon, 33483. Still miserably suffering through my neighbor's lack of parking. Still wondering how a 25-seat grab-and-go coffee shop became a 50-seat restaurant with no additional parking requirements. I thought it would be appropriate to come talk about that tonight because you're going to be talking about downtown parking later. Also, I experienced the alleyway behind Yama, the 200 block of Southeast 2nd. They've now made all of the public right-of-way parking behind the Yama and Brule building. That's all now parking, paid parking. The entire parking lot is paid parking. How does a parking lot that is required for the vesting of restaurants become a pay lot? I thought that if you go to McDonald's and there's 50 spaces, they can't just turn it into a pay lot. You need the spaces to go eat at McDonald's, and you can't afford the amounts they're charging. My wife got a $135 ticket for parking in the alleyway behind Yama to go in for 2 minutes and pick up to go. She didn't realize that they had changed all of the underground parking behind Yama and Brule and the alleyway, the public right-of-way is what I'm speaking of. They changed that to pay parking. How does that happen? How does the Opal be allowed to charge and block parking on the entire roadway, public right-of-way again, behind the Opal that is along their patio beach apartments? They ticket and tag anybody who parks in all of those public right-of-way spaces across from the fire station. They don't own that land. They can't dominate that land, and the Yama parking lot cannot charge for public right-of-way alleyway parking, and we can't be ticketed for parking there. It's taxpayers' land. It's not their land to rent out. Looking forward to the 90 days for the subculture reevaluation. Thank you so much for your time. Oh, and the police department is doing an amazing job ticketing the illegal parkers along my business and Federal Highway and on 2nd Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But you raised a couple of good points that I'm going to ask the city manager to. I would like an answer to some of those questions too.
Mayor,
So-
could I ask for a point of order to
Yes.
add? the parking lot there, and I was actually had this on my list. They put up a sign that says only residents can park there, and that I thought a portion of that parking when you go up was had public parking.
Yeah, I thought there's a ramp there on the second floor there. I always had public parking.
They closed the ramp and they have this sign up that says you can't park there. I don't know if
It was a condition of approval was that lot be a public lot. So,
Right.
because that was always this place I would go because a lot of people didn't know about it.
Right.
But I happened to
No.
be there for the approval. So you would drive up that little ramp and that parking was always, that's supposed to be
right.
public parking.
It's blocked off now and public. It says no public
They
parking.
had some construction up on the rooftop.
It's possible that that's it. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I
but
just-
but
it was there for a while.
These are good questions. I'm going to get an answer for you because I'd like to know myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Mike Tang, 33445. Speaking today with regard to Barwick Road spanning Atlantic Avenue to Lake Ida Road. The understanding is that Barwick Road is still under construction, but there are several concerns, namely road width, roadway water drainage issues, and sidewalk width along the southbound lane that's on the west side. The lanes with for many sections on the roadway are at the threshold of significant safety concern. While the roadway may meet standards, larger vehicles have very little room to navigate certain stretches of this roadway. Coupled with the tight turning radius in and out of many communities along the roadway, this presents very many safety challenges, especially when larger vehicles such as buses, box trucks, ladder trucks are involved. Road drainage. As it is right now, this roadway floods in downpours. This presents a danger of hydroplaning and safety concerns. Understandably, this may be because work is still in progress and some drains are not yet fully functional. Where the newly installed drains meet the roadway, the drain edge is often inches above the roadway, which leads to poor drainage. There's standing water hours after rainfall. Hopefully these newly paved areas will be re-poured with a new layer of asphalt to bring the roadway level with the drains. Sidewalk widths. The sidewalk width on the southbound lane is significantly narrower than the east side. The section closest to Atlantic Avenue has mailboxes installed on the sidewalk itself as required by U.S. Postal, so it can't be helped. Staff mentioned yesterday at the Planning and Zoning Board infrastructure hearing, the mailbox placement meets code and is ADA compliant and meets minimum measurements for wheelchair access. However, when coupled with trash cans or vehicles blocking access, it may force pedestrians or cyclists out into the roadway, which pretty much negates the shared use premise this improved section of sidewalk is supposed to function as. Multiple residents have reached out to the city to address these issues, including WPTV. We hope these safety concerns are addressed to the fullest. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question about that?
Excuse me, Mr. Patton. Yes, your Commissioner.
Well, I just wanted to ask a question about that because I brought that up a couple of weeks back, and I thought it was my understanding that there has been some additional engineer work that they're going to be doing some more evaluation out there. That's not true.
Well, there is. They're doing a widening on one portion. I know that.
I thought there was some additional evaluation taking place.
Mr. Little, I think what we're talking about phase 1 versus phase 2, and I think there's a observation regarding that. So, Ms. Barletto, I think I just touched it, but I would still like for you to come forward to clarify that, please, if you don't mind, and per the request of the Vice Mayor.
That's good.
Thank you. Yes, there's phase 1 that's under construction right now. It's about halfway complete. Only the first lift of asphalt has been laid on the roadway. There is still the second lift and final asphalt that needs to go down on the roadway. The storm drains still have filter fabric in them to keep them from being contaminated by soil and that sort of thing during the construction activities. And because the construction is not completed, they are somewhat above the ground level where their finished ground will wind up being. So we expect that all of those drainage complaints that he was talking about will be dealt with at the end of the project. Additionally, there is shared use sidewalk on the east side of Barwick Road, but not on the west side of Barwick Road. Part of that was due to the very limited amount of public right-of-way we had on the west side of Barwick Road, especially in front of the mobile home community that is right there. We originally designed the mailboxes to go at the back of the sidewalks. The Postal Service came in and made us move them to the center. Well, not to the center, but to an area of the sidewalk where the mail can be delivered from a vehicle, because they do not get out and walk mailbox to mailbox in that area. There is still ADA accessibility on either side. On the beyond the mailboxes, there's a 5-foot sidewalk width, which is what is required by ADA standards. There was something else he brought up that I wanted to mention. The road is actually the same width as it was before, but there is now curb and gutter on the side. It is. So
please. Continue, please, Ms. Barletto.
So yes, so
tighten that
there
up. Yep.
when the asphalt is finished coming up where it's even with the valley gutter on either side, it will be an improvement for the people. As far as the phase 2, after there was significant public comment at the first public outreach meeting that wasn't the first one, but the most recent public outreach meeting that we had on the second phase of Barwick Road, there were a number of concerns that were brought up. So we have initiated 3 additional studies that are going to go into the planning process. One of those concerns the viability of guardrails and whether or not they are actually warranted in that area. Another is that we've met with Banyan Creek Elementary School, and we are assisting the school with a queuing study so that they may be able to utilize more of the school property for that activity and help them to do a better job of managing the traffic that's in the Sable Lakes neighborhood. And there's a third one, and off the top of my head, I've lost it. I'm sorry.
That's a very thorough overview, because typically we do not engage back and forth. Public comment is for public comment. We always respond back at an appropriate time. However, Vice Mayor, in response to your specific question, we made an accommodation here.
And thank you. You did answer my question. I guess the 3 additional studies is in phase 2.
Yes,
correct.
ma'am.
And according to what you just said, once phase 1 is completed, then you anticipate that a lot of the concerns will be addressed.
I do.
Okay,
I
thank
do.
you.
Change is hard.
If I could
Thank
just do a
you.
quick little follow, I am recalling some of the, I read a lot of the materials, that there was 1 or 2 interchanges that were done where you found they were actually, that they were going to have to be widened because they actually were, as constructed, were too
Yes, there was one at Francis Drive.
Okay, that's what I'm
the
thinking of,
initial
yeah.
construction, the contractor had not put the curbing in the appropriate place. They had to dig that up and move it back out again.
So has that been done? Has that been done?
That has been
Okay,
accomplished.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Barletto.
Mr. Patton.
Thank you very much. Price Patton, 33483. I'm here to follow up on behalf of the Preservation Trust a letter I sent you all on Friday, asking you to declare an emergency, because if you go to an RFP, it's, it's not going to happen by June 1st. We did find what's been told to me is like one of the best tree movers around. I mean, this guy's moved stuff for Tiger Woods and stuff. So he knows what he's doing. He went out there, personally inspected it. He said it's movable. He quoted an oral quote of $150,000, which I said in the letter. I know you're leery about taxpayer money. There's $77,000 right now in the tree fund. It used to be more, but that is money that's paid by builders. So that's not taxpayer money. You're going to have to pay a certain amount to even if you have to destroy it, it's going to be $20,000 or $30,000 you're going to be out of pocket. So why not apply that to moving the tree? And the board of the Preservation Trust, we are not a very wealthy organization, but our board did authorize donating $5,000 to the city to help in this regard. Think of it in another way. I mean, the tree's grown there for 80 years for free. When we first discovered it, it was exciting. It was a champion tree. Everyone said it was great. Then when you ran into the brick wall with the Lake Worth Management District, it's like, well, maybe it's not such a great tree after all. But it still is the type of tree that every tree expert I've talked to in the last couple of days has said it's worthy of saving. And they even found a spot for it outside of the clubhouse, so people could look at it while they're having having dinner. So, thank you very much. I hope you consider that option and save the tree. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Baroian, 33435. I'm here on behalf of Periwinkle, Morley & Coco & Co. We have 3 boutiques on Atlantic Avenue, and we've been in business for over 16 years in downtown Delray. I'm aware that the employee parking program is going to be reviewed soon, and I just want to say from the merchant's perspective, this program is definitely working, and I appreciate the commission for that program. I did just want to note we're at the tail end of season, and I think it's worth noting that we continue to hear a lot of negative feedback about the metering of the Roy Simon lot, formerly the railroad lot. The application is confusing for customers. I know I've brought it up before, and I think the mayor had some pushback, which was fair, about a lot of our top clients who come annually, seasonally, some are regular customers, have expressed that they don't come downtown anymore because of parking. And I think the mayor pointed out that seems contradictory, because if they're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars at a store, why can't they pay for parking? Which is a fair point. That said, the reality is they're unhappy. It's bothersome to them. They're still not coming downtown. And it's not a concern just for my business, it's for all of the businesses. I think it's hurtful for all of us to see like parts of the blueprint of Delray leave. Cut leaving is hurtful. We're all sad about that. So we pay a lot in rent, a lot in taxes. So I just hope you guys will take that feedback to heart and consider that as you review parking. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Board, for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Joe Del Vecchio. I live at 5145 Northwest 3rd Street in High Point 7, and I'm also representing High Point 7 because I am the president of the board. And my subject tonight is Barwick Avenue from Atlantic to Lake Ida. I have received numerous complaints from our residents in High Point 7. We cannot exit High Point 7 without, when we make the right-hand turn, without going into the southbound lane of Barwick Avenue. And if you watch the video from the newscast, you could see tire marks on the sidewalk that they put in. Not only that, the lane is 9 feet wide. I Googled and asked Google what is the width of a normal lane in Florida, and it said 12 feet. Okay, Google is not right all the time, but 9 feet is much smaller than that lane was before construction. I sent a drone video to some of the members of the board and showed you before and after, and you could actually see it. We have fire engines, emergency vehicles up and down Barwick And when they're going up and down, if you have a school bus up and down, and one's going north and one's going south, that fire truck, okay, and that school bus, there's no way to go. It's very tight. There's also construction. We have sanitation trucks that come into both of the high points, 7 and 6, that are actually on that double yellow line. There are some abutments on the sidewalks they put in. It was mentioned that they were making some adjustments. I haven't seen them yet. They made a lot of adjustments up near the mobile home. The grade was totally wrong, so that makes it suspect to me that maybe that lane is too narrow and whoever did the previous work did not do the right thing. Also, I think it's actually an accident waiting to happen. A week and a half ago, there was an accident just before Lake Ida. They had the ambulance there, and someone was on a stretcher. I don't know what it was all about, but there was an accident. I ask you to please look into this and make that northbound lane and that southbound lane wider. There is room. Either you shorten up the east side of the sidewalk and use also the west side of the roadway, because there's room there, to make those lanes wider. And at night, I don't want to drive down the street. And that's the complaints I'm getting from the people who live in our community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Rest of the Commissioners as well. I'm here tonight just to personally thank 2 of our commissioners on Sunday.
Your name and zip code.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Name and zip. Even though we know where you live.
She already typed it up, so hold my minute. So I know she typed my name. Cynthia McFall Ridley live at 210 Northwest 2nd Avenue. So I know she know my name already. I ain't worried about it. But I'm personally here to thank Commissioner Burns and Commissioner Malik, who showed up for me and Station Wright on Sunday as we was honored at St. Paul Baptist Church in Delray on Southwest 10th Avenue. Again, I want to say I appreciate you guys for showing up, and also a lot of us, about 40 of us from the set, came to honor us as well. So again, thank you to the set and especially to my special commissioners. Thank you for showing up, and also former Commissioner David Randolph. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think Jimmy Witherspoon was there too.
Hello, my name's Rachel McGinn. I live at 236 Northeast 13th Street, and I have been talking to the city for many years. I've gone through 3 different engineers about the flooding problem on Northeast 13th Street, specifically my property and Albert Ridgewagon's property. Right now, we have an emergency because there are 4 new homes being built on the north side of Northeast 13th Street, and this is where the water's coming from. I know we have plans in the future. They're working on stormwater. My neighborhood wasn't designed with stormwater management. It's an old Florida, it's Delida Park. I'm at the north end of it. So it was designed with larger lots, small homes, and over the years, of course, people put in impervious without permits. That's not the real problem. The real problem is, since they're building new construction, there are 2 being built behind my house, and when they build these new homes, they raise the grade. I know that supposedly the code is such that they have to keep the water that comes off their roof onto their lot. That's not good enough. They raise the grade, which means the water that used to run onto their property runs onto mine. It runs out onto Northeast 13th Street and to the 2 oldest properties, which are mine and Albert Ridgewagon's properties. I will be flooded out soon. It's not when. It's not if, it's when. So the city is talking about making plans and studying, but we can't study. We need to hurry up, put some drainage in. As a matter of fact, I don't know why these builders are allowed to build unless they pay for the drainage. Because, up north, I've seen builder developers put in sewer lines, entire sewer lines in streets before they were allowed to build and develop. We need to change the zoning, make the houses smaller, make them 1 story. Our neighborhood shouldn't even be I'm lucky that the builder on my street is a great builder and he's gonna build beautiful homes. But we have an emergency situation. I have a lovely home. Please come and visit me. I've spent a lot of time and money fixing it up. It was built in 1958. It's a duplex. And I need immediate help.
You're between Second and the railroad tracks, right?
Yeah.
I know right we are.
I'm the greenhouse on the right
On the right
of
we
the
are.
park. I'm desperate. So thank you for listening and thank you for your comments earlier.
Thank you.
Hello, you beautiful people. It is Marjorie Waldo from Arts Garage. I hope you're all doing great. Americans for the Arts, I'm going to share with you something they posted on LinkedIn a couple of weeks ago. The research about the arts as common ground. 76% of Americans believe the arts are personally important to them, one of the rare points of bipartisan agreement in our current climate. Congress recently acted on it. Federal arts funding for the NEA and the NEH was protected at $207 million each, with support crossing party lines. Proposals to eliminate these agencies were rejected. In an era of declining institutional trust, the arts remain one of the few spaces where Americans from different backgrounds still gather, engage, and find connection. 72% of Americans say the arts create connections across different backgrounds, and 78% see the arts as a positive force during challenging times. The arts are not just entertainment, but they are the connective tissue that binds communities together. In a fractured moment, that means more than ever. That's the end of Americans for the Arts. The rest is all me. I want to remind you, and on public record, that we've created a 25% off coupon for our city heroes. I sent it to as many department heads as I could figure out your email addresses. I was hopeless with the finance director's last name. I couldn't pull it off. But I tried to get the information to you. I hope you will use the 25% off code and come see a show. That's for all city staff. You are our heroes. I'm also super excited to see many of you at our 15th anniversary ribbon cutting next week at 5:30 on the 28th after an Adam Frankel style CRA meeting. I wanted to name drop. Mayor Carney, Vice Mayor Casal, and Commissioner Malika are all attending, as well as City Manager Moore. I know that Commissioner Markert, you're out of town. And Commissioner Burns, don't know.
Vice Mayor Burns.
Oh, that's probably why you're not coming.
Well, you keep
Vice
referring
Mayor
about Rob, so you know
Burns,
who
if
you're
I'd have done
talking
that right. Okay.
I will be coming.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Former Mayor Jay Alperin is going to be there. The Cultural Council for Palm Beach's Dave Lawrence plans to attend, as does Palm Beach County Commissioner Bobby Powell Jr. from District 7. Palm Beach County's Vice Mayor Marcy Woodward from District 4 will read a proclamation celebrating Arts Garage's anniversary. We are all board staff volunteers. I'm leaving.
You got to bring cue cards for us, you know.
We got to work for the applause.
But I'm
Okay,
happy
so
to hear,
anyway.
because former Mayor Alperin, you know, it was also with me.
I
as you
know,
as
on the original
but
board.
we were then called the Creative City Collaborative.
Well, that's still our business name.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, Arts Garage is our DBA.
I'll catch you. Okay.
Okay, good. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Thank you so much.
You were just waiting for an individual invitation, obviously.
No, I've been promoting this thing up around the community for the last 2 weeks. I don't know why she left me out, but it's all good. I'll be there anyway.
Sir.
All right, Reggie Cox, 715 MLK Drive.
Zip code,
Delray Beach,
just zip code.
33444. And I'm representing the Set Neighborhood Alliance tonight, which is a group, Mayor, as far as time is concerned. Thank you. So, I am here tonight in support of, obviously, Agenda Item 7G, the Set Transformation Plan, adoption to the amendments to the Set Transformation Plan. And I just want to, I do have something to read from a president of the Carver Park Neighborhood Association, Janice Hill. She couldn't make it. She's taking care of her elderly mom. And so I'm going to read what she sent because she wanted to attend. You know, this document that I'm holding up here is the 2014-2017 Ward Strategic Plan. It was written in 2013. And it is, you can put a you can put a point right there in time, because what it did was confirm the 20 prior years of what this community, the community's visions in the West Atlantic community, now known as the SET. It reconfirmed all the past plans in 2012. Now here 16 years later, we're still on that track for that vision, okay, of having a neighborhood and community comparable with all other neighborhoods in Delray Beach. For example, the cultural plan, the Delray Beach cultural plan. I'm sure some of you are familiar with the Delray Beach cultural plan. Well, that plan is what was put in place to obtain what we see in Pineapple Grove today, okay? So we know that plans work in Delray. We know that's the process, okay? It's a means to the end, it's a process that we have. It worked for Pineapple Grove. Pineapple Grove was completely built out. Some people would argue overbuilt, but they had a plan to do that. And so we're very encouraged to do that. Now, I'm hoping that that plan passes and gets approved tonight. But, you know, in the game of golf, I tell my colleagues, you got to play 18 holes. You know, if you're up after 9 holes, that doesn't mean a thing. You understand what I'm saying? You got to play 18 holes. And then, you know, in the game of golf, you know, we often say those holes ain't loyal, okay? So we're hoping for success, but we're not counting, and we're not going to count our blessings until it happens. Now, once that plan is hopefully approved, it has to be promoted. You know, that's part of the Main Street program. You're all familiar with Main Street. Promotions is very important. As we know, Pineapple Grove was built on Main Street. So we want that plan to be promoted, and I want to just pass out some brochures that is paid for by taxpayers' money that's going to help you all promote the plan that I'm hoping you all pass in 18 holes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love it.
So that's just a little encouragement, but it's going to take everybody to, not only if the plan passes, but it has to be implemented, okay, and financed and supported through all the collaborative partnerships. So at this time, I'm going to read a statement prepared by Janice Hill. She is, like I said, the block captain of the Carver Park Association, the president, I'm sorry. All right, let's see if I can find it here. All right. I thought it was very thoughtful of her. Her mother was a teacher to a lot of us in the community. She was a teacher to my mother, actually. And so we just have a lot of ties in Delray Beach. All right, here we go. Written by Janice Hill. I'm not able to join this afternoon. However, this is my speech. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here today as both a resident and a witness to the town's history. This community once deliberately divided black and white residents separated by Swinton Avenue, as we know the history. Yet despite that division, Atlantic Avenue served as a shared lifeline of commerce, culture, and identity for both sides of town. Today, we are at the crossroads. While the East Business District has been preserved and supported, the historic West District of Swinton area, rich in culture, resilience, and economic potential, has not been given the same opportunity to grow. The excuses not to extend the business district into this area continues a pattern that feels all too familiar. At the same time, new residents are arriving and raising concerns about the very culture that has sustained this community for generations. Its music, its gatherings, in fact, its vibrancy. These are not disturbances. They are the story of a resilient community. We are Delray Beach, West as well as East. Growth should not come at the cost of erasure or displacement. I'm asking this council, I'll change it to commission, to take a meaningful step toward equity by extending the business district into the historic African American community. This is not just about economics. It's about acknowledging history investing fairly, ensuring that long-standing residents are not pushed aside as the city continues to evolve. We have an opportunity to correct the past imbalances and build a future that reflects all of us. Thank you, Janice. I'm glad I'm able to share that for her historically. And like I say, we're looking to finish 18 holes tonight. Let's see if we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Olivier Verdier and I live in 33444. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I came 2 months ago to talk to you about Hatha Yoga, which is located 2219 Seacrest Boulevard. I'm here regarding the recurring ecstatic music events hosted by this nearby yoga retreat on the first Saturday of each month from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. This is not a one-time issue, it's a repeated disturbance that has already required multiple police visits per evening. Despite those visits, the music continues at a level that is clearly disruptive inside our homes. We have tried everything. We spoke directly to the organizers. We contacted code enforcement. We called the police multiple times. I already came to this council 2 months ago. And after our last complaint during a city council on March 9th, the event was cancelled for April. But now it is planned to start again this Saturday, May 2nd. The problem is not just the noise, it's the cycle. It stops temporarily and then it comes back. We're asking for a clear and enforceable solution, not another temporary fix. Specifically, we would like clarification on 3 points. First, are these events properly permitted? And if so, what are the conditions regarding amplified outdoor music? Second, what are the enforcement mechanisms when multiple police visits in one evening do not result in compliance? And third, what measures can the city take to prevent this from recurring every month in a residential neighborhood? We fully respect local businesses and community activities, but residents also have the right to quiet enjoyment of their homes, specifically in the evening hours. Right now, the burden is entirely on residents to repeatedly complain with no lasting resolution. We're asking the city to have the May 2nd event cancelled and to step in with a consistent rule and consistent enforcement so this issue does not continue indefinitely. Thank you for your time.
Can you give me the address where you say
2219 Seacrest Avenue. Seacrest Avenue.
2219?
2219, yes.
What's the name of the business?
Hatha Yoga. ATHA Yoga.
HTHA Yoga?
ATHA. Hatha.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening, folks. Mark Bertolotti, 33445. I'm coming here tonight to speak about the Barwick Avenue repaving, sidewalk, drainage, that whole project. I'm in High Point 7. I don't know if you're all in tune with what we're facing there. The project it looks great. It's coming along beautiful. I heard somebody talk before about the unevenness at the sides. I believe that's a binder coat that's down there now, so they'll come back and they'll recover the top of it. However, that's not really the issue that we're having. We're two senior communities directly across from each other that come out onto come out onto Barwick Road. They made the lanes so small there. We got 400 plus units in one side, and what is 200, 300 units on the other side. That's a lot of traffic coming out of those two places. It's all day and night. You can't negotiate the turn out onto the lanes of traffic without either hitting your tires on the curb there or crossing over the double yellow line into the oncoming lane of traffic. It's setting up for an absolute disaster there. You have to see this. You have to physically go here and see what I'm talking about. Drive into our community. Try driving out again. Now envision old eyes coming out of there after dark, and you know what's going to happen. You got 35 miles an hour coming one way, 35 miles an hour coming the other way. You do the math, what happens when two cars hit like that. It's going to happen. It's happened last year. It just happened last week. This is a recipe for disaster. Somebody needs to look at this before it goes on any further. The reason I came here tonight is because not only am I interested in the people that I live with in my community, I'm watching out for myself too. And if we ever have this conversation again, we're not going to have it. We're going to be all talking with my attorney, because this is a disaster waiting to happen. You need to physically come out and look at this and put your car in the places that I'm talking about, and then drive out of it, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I think you're going to completely understand once you go there and physically look at it. As far as the end with the mailboxes in the sidewalk, you got to be kidding me. Like, you have to be kidding me. Does it pass muster code-wise? I suppose, if you want to call that, but who's signing off on that? And you want somebody's name on that? The mailboxes are literally in the center of the sidewalk. It looks absolutely absurdly ridiculous. Come by and take a look at it and see what you think. That's all.
What's the name of the road coming out from High Point to Barwick? What's the name of your road?
It is Northwest 3rd Street.
Northwest 3rd. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I do it all the time. You only got us, so I do it all the time. I do think the mailboxes look stupid, but what do you do?
Jerome Weatherspoon, 33444. Longtime resident of Delray Beach, registered voter, a long time in Delray Beach, a taxpayer in Delray Beach for a very long time. I stand before you, to the Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, all of the commissioners, and everyone that sits on the dais this evening. I come with a request for myself and on behalf of my family. I come to speak about a great man, a man who was not well educated, but during this era they had a term called mother wit and hard work, trusting in God and treating their fellow man as their brother. My father, L.C. Weatherspoon, he made a great contribution over the years, long when I was just, I guess you could say I was a gleam in my mother's eye and an itch in my daddy's pants. He contributed a lot.
Too much information, Mr. Weatherspoon, but thank you.
He did a lot of things such that the people on the dais at that time saw it fit that he be recognized for all his contributions to this city. As a result, they said to him, and this was passed on to me by my mother and my father, that they said that because of the contributions that he made in this city, they want something that his children and his children's children and others could see the great works and contribution that he made in the city. And so at that time, they decided to name a street after him, Witherspoon Lane. Now, as I said, my father was not a learned man educationally, but he was a smart man, a businessman. And many times, myself and my brothers, from grade school, even through high school, we was always called Witherspoon. And they say, well, how do you spell that? I say, just like the weather and spoon, not rocket science stuff. But anyway, my request and my family's request is that we would add on to Northwest 12th Avenue, where my parents reside, where they reared 12 head of kids there, and gave them the same morals and values there, to treat people like people there, and be honest and fair there. We request that since it probably would be next to impossible to correct the name Witherspoon because of all the factors involved in it.
Continue, sir. Continue.
Then we would ask that L.C. Weatherspoon be added to 12th Avenue, just like Northwest 2nd Street is underneath the sign that has Martin Luther King, just like
Elks Way and the other ones, yes.
all the other ones. And so it is our request, because of the contribution that he made in this town there, our siblings, second generations, they actually say, well, when we tell them the story of their grandfather, our father, of the contribution he made there, they say, well, why is his name is not corrected? I say, well, that happened, but we want to give them something that they can pass on to their kids and their kids, as long as we are in this world. And with so many Weatherspoons, they'll be here until the good Lord calls us home. And so it is our request, as I said, if you can find within your hearts there to pass this, that we would add in addition to 12th Avenue, because many of the families still reside on that street. It's been a legend on that street. He left a legacy, and we want that future generations, they could see the legacy which he left. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weatherspoon.
Got to say he was a retired.
Andrea Bruton, 33445. How do you come behind that right there? So true, so true. The history is rich with the Weatherspoon family. I want to start off by thanking the city manager for your recent and prompt response and resolution to the invoice issue, Mr. Moore. Thank you so much. 2, I'm curious as to why ribbon cuttings for community parks and other locations or other areas are being held during the week when most residents are working. Are these events for the residents or for the city staff and leadership? There's been 2 ribbon cutting ceremonies at a park across the street from my neighborhood, a new playground and a new storybook trail. And the residents nor the children of that community were able to attend because we were working and the children were in school. Growing up, these events were usually held on Saturday mornings in an effort to allow the public to attend. Our neighboring cities are accommodating their community by hosting events either on Saturday mornings or early evening. I'm asking that we kind of change that practice of doing weekly ribbon cuttings in the mornings so that the community can be involved as well. We opened a whole neighborhood on Southwest 8th Avenue, and half of the residents that lived there, that bought those homes, weren't able to attend that event because it was held during the week. And lastly, but not least, I also had a statement to read similar to Johnny's Hills, but instead I'll yield to her statement and drop the mic on what she said. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Montre Bennett, 33444. A prophet said, how long? And somebody shouted back, not long. So I want to know how long. I'm going to read a verse and then I'm going to go home about my business. If it may be said of slavery era that the white man took the world and gave the Negro Jesus, then it may be said of the Reconstruction era that the Southern aristocracy took the world and gave the poor white man Jim Crow. Yes, sir. He gave him Jim Crow. And when his wrinkled stomach cried out for the food that his empty pockets could not provide, yes, sir, he ate Jim Crow, a psychological bird that told him that no matter how bad off he was, at least he was a white man, better than a black man. Right, sir? And he ate Jim Crow. And when his undernourished children cried out for the necessities that his low wages could not provide, he showed them the Jim Crow signs on the buses and in the stores and on the streets and in the public buildings. Yes, sir. And his children too learned to feed upon Jim Crow, speak their last outpost of psychological oblivion. Jim Crow is still alive today, and y'all have the power in y'all hands. Y'all have the power in y'all minds. Y'all have the power in y'all hearts to do the right thing. All right. Don't nobody want to be a slave. Don't nobody want to be held on mental through their slavery, through these emotional challenges, through these emotional chaos outbursts that the world makes us have. We don't want that, okay? We want to be civilized, and we want to continue to be the loving people that we always been. We gave y'all the history, we gave y'all the maps, the blueprint. Y'all used it and you put it against us. Now it's time for y'all to correct y'all rights and fix y'all wrongs. Do what's right by the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, Yvonne Odom, 33445. This is a proud moment for me because I like to really highlight the power of community. With this set transformation plan on the agenda, I was privileged enough to be on the comprehensive plan when that plan almost got buried. But the resilience of the community say no, 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 no. And thank God I was at that meeting and was able to, and I'm not going to take credit for it, but I witnessed what was almost happened to that plan. The other thing I looked at every time I go by Atlantic High School and look at that golf course and see how gorgeous that is. Who did that? The citizens. They said, no, we're not going to have a hotel in front of a high school. And former Mayor Jay Alpern was one of the lead people, George Williams, those who are, I'm not a golfer, not even interested, but I am so proud. Again, citizens says, no, you're not going to do that. You're going to do what I say. Now, Pompey Park, another one. West Atlantic Development, the set transformation plan. The citizens said, you're going to include us, and I appreciate you listening because we have to be reminded that you guys work for us, the ones who voted for you and the ones who did not vote for you, the ones who gave you money and the ones who didn't. And sometimes we forget that. Now, I'm still upset about two things that happened in this city that we did not listen to the citizens. I don't need the name. Now I'm going to name the independent CRA board. I was at the right sitting over there when the motion was made. No input from the citizens. And Old School Square. I was in here when that motion was made. No citizen input. But I want to applaud the citizens of Delray to understand. You have to take charge of what you want. These 5 people, now remember, don't take but 3 of them. 3 can determine what they want without listening to you. But in this case, listen to the citizens. That's why we're here, and I encourage you, voice your opinion, and no, we're not going to always agree. But don't take your ball and go home. Understand that when you are elected, it's a purpose behind that seat, and that is to listen to the voters, the ones who voted for you and the ones who didn't. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So pass
Mrs.
the set transformation, please.
Sorry, your time has expired.
You know I don't care about that.
I know you have my number. I know you have my number.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Angela, 33444. They say persistence beats resistance eventually. So I'm simply being persistent this evening. I'm going to read to you all for a 3rd time what I have written and emailed to you previously. I am here as long-time resident of the city who cares deeply about the fairness and the honesty in how our city grows. Long before any of us purchased homes and opened businesses here, lines were drawn in Delray Beach. Swinton Avenue was a boundary. Policies like Resolution 146, Ordinance 209 determined where Black residents could live, gather, and socialize. The West Side became the place where the culture and nightlife were allowed because people had no other choice. Today, those laws no longer be enforced while one is still on the books.
but their footprint remains. The entertainment district begins right where that old dividing line once stood, just east of Swinton. Now new residents have moved west into an area that has always carried music, gathering, cultural activities, yet the response has been complaints after complaints about noise, as though the activities arrived after them, when the truth is they arrived after the activity. Downtown from I-95 to A1A is called one district, but it is not treated the same. On the east side, entertainment is expected. On the west side, it is restricted, even though history placed it there first. Extending the entertainment district west of Swinton also creates opportunities. For years, 4 empty blocks along West Atlantic have remained empty, many believe waiting us out. But finally, there is hope of development that will actually serve the neighborhood. A long-awaited grocery store, retail, restaurant, gathering spaces, and locally supported businesses and housing instead of the vacant land and empty spots. So we pray. A community should not have to silence themselves because the population around them changed. When people choose where they live, they should accept the character of the place in which they chose. The West Side has always been a cultural corridor. It should not be limited because it has become desirable to some. Extending the entertainment district west of Swinton is about consistency. It recognizes history, it supports the present residents, and allows long-needed development to take root. I respectfully ask you to extend the district and be respectful of those that have been here and grown that soil.
Thank you very much.
My name is Chuck Ridley. I 33444. I am here to speak in support of the SET transformation plan. The SET transformation plan is more than a plan. It's a promise. A promise that this neighborhood could develop without displacing legacy residents. It's a well thought through plan. A plan that had multiple stakeholders involved: community residents, elected officials, city staff. Here's what's different about that plan. It goes back to 1995 and roll up into 2017 every plan that expressed how we want to see this neighborhood develop. You have no plan that is more thorough than the one that you have before you tonight. And what will this plan do for the entire city of Delray? It will ensure that you will have a city that working class families not only remain but thrive. It will ensure that you have an Atlantic Avenue that truly is representative of who this community is. It is the future that you have expressed, all written out and laid before you. You have the easiest part of the work because the citizens themselves have done this in a transparent way for decades. So where are we now? It's in your hands. We will get a chance to see you. But regardless of your decision, we know there is an on-time God. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. Laura Simon with the Downtown Development Authority, and I'm here with
Jewel Goliardi-Zalman from Zalman Style Interiors and from the DDA board.
Great. So thank you for tonight, and thank you to all the residents that are here. On behalf of the DDA board, we're here to support many of the items that are on the agenda. One I'll lead with, which is why all the great speakers that were here before us, the residents. But 7G is transformational in our district, in our downtown, and we've been, as an organization, I personally have been a part of this plan and help supporting the set development and the branding, and the DDA has been a huge part of that all along the way. And it is a very, very integral part of our entire district, and we want to make sure that our board has reviewed it, they weighed in, they're very supportive of it, and we want to make this happen. So we encourage you all to move forward in approving that tonight. And we're going to be here, I'm going to be here because we have several other items on the agenda. The Beautification Task Force I sent out to you earlier, I think later last week. Our board reviewed that last week at our board meeting, sent recommendations to you all based on the Beautification Task Force, and the feedback from the board directly of how to move forward with that. So I'm here tonight. I don't need to go through all those now, but I'll be here if there's conversation that needs to be happening during that time. And also parking. So downtown parking in October, the employee parking was put in place, as well as many changes to the downtown. I've also provided you all with feedback. We did surveys, over 600 people, residents, and also visitors to our community, and employees and business owners took time to fill out that survey and provide their feedback, and you should have summaries of that, along with recommendations that were given by our board, but back in August, before the plan went into play. But also just based on the feedback that was received, we've also given recommendations that we hope that you take into consideration. It was our understanding that was all going to be reviewed today, but it looks like you're reviewing the employee parking program, which you are hearing that is beneficial. It's just needs to be better communicated, what we're hearing from the merchants, the communication to the operation, because a lot of people are still getting tickets on that, the functionality of it. And also, I did in our email, it was reflective of the Pineapple Grove district and the private lots also that are impeding and taking over, and we really need to find some solutions around that sooner than later. So, Jules, if you want to take the time because I'm out, so if you want to take for your seconds to add anything that I might have missed.
Anyway, I'm happy that it's on the agenda to discuss, and like Laura said, we're here if there's any contribution that we can make in helping the decisions become a collaborative one. That's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you.
Public comment is actually closed because we've had 1 hour now. You do have something you would like to say, sir? Then I will give you, and you are the last.
I'll make it quick.
Good. I like that. Quick.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. Please.
Alexius Burns, 33445. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Attorney Jellin. Good evening. I am the son of Robert Burns, King of Zamunda. And no, I'm just kidding. 4 things I got real quick, 4 things. The entertainment district, One Del Rey, this 2026, y'all, right? 2026. We know we have some evil-spirited folks that were in Del Rey, right? But we're in 2026 now. I'm not going to tell you who I think is still kind of evil, but it's okay, right? We're in 2026. Let's get that done, right? Entertainment district, One Del Rey, one downtown, 95 all the way to the beach. 2, set transformation plan. For, I want to say, since 2016. I know I've been involved since 2009. We've been having meetings, community meetings after meetings after so many meetings that I say meetings. I'm also on the board of the steering committee for the visions plan. Great meeting. Was 90 plus people there? Nothing compared to the set meetings. We had 200 plus. It's written, it's documented. So if that was a great meeting, then we have fabulous meetings, right? Because the city is involved, the citizens are involved, and I'm still kind of teetering on if you all think that we're citizens or not here in the set. Because you definitely take the tax dollars, but I don't know if you consider us citizens, being that once you get off 95, there's a clear, distinct difference in the two, right? Thirdly, I have been asking, I don't know for how many times, of a dollar amount. And since we are definitely concerned about taxpayers' dollars, right? I don't understand then why I can't get what the taxpayer dollars were that came out of this community since 1995. Because it has been used to uplift and bring up other parts of the city, not this part of the city. And we can see that with our eyes. So I would please like to get a definite amount, how much of the taxpayers' dollars have been spent and or wasted, because we seem to do at least 2.3 million of research that we can say that has been missing. How come we can't figure that out for this side, right? And then lastly, I've been trying to get meetings after meetings with some of you all. I'm going to continue. I could say that we're not going to go anywhere. We're here. But I'm going to say we ain't going nowhere. We are here, right? This is third generations now and even more. We are here to stay. We're going to be working. It's smart to work together. Let's just get it done. This is your time now to shine, right? This is your legacy. How is it going to look? How are you going to end it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public comment is closed because we extended it beyond 1 hour, which is what it is, which is why I closed, by the way, but fortunately, time for everyone. We are now, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Going on to regular agenda item 7A, which is the resolution 77-26.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending its budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, by providing for supplemental appropriations in the amounts identified in Exhibit A, repealing all resolutions inconsistent herewith, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dokowitz.
Good evening again. We have a number of budget transfers to discuss here. I'd rather go through them sequentially. There is one item in Exhibit A, Budget Amendment number 8, Summary Resolution number 7726, where we're looking to move $2,262,764.94 in the general fund and moving it to the Water and Sewer Fund 441. Revenue increase and expense increase related to emergency work performed for utilities. And Mr. Hassan Ajimi is here to elaborate.
Good evening. This is to address the emergency situation that we experienced January of last year as a result of the activities of the roadway contractor. The name is Roadway Contractor LLC, that they stockpiled their material there, and as a result the underground infrastructure was impacted, which forced us to immediately bring our emergency contractor there because of the amount of the raw sewage that was going to be released into the water body. Is right next to the lake, and that special lift station handling over 1,300 homes raw sewage. So it was extremely dangerous, so we had to act, and there we are. And as a result, we can elaborate later, but right now, risk management is working actively to hopefully recoup that cost from the contractor or their insurance for the money that is being transferred from general fund to utilities. But the reason it's not from utilities fund because it was in no way, because of the lack of, let's say, attention or whatever that utilities did. Our underground infrastructure was just simply there, and it was directly impacted by their activities.
What? So you want, we should be recognized? You?
Thank you, Mr. Hajimari. I did a records request and I went through 3,388 emails on this subject, and I just want to thank you because it's evident in your correspondence that you are very much looking out for the taxpayers. And every time you're here, I thank you, and I just want to make sure the public knows that you are doing that. And I know this was an accident, no fault of the city's at all. I'm not happy with the fact that it took a year and something for the city to act on this in light of the correspondence, but I am always proud that you run the utilities department because you do an amazing job for our residents.
Anyone else wish to be recognized? No.
No question.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Hajimari.
Yes,
sir. Thank you.
We appreciate really the hard work that went into it.
They
But don't
would just
undersell it
all
because
do
they
their
don't
jobs.
Second item is from Neighborhood Services Department Division, requesting authorization to transfer funds between the designated State Housing Initiatives Partnership, SHIP, General Ledger accounts. This transfer is required to address a material observation identified during the recent SHIP monitoring review involving funds expended on a household later determined to be income ineligible. Reallocation is necessary to ensure full compliance with the corrective action requirements issued as a part of the monitoring process. The details of the proposed general ledger account transfers, so there is an increase in revenue in the other miscellaneous revenue promissory note repayment SHIP home pay account, and there will be an increase of expense in the other current charges, housing rehabilitation.
Great. Does anybody wish to be recognized? No?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And we need a motion to approve.
Wait.
Oh, I'm
There's
sorry.
more.
It's like
Let me
it's a
keep
Ginzu
going.
knife commercial. There's more?
But wait, there's more. Okay.
Oh, it's the 8 million you got to do. Yeah. That's a biggie.
We have with the
CIP, I think it's the rollovers and then the CIP.
Yeah, it's the rollover money.
I'm looking at Parks and Recreation. They wanted to request the following budget amendment for considerations. Funds were received in fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $500,000 for the renovation of the splash pad at Catherine Strong Park.
Mm-hmm.
The project was not able to be started in that year. We are requesting the funds again to move forward with this from the GeoBond Fund. Funds were received in fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $200,000 for the re-sod of Merritt Park. This field will be artificially turfed instead. We are requesting the funds to be reassigned to sod Plumosa Park, the funding account. So this is the request for transfers via the Parks and Recreation Department. Any questions on this?
No, thank you.
They're still going to be doing the artificial turf on Merritt, though, right? Is that what we're saying?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I wanted to, that's been in the works for a while. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Okay. The last piece is Public Works. I think it's last piece. Public Works is submitting the following budget amendment for consideration. Golf course renovation revenue bond fund, new appropriation to amend the fiscal year 2026-2030 capital improvement plan budget by increasing the current budget of $24.5 million to $32.5 million for the Delray Beach Municipal Golf Course renovation project. On October 21st, 2025, via resolution number 25725, public revenue bonds in a principal amount not to exceed $33 million were approved for this project. This request brings the remaining available bond balance of $8 million into the CIP budget to complete this project. The budget was put in one fund, and then when we borrowed the money, we put the money in another fund. This just reconciles so that all the money is available in the budget for the expenditure of these funds.
Right.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
No questions.
And just make sure there's nothing else.
You got to go.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Okay. Then I need a motion to approve resolution number 77-26.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted unanimously. Thank you very much, both of you. Item 7B. It's not really a resolution, this is a discussion item.
It's a presentation and discussion item, yes, sir.
It's a resolution.
Resolution, right. Well, it's all the proclamations and special recognitions. It's not we're not up to the pilot program yet.
Okay, I'm sorry, I jumped.
The whole crew.
Thank you.
We're
Ms.
not-
Barletto.
See. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Missy Barletto, Director of Public Works. I have brought to the commission meeting this evening my parking team so that you can see the faces behind the hard work that gets done
Yep.
for parking in the city every day.
Yep.
I have Assistant Public Works Director Cynthia Buisson and Deputy Public Works Director Michael Corrali. And he has the longest title ever, and you know how I feel about these things. Chief Parking Facilities Administrator,
Yeah.
Joe Josman. And
Now we're ready for that slide, by the way. So.
oh, so you're just trying to throw me off my game.
Yeah, that's.
And you did it. If I could have the presentation back. Thank you. Okay, so tonight we're going to talk about the pilot employee parking permit. Just a little bit of the history. The parking and curbside management plan implementation was initially brought to commission for input in July of 2025. We received input from the commission. We brought the items back for adoption in August of 2025 when they were formally adopted. The changes that were approved at that time included on-street meter times beginning at 11 a.m. rather than noon to accommodate lunch crowds who get to downtown 11:30 before noon and go into a restaurant, forget to pay. So that was one. The tier 2 parking, the downtown side streets was increased from $2 to $3 an hour. The downtown surface lots that had formerly been free but time limited became $2 an hour with uniform 4-hour time limits to simplify the program instead of a 9-hour limit in one lot and a 4-hour limit in another lot and a 2-hour limit in another lot. All of the surface lots became 4-hour limits. And then the parking garage rate structure changed from $1.50 an hour and open 24 hours from free until 4 p.m. in the afternoon, and then a $5 flat rate after that with no overnight parking. So people had to clear out of the garage at a certain time every night. Oop, I don't want to do that. Oh, great. Okay. So one of the things that you had asked us, we brought you a couple of different alternatives for employee parking. One of them being the one that you favored, which was to create an employee parking permit that cost $10 a month and was available on a recurring basis for any type of downtown employee in the system. Those permits, the registrations, the renewals, and payment processing, all of that is available in 3 different ways, either through the online permit portal from the city's website. They can call into the city's parking division and get phone assistance, or they can go to the city's parking division office on the first floor of the Old School Square parking garage downtown and get in-person assistance. And if they want to pay cash, they kind of need to come to the window. So one of the first things that we were asked to create during the pilot program was that there were a number of businesses who were interested in creating an auto renewal program, that they were actually putting all of their employee information into the system. They regulated that employee information. They removed employees that left their service, added new employees in, and they paid for those permit fees automatically in the system. That has proven to be very popular and a good addition to the program. To date, we have 25 different employers who participate in that in the downtown area, and they represent about 373 employees. So we always want to know about the numbers of permits and how popular something is. There are two different ways that employees can park in the downtown area. One of them is to buy the employee parking permit at $10 a month. And the other one is if they're a City of Delray Beach resident, they can buy the $12 downtown resident permit. That is $12 annually, not $12 a month, but $12 annually. And they have all of the same ability to park. Those permits are good anywhere except for Atlantic Avenue, the same as the employee parking permit. The only difference between the two is that the employee parking permit, all of the time limits are waived. So if you park in a time-limited space, you don't have to go out after 4 hours and move your car to a different space in order to avoid getting a ticket. For those employees where that would be inconvenient or disruptive to the business. So the employee parking permit has no time limits. The $12 downtown resident permit does still have time limits. So for those employees who live in Delray Beach and can take 15 minutes to go move their car during the day, then that has been that's been very beneficial to them. As you can see in the two tables, in October the first month was a trial period for the employee parking permit. We didn't give any tickets. We gave some warnings. We didn't enforce during that entire first month because we had a very short period of time between when Commission adopted the new program and when it was set to begin. So we initially issued between the pre-permit era and the very first month, we additionally issued about 5,000 permits. As November and December happened, we evened out to about 3,000, between 2,700 and 3,000 permits each of those months. And as you can see, the $12 downtown resident permit stayed low. As the employees caught on to the downtown resident permit and that it's only $12 a year, and it's not dependent on your employment but on your residence, more and more of those permits were purchased. So across the year, in the last year, the sale of $12 downtown resident permits has risen from about 600 to over 2,000. So that, if you look at that and add that to the February number of 1,406 in the employee permit, it still comes out to between 2,700 and 3,000. So we don't have evidence that that's exactly what happened, but that trend is making sense to us. In March of 2026, there was a lot of disinformation that was floating around by word of mouth, And a lot of people did not sign back up for the employee permit because they thought the program was ending on April 1st. So they didn't sign back up. We did get a number of businesses and employees who reached out to us and were very disappointed that the program was ending and wanted to know if we were going to be continuing it. So the comparison to other cities, there's been a lot of talk about, is an employee parking program a requirement for a city? Many of our neighboring cities do have employee parking programs. Boca Raton and Boynton Beach, neither one of them do have a parking program for employees that is specific. So whatever the parking rates are, they pay the full parking rates. But Delray Beach is the least expensive by far. It's only $10 a month. The next closest is $25 a month, and that it's limited to certain zones. So certain zones that are a little bit farther away, they pay $25 a month, and if they want to park right on the street near where their employment is, it's $861 for a 120-day permit to do that. That's in Key West, so that's different. So that is the program in a nutshell. We have gotten quite a bit of feedback that city staff has received, and they're here if you want to ask them any questions directly. But feedback that city staff has received is that they would like to see the program continued. As Laura mentioned when she gave her talking points before the commission meeting, during public comment, the Downtown Development Authority did do a survey in which they targeted those people who have a direct stake in the program, the business owners and employees. And of the responses that they received, 81% of them actually have applied for the permit. So it's a good sampling. About 64% of that group say that the price is fair. The other 34% really just wants to not have to pay anything to park, and they've made that clear. So some of even in the analysis of the surveys that was provided to us by the Downtown Development Authority, they made it clear that there's still a significant number of employees, 35% in that neighborhood, that would like to still continue to get free parking downtown. But also 65% of them would like to see the program continued. As Laura mentioned before, the DDA did make a number of recommendations. They would like to see the commission vote to make employee parking free before 4 p.m., to reduce or eliminate the fee for part-time employees who felt that $10 a month was cumbersome for them to be able to afford. They would like to expand the program to east of the Intracoastal Waterway. When we brought this to you in August, we did actually discuss opening up the Orange Grove lot and the Sandaway lot east of the Intracoastal for employee parking, and not close those two parking lots off at night. Those lots are metered and monitored, so that it is possible that we could open those lots for employees. But we, as a city, we have not received any input from employees in that area saying that they're having a problem with parking. And then they also suggested that maybe we could provide an annual permit option as well. Initially, we had kind of brought that option to commission, but you had expressed a concern about people who would, especially in the hospitality industry, who would get an annual permit to park and then quit their job. And still be able to park downtown, taking up valuable parking for customers. So this evening, we're seeking commission direction on the future of the employee parking permit. If you vote in favor of it, we will continue it on and make it a permanent program. If you are not in favor of it, then as of next month, employees will be paying regular parking fees.
Thank you very much. I think the study was very good. I actually was at the DDA meeting when they presented the full report. It was very interesting to see that the vast majority of the employees thought it was a good program. I understand there's always going to be a percentage of people that want something for nothing. I'm one of them, by the way. So I'll just let you know. But overall, when you compare the prices that Delray's charging at $10 a month, and you compare it anywhere else, it is. I mean, it is a huge. It's a very generous parking allowance, essentially, that we're providing the employees here to park in our lots, which we are required as a city to maintain. So, I'm certainly in favor of continuing the program. I'm not. I mean, I see where you want to have, try to make it free parking before 4, but we're talking $10 a month. I mean, it's not a heavy lift. So, I think we should be trying to maximize as generously as we can our city assets, because we need the money, and it's just compared to everyone else, we're cheap. But that's just my view. So who would like, Mr. Martin, anyone want to go forward? Do we want to just make a motion, keep it going, or what?
No, I'd love to speak about it. Could you go back to the number of, because at 1 month there was like 5,000 employee permits?
That was actually the pre-permit number, and that first month. That was a combined number.
Okay. So that's a lot of employees parking downtown, and as you said, taking up, spaces. I mean, I would definitely want this program to go forward until we have an alternative, but I think we need an alternative ultimately. So that's what I have to say.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
I just have a quick question. One of your bullet points, you talked about reducing the cost for part-time employees. How would the logistics of that work? I can't get my head around it.
Yeah, I'm not certain what we would reduce it to.
Yeah.
That would be a commission decision, but I assume that when they bring in a pay stub to show that they are only part-time, then we require employer verification of employment. Okay. So the employer also could verify that they were a part-time employee.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
Yeah, I think that it's been received favorably. So are we just deciding on the employee parking? Because some of the recommendations seems it was recommending overall. So
they do have some overall. This program has really only been in effect for about 5 months.
Right.
It's very, very difficult to analyze the effectiveness of a program in such a short period of time. Their survey that they did on the overall parking program that reached about 500 residents that expressed dissatisfaction with paying for parking was not surprising to us.
Of course not.
Nobody likes to pay for parking. So there is that.
Yeah, if we're talking about just the employee parking $10 program, I'm in favor of continuing it. And just a suggestion, if we want to consider a part-time, $5, half of it. So that's my take.
Commissioner Gasol, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you. Well, the option being continue it or don't continue it. We have to continue it because I think it's otherwise people will be paying full price for parking, and that's certainly. And when it started, I wasn't really interested in doing this. I do concern myself with, the jobs downtown are service jobs. These people aren't making a lot of money, and $10 a month can be substantial. And there's another concern too, and listen, it's hard to change, and I know that, and I know you're tasked with getting us revenues, but what?
Okay, I'm just saying $10 a month is like 33 cents.
If you're bussing tables and you're trying to have an apartment and you're feeding yourself, it's a lot of money. I'm telling you. I mean, look at your grocery bill. Look at people's rent.
Everything is high.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, I will say that there is a number of the businesses that have signed up for the auto renewal program.
That's what I was
that
going
are
to ask
paying
you.
the fee
Okay, so the
for their
businesses are
employees.
paying, and they're able to auto renew, so it's not as inconvenient. But I do think that when I went and talked to some of the downtown businesses, they're experiencing losses, and they feel it's directly correlating to this parking. And so the question is, because the daytime maybe is less busy in some instances than the nighttime, perhaps we do think about, should we give more daytime and kick up the price at night? Listen, we went to that event when Lefke's opened. I couldn't find parking anywhere. I ended up paying $22 an hour to park, and I did it. I was going out to dinner. And, I'm not saying I wasn't smart, I wasn't happy, but I did it. When you're going out to dinner downtown, the expectation is you're spending a fair amount of money. But how do we help our downtown businesses during the daytime when they're quieter, at lunchtime? Really, why can't we find a happy medium to still bring in the revenues, but help the downtown? And truthfully, I just want to say this to my colleagues, and I know everybody gets frustrated, and I'm going to discuss it in depth at the end of the meeting. But in preparation for this meeting and also in preparation for our budget, I started going through a lot of stuff. And, I'll be honest with you, we're out here shaking down these kids for $10 a month and trying to get an extra $1.50 here from some elderly person who parks in the garage to go downtown. This city, under this management, has lost millions and millions of dollars. And at the end of the meeting, I'm going to lay it all out for you. Not recovered, not collected, money that taxpayers deserve and they don't have. So I feel very uncomfortable going out for these type of revenues when the big revenues we're not getting. And that's not because of your department at all. I put that squarely on management in the city and our oversight. Thank you.
All right, so it sounds like we have a consensus to continue this program, and we're going to look at it. I mean, I guess in 6 months now we can look. You think we need a full year to truly evaluate it? So,
in the best possible case, yes, a full year to evaluate it. If you are interested in seeing, I have some preliminary numbers, but just a quick overview of exactly maybe the difference in the Old School Square garage. There's been a lot of discussion that this program has minimized the amount of parking downtown. That's not exactly accurate. For the most part, it's breaking even from this year to last year. So, I mean, if you'd like to see some of those numbers, I can run through them very, very fast for you.
I would be curious, if I may, to know, so I worried when you implemented the employee parking program. If I could go park in the garage for free, then I'm not taking a prime spot on one of the side streets. And now you're getting $150 an hour, but you're giving up a spot that could be generating more. And I was curious how that all played out. Do you have that information?
I don't have that information for you today.
Okay.
That is something that we also had noted and we're thinking about. And we're going to look into that. I also wanted to be able to bring you more information about how much parking there is at peak hours.
Right.
Which I don't have that information for you right now today. Because I know that there's still discussion about looking at adding additional parking areas downtown. Right now, our highest utilization number is only 50%. So that doesn't warrant the addition of more parking in the downtown area. maybe in the Pineapple Grove area, I think that there is some pretty serious parking constraints there.
Right.
And in the CIP program, I know I saw Renee come in.
She's behind you.
There she is. So Renee and I have a proposed project that we're planning to bring to you in the CIP process for that.
Wow, exciting.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Would you read it? Yes.
Yeah. So at what point do we address the other issues of metering the lots and like? So right now we're discussing just the employee program, and we're talking about extending that. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. We're talking about making the pilot program a permanent program.
A permanent program. Okay. Okay.
Do we want to just make it permanent? Do we want to just extend it for another 6 months so we can evaluate it?
I think we extend it and evaluate.
What'd you say?
Extend and evaluate.
Yeah, I think extend it for a period of time.
Yeah, I think.
I don't want to scare the employees. I mean, what is the feeling when it gets towards the end?
When it gets towards the end, as you can see from the numbers up there, they get frightened that they're going to have to pay.
So extend it for a year, maybe?
Yeah, I would hate for them to have to pay more. So
Right.
Extend it for another 6 months.
Even a permanent program is subject to your vote to
Change.
cancel it at any time.
Right.
I also like letting a little seasonality come into this too. We're going to a slower season. I'd like to see what the data looks like.
Thank you. I agree with that.
So, I need a motion.
I
Can
move
I
to.
just make a point?
I'm sorry, yes, go ahead.
So I was just going to
Is there
suggest,
discussion?
maybe the motion could be to extend it permanently, but with staff coming back with either quarterly or updates every 6 months.
6 months.
Biannually, every 6 months would be the recommendation.
So that, and then at that point, you can decide if you're going to stop the program or if you want to maintain it. I think 6 months is hard because of what Commissioner Malika just indicated, that you can see with the numbers in there on March 2026, there were only 600 because of some misinformation that came out.
And if we have consensus on what the city attorney said, can I get a motion?
Let someone else say it.
You can just say so. So moved.
So moved. That I have.
Second.
Well said. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously.
I just
Can
want
I
to
say
say I
something
made
real
these guys put on suits tonight, and I feel like you should at least
They look-
recognize
you look
them.
very nice.
Thank you for coming.
They were so talkative. I mean, I couldn't get a
Look,
word in edgewise for heaven's sake.
You guys are look
I
very
be
nice,
recognized?
professionally
Sorry,
dressed.
yes, you wish you were recognized?
So Missy, I was wondering if it's possible at some point to get the income from the parking that we started, because I know Ms. Casal, when this was agreed upon, talked about a possible summer parking program
You're half asleep tonight.
that would lift some of these fees. So I'd be interested to know what income we'd be giving up if that happened. But that's not for this vote. That's
No,
fine.
ma'am.
Thank you. And gentlemen, you look pretty good.
Could I raise my hand and
Thank
be
you very
You wish to
recognized?
be recognized? Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for raising your hand.
Can we get a date certain on our next conversation on the data and the parking lots and all that, please? Just so we know, so people know, because we'll be, I think we do need to continue to have this discussion, and I think
I will bring it back to you at the second meeting in September. That's 6 months.
No, I don't mean this. I mean the other aspects of the parking. You're talking about
That's
potentially.
what I'm talking about.
Oh, no, that's too long, though. Don't we need to talk about the other lots that you may want to make employee lots? And, I mean, should we continue, we should continue this conversation.
To expand the
Potentially,
employee lots onto the
possibly,
barrier island?
If we
We
want
can
to.
do that at any
If
time.
we're going to look into, you're going to get the additional data, we may look at, is making it a 4 o'clock start with higher rates better? These kind of things are what, when we have the data, then we can have the discussion, right? But when are we going to have that data?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
It would be preferable for the program to at least be in effect for a year, so that we can see the effects of the season, the slow season, to really get a full amount of input before we bring it back for that kind of a substantial discussion.
I appreciate that, and I understand you're right, because you would want to compare an entire year to an entire year.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
as we're sitting here, if we know that some of our downtown businesses are experiencing a reduction in the number of visitors, then I feel like we need to figure out how to talk about that before a year, because they're going to go through the slow summer, and then where they're going to be experiencing even less foot traffic. Now, parking is easier at that time, and I agree with that, but
So you're
there's
asking
still...
for a date before September?
I
can
think
bring
it's
you some
it's three different
information.
things that we're looking at, right? We're looking at surface lots that used to be free are now metered. The garage that used to be free is now, people are paying, and the employee parking. We've got the employee parking under control, but I think there's still additional conversation to be had on the other two aspects.
Right, so some of the difficulty with bringing you the granularity of data that you're asking for on the surface lots are that they're monitored by a trackpad as people pull in and out of the parking lots. We've already identified that that is insufficient at both the Gladiola lot and the railroad lot to give us the kind of data information that we need for that, and we're going to be installing individual parking sensors in every parking space the same way that we have on street in all of the other places for those parking lots that don't have a single entrance and exit. So the railroad lot, you can get in there a dozen different ways, and it's the same with the Gladiola lot. So it makes it difficult. That's why I'm just asking for enough time to bring you accurate data. But I can bring you some data sooner than that,
I
if
appreciate
that's
that, Missy.
what you would like.
Mr. Mayor, if I may be recognized, please.
Yes, please.
So, given that there's a revenue component associated with this, of course, and we are preparing for the fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed budget process, I would like to work with all involved for a preliminary comprehensive parking analysis presentation for a workshop that will take place, let's say, in June, so that we can do as much as we possibly can to outline any particular opportunities that may make sense, with the proviso that we continue beyond that time frame so that we can have a sense of direction and guidance. As a function of the upcoming proposed budget process, as you all know, the obligation is to make a balanced budget recommendation by July. We have workshops scheduled for the month of May 5th, May 19th, and this will connect in this regard sometime in June so that we can get to a place in which we can offer due consideration. So that would be my recommendation. I would like to proceed in that regard. And again, it's not the full scope of the presentation or the full scope of the analysis, but a preliminary exercise leading up to that point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore.
Excuse me,
Okay.
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Does he need consensus for that? Would you like a consensus for that?
I would appreciate it.
Thank you. I give you my consensus for that.
Okay, well,
Yes.
within your purview authority, so yes.
Nevertheless, it is an ultimate policy consideration,
That's
therefore
fine.
it's appropriate for commission
That's very fine.
to offer its feedback. So thank you.
Okay. Item 7.
Thank you, Missy.
Where is 7?
And staff.
C.
7C.
Thank you.
Proclamations and special recognition guidelines. Who's going to be giving this presentation?
So, Mayor, I think this was deferred from our organizational meeting back in March.
Yes.
And I think the consensus was that you were going to review the list of proclamations, maybe remove things that you felt were like a one-off and didn't need to be repetitive. These are the proclamations that we acknowledge every year, the annual ones. They're not the special ones that on occasion some commissioners will bring up and ask for special recognition. So I think that's what we're tasked with today, but we do need to approve it because it was deferred since March.
I always find it odd that we're doing proclamations for things which are national events. So, I certainly agree with the basic format of what should get a proclamation, what should get a special recognition, and what should get a congratulatory letter
Okay.
that you set forth in page 2 of your cover sheet.
Do you want to defer it until you go through the list and we?
Well,
can
it's.
There's a couple that I thought were odd, but.
There's several that I don't know why we're having them because they are national, like proclamation observance of Labor Day. I don't think we really need to have a proclamation for the observance of Labor Day. I don't think, but there's a number of them. I guess for some people, pickleball month in November is important, but whether it needs a proclamation, rise to the level of a proclamation is
Who gets these proclamations?
That's I guess that's the Commissioner Burns.
So these are based on prior
Who came up with this
commissions.
list?
It was prior
It's based on
commissions.
prior commissioners. And so, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's a healthy experience or exercise to review current practices regarding the issuance of proclamations. This had been a robust discussion during our executive leadership teams because, for the most part, there's nobody in position to actually accept the proclamations upon adoption by the city commission. So
Parental
therefore,
Alienation Awareness Day?
That's my favorite.
Oh,
Okay.
no, but wait.
Any of you parents are
Hang
alienated
on.
from your children, please come to the
Mayor,
lectern.
if
You've
I
got
may-
3 minutes.
They asked us for that, and they came in and asked us for that, and we gave it to them.
Well, if
It
someone
was-
is
Chuck Ridley wants a
accepting these,
proclamation. I
say
can
let's
see
do
it.
Yeah.
But if no one is,
Well, all of these apply to you, Chuck, so don't worry about it.
Okay, why
okay,
don't, can
I
we
would
defer
be in
it one
favor
more
of
time?
keeping the ones that
Kids to Park is a part
Economic
of it.
I mean,
development.
Hepatitis Awareness Month, who's gonna
Oh, no, we had another one that was so bizarre.
And we took it off.
Thank you. I
Okay,
appreciate
I'm just saying,
that
so, I think, so what do you want us to do? Look at this for the next meeting and come back with a list?
Maybe just look at May, and if there's anything on there that's not, Family Abduction Awareness Day,
I mean, observance of Memorial Day,
Hepatitis
well,
awareness.
everyone's taking the day off, so they won't be here to accept the award.
National
You know.
Tennis Month. Julie
I don't
Lanier.
think there needs to be a proclamation. And so I don't see Get Your Green on, and we do a lot with that, but I do see Mental Health Awareness Month. So is that the same? Do we consider that the same? Is Montre still here?
I mean,
We can check.
In interest of time, my recommendation would be we ask Mr. Moore and staff to take a look at this list and come back to the commission with some recommendations after some
Really,
thought.
keeping in mind, there's got to be someone to accept these proclamations. I mean, I'm signing them
We
all.
need some thought,
And
but-
so, I go in there and there's 25 of them, and they end up, I don't know where. But
ladies and gentlemen, if I may, Mr. Mayor, how about we proceed as Mr. Marker just discussed, and we can come back with some considerations during the May 19th meeting. That gives us a couple weeks to finalize specific recommendations.
So we have consensus on that?
Well,
everybody?
well,
Yeah.
notwithstanding all the existing proclamations that day.
I know.
Yeah, we don't want to punish anybody that falls
Right.
in the window between now and then, so.
Right.
I think we can accomplish this at our executive leadership team meeting tomorrow.
Okay,
And then we
cool.
can just put it,
Why don't you
I don't
come
like
back?
deferring these because technically we were supposed to do it at the organizational meeting, so we should
I may
just
have already
keep it.
signed some of these.
And
You
could you,
probably did.
would you, while you're doing your thing, consider Get Your Green on proclamation? I know that West Palm and all the other cities give it.
Right.
I don't know if they give it as Mental Health Awareness Month. I think they give it as a separate one, so if we can consider giving one
Well,
for Get Your Green on.
The commentary being offered this evening is very helpful so that we can come back at the next meeting.
Okay.
May 5th it is.
So
Good.
Get Your Green On is related to mental health.
I know it is,
It's
but
related to that, so we don't wish to be duplicative.
Well, it's in
we
May
can be
20.
duplicative. We can do that.
Duplicative.
Give it one more try. You got it, really, you got this.
So there's consensus to add that?
Okay, so yes,
Yes.
please add that. You have consensus. We'll hear it next month.
Thank you.
All right, item 7D, these are the proposed commission meeting dates. This is our second attempt at this. Some of them were changed to,
I have it. Hold on, please. Oh, my gosh. Hang on, I have my pile of papers. Okay, I've got it. So we locked in April and May, but we need to add May 26th, our joint meeting. And then June 2nd and for our workshop and regular meeting, and June 9th for our budget workshop and regular meeting.
we don't have June 9th
We don't
here.
have that here.
No,
I
that's
think-
what
I
we're
think that's
changing
the
it
You
to.
want a June 9th.
Got it.
Okay,
Correct.
that works for me. Perfect.
And then July 14th for our next budget and workshop meeting. That gives staff a fair amount of time to come back after they've done the budget.
That's a workshop or
Budget workshop and
Bud-
regular meeting on
okay.
July 14th. And then July 21st is our budget workshop meeting. And then August 11th, regular meeting. August 18th, budget workshop.
You're saying no August 4th?
Correct, I'm making it the 11th. That gives us about a week and a half off. Now, of course, we're going to get some CRA meetings put in here too. So, Renee, I'll get you a copy of this.
Well, you're the chair there. So
September 1 stays, and September 15th, because I think you said the September work for you because you have travel plans. And then October 6th and October 13th, so the 20th changes to the 13th. And then November 3rd and November 10th meetings. And then I left December alone because of the tree lighting. And then the first January, we should do January 19th and 26th. And that gives you a little break after.
So no January 5th?
Correct, because then that gives people a little break after the 1st. I mean, we have a crazy hectic.
We want to be on vacation.
Yeah, I'm going to call a special meeting
You
anyway
have
to
a-
ruin everybody's holiday. So
Everybody
it's okay
has
by
a
me.
crazy hectic schedule in the city, including
Okay.
staff.
December.
So if
she
we
wants-
move.
Can I
Run
ask,
by December one more time. I'm sorry, what?
so you brought up November 10th.
No, we're in, hold on, let me go back.
Yeah, she
I'd
said
like to make
November
a
3rd and
request.
November 10th. Getting rid of the 17th.
November 3rd and November 10th. Is that not work, the 10th?
The 10th would not for me.
I'm sorry, no, it's, yes, why wouldn't that work for you? You're gone?
He takes
Okay,
his
but someone can
anniversary
cover. Can't, Mr. Orris cover?
No. We try to accommodate everybody.
It's his anniversary.
Oh, his
Oh,
anniversary.
it's your anniversary.
I'd like to be here
It's
if I
close
can,
to the
if we can have
holiday.
it.
Okay, well.
So if I could request, my
yes,
one
okay.
request in all of this,
Leave
November
the
3rd and
7th
November
so we leave the
17th.
17th on there? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
That's your one shit. You played it.
So December 8th and December 15th stays the same.
17th or 15th?
15.
It's the 15th
All
on
right,
the
December
schedule.
8th and 15th is what
Stays the same.
Okay.
And then we make January 19th and January 26th.
So
And that
only one
gives-
meeting.
No,
No, there's two, 19th
Two
and
meetings.
26th.
Well, 26 is your organizational meeting.
January
No.
26th.
Oh, no, you're right. Right.
What kind of organization?
I
There's
keep
not.
thinking
And then February and March stay the same.
So January thing and the 26th.
February and March stay the same.
Memorializing this because I got lost.
I'm writing them all down.
You're gonna have the whole schedule once we make it official.
Thank you.
Yes, what it does is it moves our calendars to give us a little space off. And also if Mr. Moore needs to throw in a workshop or something.
Which may
there's
become
space to
necessary
do
as we
that.
go along.
But also, you know, when the mayor's traveling or like after the 1st of January, there's a little bit of space off.
I need the space.
Right.
Is December entirely off?
No, December 8th.
We're
we
not
have
meeting from November
a
3rd
meeting,
to February
and
6th. We're taking 2 months off.
December
No, we're not.
15th.
Okay, got it.
We're not.
And then we don't come back to, okay.
And then we come back on January 19th.
Denmark, here I come.
There you go, see?
Oh, so we're doing it to accommodate
I'm
you.
going to Zamunda.
There you go. Yes, with your
Wait a minute.
king.
So what's December 8th and 15th, and then the next meeting is...
December 8th and 15th, and then January 19th and January 26th.
Oh, so that's a big, long time off.
I
Good.
know, I did that for you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I'll be someplace, probably
Exactly.
Green Acres or someplace.
Right. So that's that. Do you
But
have
he's
that, or do you need me to?
stop.
Okay.
So we need to vote on it?
Yes.
That's a thingy, right?
Okay, so you've got all those down. Clerk, did you get all those down?
I can double check it with you after
Would-
the meeting.
Are we going to approve this list tonight?
Yes, sir.
Subject to final review.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you have them all down. I need a motion to approve the meeting schedule as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. If you could please circulate the dates tomorrow so I can get my calendar in order, because I actually
You're
do
gonna
to-
have a lot of time to visit.
I don't know what I'm going to be doing with all that extra time. I'm going to be calling special meetings. That's
But
it.
we are having the same amount of meetings for the public to understand. We're just maneuvering them. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that, by the way, Jill.
It's my pleasure.
All right. So, next item, 7E, discussion regarding the Financial Review Committee structure. Mr. Moore.
Yes, there's no formal presentation in this regard. However, I will offer a few notes to highlight and underscore the distinction between Finance Review Committee and the previously discussed Audit Committee concept. So the reason for the Financial Review Committee structure discussion is because that was the consensus formally offered by the Commission that we do evaluate that particular consideration. We initially planned to discuss this during the February 24, 2026 regular meeting. However, it was rescheduled to about this time to give Commission an opportunity to offer its thoughts and direction. My following commentary is actually based on experiences in other city manager assignments I've had, in which cities did appoint a financial review committee or finance committee to work closely with the municipalities to address any thoughts concerning budgetary, financial planning, revenue, spending, and debt considerations. In other words, such a committee would interface closely with not only the office of the city manager, but the chief financial officer as the principal emissary. In organizations in which there is an internal auditor full-time by the respective city, I have one other experience to that effect. That work will continue as it normally does in terms of the annual audit program, working closely with the city commission in this case to get to that place. However, a financial review committee, and as I understand it, when the city of Delray Beach had this in place once upon a time, they did operate similarly to what I just described as far as engaging with the chief financial officer and the office of the city manager with respect to budgeting, financial planning, revenue analysis opportunities to maximize getting to the absolute best place possible. So for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, this is really an opportunity to offer guidance and direction to that effect as it relates to the subject as a whole. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I yield at this time and I give City Commission the opportunity to offer its thoughts so that we can prepare accordingly.
I thank you very much. This was kind of something that was brought up by the commission a few months ago, where we talked about trying to create some kind of a committee. We were modeling it after the one that was done prior, where it would be, it's kind of a hybrid, really, between the audit and the full review, because we are going to be asking this committee to look at certain elements of what we're doing to try to see ways to save money, see the ways to run more efficiently, a prospective kind of an approach. I had occasion to speak with a couple of auditors, city auditors, this past week. It's very interesting the perspective that they have. They actually think these kinds of they're not suggesting audit committees themselves are not necessary or not good or not this, but they thought the more modern approach of all of these places now are these ones that are seeking to figure out ways for the cities to save money, because everybody is looking for more efficiencies and looking for this. Apparently not all the time. City managers are not always happy with these boards because they're questioning, or the commissions, because they're questioning expenditures and they're doing such that, but they all seem to say they have great value. And so I'm happy to move forward with it, I guess, up to the commission, but the big key is going to be what the qualifications are for the people that are getting appointed. That is, it's because it would be something that the commission would appoint. They would report to us, but we would have to, establish the guidelines of what kind of person you want to be on this board. So I turn it over to Commissioner Malika. You have your hands up. Thank you.
Mr. Harden provided me with some past information about the budget review committee. It was originally called, then it got renamed to more like what we're talking about it. And there was a list of professionals, which I'll read, but largely also defining what they do, which is review budget systems, procedures, technology improvements, recommendations regarding revenue, salaries, and benefits. And then it later changed at Resolution 511, just saying that there's not allowed to be any lobbying or for funding or services, and there's not allowed to be any city employees on the board. Some of the professions that they wanted a 9-member board with 5 of the members being one of these professions, and then 4 at large, and that's obviously up for discussion. But it was a CPA or accounting professional. That's A, CPA, B, accounting professional, C, a financial professional, D, certified financial planner, E, investment advisor, F, insurance professional, G, business owner or manager, and then H, an MBA or MPA degree. So that was the makeup of the one in the past, and that was in 2009, by the way.
Can I ask
I
a
should have
question?
printed that out for you.
Was that a volunteer board?
Yeah.
So there was no outlay of cash?
No.
Okay.
Let me just say that it's interesting that that list, because that's the two of the two two people that the auditors of these other cities that I spoke to, interestingly enough, both of them talked about also having someone who has some IT expertise, only because of the security elements and all the other kind of stuff that you want to make sure you have. So I would just throw into that, and I don't know, they just called, the IT advisory was the one that they said, and someone who has public sector auditing kind of experience vis-a-vis the other, just more than just a CPA, but someone who actually had public sector auditing, which they consider to be different than the private, which probably is.
So they want someone out of a Price Waterhouse Coopers or
No,
something
I think
like that?
no, they mean like you dealing with like not
dealt with
cities or
municipalities.
like a governmental agency, someone who has governmental auditing experience, which they view as different than. Yeah, I'm just writing the list of what they said, but I thought it fascinating we got the IT person because it had. Until I spoke to these people the other day, I hadn't even thought of why you would want an IT person on that, but it makes perfect sense.
In the private sector, that would be covered off, absolutely.
Yeah,
In
it
this
makes
day and
perfect
age,
sense.
there's too much risk.
So what are we what are we deciding tonight? Like how much is the
I'm just saying
board?
to the list. I think the list is good.
Mayor, can I make a point?
Sure.
So I think tonight, if you give us a direction on how you envision this board, I'll bring back a resolution similar to the downtown beautification resolution that you're going to be voting on today. So we need to talk about the composition, how many members, the duties, the qualifications, and then basically the term. And if you want this in the code of ordinances so it's more permanent, or if you just want to make it a committee and we can do it by resolution.
I would say that I think that it's good that you want to do that resolution. I would ask that each one of us has, I think we actually are all saying the same thing. We're all using different names, whether it's a budget review. I mean, I think it's we're all want to do the same thing, I think. So if you could sit down with each of us and get their views and kind of assemble a composite that works, that's always the case.
That's just a Herculean task.
Because you have nothing better you do, and I know you just want to do this, so there you go. But that would be something I would recommend, because I think I'd like to come back with something in writing to show what you're talking about, what the scope is, what you're thinking they're going to do, and so that we can get our teeth into that.
I think the
and maybe
2009
tweak it as we want to as a commission.
I think the 2009 resolutions
That will work.
are really a good starting place. I think I've sent it to all of you, but I'm going to
Yes.
resend it so it's at the top of your
Those
email.
three that were done, the ones I've done,
Right.
which I was involved in the one of them that was done in 2011.
Mhm. So
But
I'll
then
send
you had the
those
other
to
two
you.
that were done in 1995.
And then do you have an idea on how large you want this committee to be? Commissioner Malika indicated 9 members.
As was the case the last time this structure was in
I'm
place.
thinking 9 would be your outside
lot.
number, because
Getting 9
In terms of
together.
benchmarking, ladies and gentlemen, if I may say so, 7 is a pretty decent number based on other municipalities, other experiences I've had, and that works well. Definitely an odd number composition,
No, it definitely should be
I think there were 7 when I was involved with it.
which is the benchmark.
And what about the at-large? Do you want everybody to have one of those professions? Because at-large would just really be anybody that applies. Because I think you're going to want to go through an application process for this.
Yeah.
I think the same way that you appoint to your boards, that should be followed. Number one, to ensure that these qualifications are met. But are you interested in the at-large, or do you want everybody to have? I'm sorry.
Can I speak?
You make
I think that we need to have, if we could have appoint one each, where it'll be 5, and then 2 at large. I think that the general residents need to be a part of it as well. So I'm in favor of at large.
Okay, Commissioner Casal, you wish we recommend.
Well, 2 things. When I was asking for this, we were talking about an audit committee, and I want there to be aspects of the audit committee incorporated into this group. As you said, it should be a hybrid, not necessarily, participating in the selection of the external auditor per se, but reviewing the reports, monitoring the implementation, those kinds of things. I think we have to go with the higher number because of this list, right? You have somebody IT, I learned through our auditor, and Mr. Stacy, is one of the most high-risk areas in a municipality. You need a CPA, an accounting professional, financial planner, investment person, yes or maybe no, insurance professional, yes or maybe no, MBA, MPA, I like that. So I think you've got to go, want to say an at-large person won't contribute, but I think that if we're going to only do 7, or if we're doing at-large, we need to do 9, and keep these lists of experienced individuals, because you don't want to take 2 positions out of that.
The only counter to that I would throw out is some of these people will have more than one discipline in their background. That will be the case if the insurance person may be the financial person.
Possibly, but I don't know. I'm not saying we haven't had great luck, but we don't always have a lot of applications for boards. This is a commitment, and we would just want to make sure we're covering our bases.
It's funny. I will say that the auditing people at one of the largest cities here in South Florida talked about the importance of having someone with a, quote, real world background.
Yeah.
I don't know quite what that means, but it means a real, we can talk about all these numbers, we can talk about this, but coming back to thing, but the reality is this is how it's done. And so I throw that out there as maybe that's your at-large or somebody with
business. That's a business person.
Real world, yeah.
So I also think it's important to build in some guardrails so this isn't weaponized in any way, because this isn't supposed to be an attack on anybody. This is supposed to be finding savings for the city.
Right.
Right, I think that's going to be up to us to make sure that the people who are appointed understand what the resolution says, understand what the scope of their chore is, and because we are going to be the ones as a commission, essentially giving them the assignment as it used to be, as say, well, why don't you take a look at this contract, or why don't you take a look at this department? I mean, we're going to kind of control that focus for them, right? I mean.
I couldn't visualize us telling this committee to go look at a department.
Well, that's what
I
they
think
did.
that's a lot. I mean, that's like that's this. No, I don't. I mean, that's professional auditors. Our auditor does that. That's not something you would have somebody who volunteers. When you say look at, I'm not clear on give me a hypothetical of what you would see them doing.
I'm just saying how it used to be. Ways to make a department more efficient, that's not really an auditing function.
I think it is.
It can
Policies
be.
and procedures.
It can be, but
I don't know how you would get a group of residents pulled together and say, make this city manager department more efficient, make the finance department more efficient. I don't know how you could really do that. I mean, I think that, we need to individually think about what we would expect them to be doing. I was expecting they would more or less be, assisting us with saying like, okay, for example, the DDA audit happened. Now the city is going back and looking at these things. The auditing committee could be the check-in group that says, hey, this is happening, this is not happening. The audit committee could suggest to us, you may want to look at, are they going to watch our city meetings? How will they gather information? I'm not really, when you talk about them participating in the budget, I don't know.
Well, I'm
kind of trying to understand what you're trying to accomplish out of this.
I want to get a draft so that we can start working on what we want to do, because we're interested in waste, fraud, and abuse. I'm not, necessarily looking at. Those are components that we have to look at. Waste is a big part.
I'm going to list out some later.
And so, I think that is where I'm trying to go.
I'm going to treat this the way we did the downtown beautification, where I met with each of you, spoke with you, I'll rewatch this meeting. The only thing, do you want this group to meet quarterly, monthly, how often?
How could they accomplish anything?
I think they're given a task. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't remember how they did it before.
Okay, I'll look. I'll check.
It was they were given an assignment, and then they met until they had the assignment complete. And sometimes they were able to get something in 3 months. Sometimes it took them 6.
Understood.
I would think a minimum 4 times a year, but should be fluid. If they're working on a project and they need to meet more frequently, just like we do,
right?
So be it.
Okay.
And I think it should be a permanent thing. Why do we need it temporarily? It needs to be a permanent.
So do you want it in the Code of Ordinances or just a resolution?
What was it before? Was it?
It was a resolution. A code of ordinances makes it appear more permanent because now you've put in your code, you've had 2 readings, and it's treated more as a more. I mean, they're both formal. You know, the preference is usually the code of ordinances because that's what people find easier to locate. A resolution, you have to go hunting for it, and it's
I
not.
think you get a better quality person if they think it's a permanent kind of board than if it's just an ad hoc.
Yeah.
I think you get more people to commit to it.
Well, I'll start working on it.
Who's overseeing this board?
It would be Mr. Moore would appoint a staff person. If it would either be the chief financial officer, that's who I would imagine.
It would.
I would have thought the chief financial officer, considering it's really right up.
And the board's going to function under sunshine because they're preparing reports and recommendations to you.
Right.
So I think that's one of the guardrails that Commissioner Malka talked about. So I'll start working on it, and then I'll reach out to each of you, and we can have a discussion on what you envision.
Okay.
And may I ask one thing? If you find this information, I don't want to make you search. Can you give us examples of what they did in this time? Because I'm just trying to see how we would be utilizing them.
I sent to you and to Mr. Was it you? I sent to the I sent it to you earlier. The 4 reports that I had from when I was on there before. I sent if I'm not violating the sunshine law, I will send the 4 reports that I had back in 2011, 2012 to all of you to look at, or I'll send it to I'll send it to you, Mr. Moore, which you can forward on to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get that out tonight, so you can see the kind of stuff that they looked at and the solutions and how they worked through that. So I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Because that happened to be what I had in my. I save everything, so it was in my arsenal there. So.
Okay. You don't need a
Got consensus? We don't need a motion. We're moving forward. Okay.
Great.
7F.
7F, Resolution City Committee. Well, go ahead.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, establishing a downtown beautification task force to review the appearance of and recommend potential improvements to the downtown streetscape, providing an effective date. And just for the record, Mayor, the version that is on the agenda was what staff drafted. I understand that the DDA, after their meeting, supplied the commission with their edits. The version, if you were going to incorporate any of their edits, we would need to do an amended motion, and we would have to address it that way.
Okay.
Absolutely needs.
Let me at the outset. I think that I think this really needs to be a city task force. That I understand that the DDA feels that they're principally responsible for the downtown and all that, and which they are, but so is the city's kind of principally responsible for it. So I read the things, and obviously their input is going to be critical, but the beautification is really a citywide thing, because there's a lot of people that have what they would like to see for the city, and I went through some lists, and the city should be the one as the implementing person, not the DDA. This is a city project. And I understand that the DDA, they have their constituency, but people might view beautification different than, because the DDA represents these people, the group in there. And so I want outside kind of people looking at as what they want to have for beautification. Some may say they don't mind to have something outside, like selling T-shirts outside. Others may say, well, I don't like that idea. So I just thought it would be a better idea if we had the city be the driving party here, because it's kind of, we came up with this, commission came up with this idea that we wanted to have this beautification task force. I certainly mentioned it. And, the comments from the audience are not appreciated. But that's my point. This is a city thing. City shouldn't have a co-chair. This is a city event. This is a city project, and I mean, some of the people that they would like to have on the board made some sense to me. But I look at some of the stuff they talk about, expansion of outdoor dining. That's a concern of the DDA, but that's not a beautification issue. I mean, there are some items here that got very broad, which took it out of why I think that it really needs to remain a city thing. I'm sorry. Did you wish to be recognized? Yes, Commissioner Gasol.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I just have a question. I wanted to ask, the DDA is their own, can't they have their own task force? Or can't they
Yes.
establish their own beautification task force?
Yes, they could.
Oh, okay.
Hang
All
on.
right.
Okay, am I now recognized?
You are now recognized.
Thank you. The whole point of our joint meeting was because we were going to work together on this.
Yep.
And they're offering to share the funding of it, and they've said that at the meeting. So we're going to forego the funding and the input. It's not like they have, look, I know what you're saying. These are their recommendations. They're not saying you have to accept these recommendations.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You're on that board. I mean,
Well-
you could, you're on that
Ex
board.
officio.
Exactly, but
Ex
he
officio.
speaks, he provides. Do we disagree that the task force looking at streetscape and landscape is a
No.
problem? Right. Cleanliness and maintenance?
No, as I said, there's many
Signage?
components of this that I agree with. Where I'm saying is they recognize as the key implementation
Right.
partner.
I mean, I don't
and they are the
necessarily
primary organization. I'm sorry, they are
You
not.
don't have to call them key, call them partner. But at the bottom line is when we went into this joint meeting with the two groups, it was a partnership. And now we're going to pull it from them. I think we should work together on this. And the reason why I say this to you honestly is what they've accomplished in the downtown, in Pineapple Grove, has been amazing, and people have appreciated it, as have we. Simple things like pulling the lighting. This is the kind of stuff we want. And I don't see how having a partner that's willing to contribute both informationally and financially isn't something that we embrace. They're not saying you're going to expand outdoor dining. They're just saying it's a conversation. Lighting and nighttime aesthetics, beautification of public parking areas. I mean, I don't see the downside to having these people involved. I think,
I don't think, in none of my remarks did I say they weren't going to be involved.
No, but you're trying to take away.
No,
you're
I'm trying to
saying
say
they're
that
not a
this
partner.
is the city's beautification program. This is the commission's beautification program. Their input is not only hoped for, it's desired.
So
I mean, we
you-
want to have their input,
but
but
you
it
don't-
ultimately, this is a city
What
beautification
what
project.
impact could they have on this that worries
Well,
you?
they're going to be coming up with suggestions. I
So
hope.
what?
I mean, we're going to be working as a.
we're a team.
They'll have a member of the board. They'll have, But I'm looking at the different portions of the task force.
Where are you on tell me what you're looking at, please.
Well, I mean, they're talking about they're adding the work plan. They want
where
an
are you,
interior
please?
designer. I don't see the need for an interior designer, and everyone I spoke to didn't see a need for an
Well-
interior designer.
We're
Okay.
spending too much time on this.
Yeah.
Where do you
Yeah.
see that?
I mean, look, the DDA can have the representative and it can be
Yep.
Jewel. I think they put that down because she's already been assigned by their board as
And
the
that'll be-
representative.
nobody's saying, nobody is, just some of the language here is essentially, with the
So
city
let's
is giving
change
away
the
its
language.
authority to.
How do you read that into this?
Well, because I'm a lawyer, number one, and number two, when you use words like primary, that means you are primary, that means you're the head, means you are subject to, that everything has to go through them to get approved first before it comes to us. This is several things.
Okay, then let's go line by line through what you don't like and change
What I'd like
it.
to do is go through the resolution. I'm sorry, Mr. Marker, would you like to be recognized?
I would.
Thank you for raising your hand.
Look, we just got done talking about a task force 7 minutes ago, and now we're veering off course. The DDA is willing to put money into the game and lead the task force and bring recommendations back to the city. Mayor, I don't understand your reticence on that. I don't think they're going to come back with anything that's crazy, and they're going to come back with what they come back with, and we'll all have a chance to review it. So why is the composition of their task force not agreeable to you? I'm lost.
Well, in response, and then I'm going to recognize Commissioner Malika, who's been politely raising her hand. And I'm trying to recognize everybody who raises their hand. So, I mean, I sometimes I don't look up, which makes it difficult. But in answer to your question is, for the people that I have spoken to, they really believe downtown belongs to everybody. And I'm not suggesting that there aren't critical components to make downtown work, but it does belong to everybody.
But don't you think as the composition of their task force that they'll have somebody that fits that other bucket that you're talking about? I mean, but I'm just having been somebody in the corporate world that's formed task forces. That's what you do. You get a group to surround a project with different skill sets, and I don't have any belief that the DDA wouldn't do anything other than that. And they're willing to put money in it. And all we got to do is review it. We don't have to find people to. We don't have to put any more effort into it. Like I don't understand.
I think we should want, because the people that I speak to, they say downtown's is an important part of the city, but it's not the entire part of the city. And the beautification of downtown affects us all. And so others have a view of how they want downtown to look. Some people want to have this, some people want to have that. I'm not the expert, and I'm not going to pretend.
But they're going to come back with recommendations, and we're going to have a chance to review those recommendations, and the things that we don't like or our constituents don't like, we'll be able to add input to that. But at this stage, we've got a partner willing to take the lead on it and come back with those recommendations. I'm not sure why this is bubbling up.
I'm not making it into something like that either. Yes, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Commissioner Malika. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think that you just don't love the language here, but it does say the City Commission establishes downtown beautification to serve in an advisory capacity to the City Commission. So, I mean, somewhere in there we can put partnership. And then maybe we want to streamline what the items that, this is a working list here. Let's streamline, or if you don't like some of these, or if we want to add something to the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I list of what they're going to be looking at, this task force. And then also, definitely, I think we need to relook at all of the list of people involved in it, because, BPOA has indicated that they'd like to be involved. Palm Trail Citizen has indicated that they'd like to be involved. So it should be citizen-led, with the addition of DDA, Chamber of Commerce, and where's there a city commissioner in there?
No, but then, and I'm also keen on including in the because I define Atlantic Avenue as all the way from the I-95 to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
We should have maybe somebody, and I said this at the DDA meeting as well, as also you want somebody from west of Swinton included on this task force, because the beautification is as you get off of I-95. I mean, that's really where the beautification has to start.
Actually,
that's where it's supposed to start. So these are the kinds of the conversations I had with you. I got a lot of. I mean, I was surprised how many people are interested in this subject. I mean, I shouldn't have been surprised, but people were calling in with all kinds of recommendations. I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Burns, did you?
I'll wait till you're done, but I have a slight recommendation.
Well, let me get Commissioner Burns.
I have just a quick comment. Like, I don't have anything against the DDA participating. I think that, since they can form their own beautification task force, but I want to see this community-led. End the sentence. That's a period. I'm done.
Yes, Commissioner Casal.
The document online, though, that's our document, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, but our document has expansion of outdoor dining. That's from our document, Mayor.
Yeah, well, I intended to raise that issue too.
Okay, but you're
we haven't gotten there yet because we haven't gotten to our
basis
document.
of
That's why I said I wanted to start with this
it's,
document.
It's what we wanted, and you can't take them out of the picture because of something that we put in there. I think let's reword this and make it work how you want to, but I agree with you. We need more community. I mean, Ms. Ridley asked to participate when she came and spoke, and that's why I thought we need at least 3 community people involved. I think Palm Trail, the BPOA, Ms. Ridley said she wanted to do it. More maybe, but at the end of the day, I'm not turning down somebody who wants to come in and give us money and help us do it.
I would like to hear what the city attorney has to say.
Yes, City
She has
Attorney.
a recommendation.
So it's kind of in line with what Commissioner Burns said. If the DDA has the ability to establish their own task force, part of their duties is to create these recommendations and bring them to the City Commission. And so that's in essentially their charter. to formulate long-range plans for improving the attractiveness and accessibility to the public of downtown facilities, promoting efficient use thereof, remedying the deterioration of downtown property values. So a lot of this is already in their task. So there's nothing to say that this commission can stop them from establishing their own task force. I think one of the discussion items the last time this was before you was having almost too many people. But the other thing that I heard was that you wanted it to be community driven. And so while it's important to have our partners as part of it, what happens is that our partners, they see it every day, right? You've heard from them. You know what their concerns are. I thought what you were looking for was new views, new opinions from people that don't normally participate in these types of things. But I feel that when there's too many people in the group and too many co-leaders, I think that's when, this was supposed to be a very short-term task force. This isn't like the one that we're talking about for the financial. And so when you start adding to the list, you're not going to get what you need as quickly as you want it. And so I would recommend, if the DDA wants to have their own specific task force, they're able to do that. If this commission wants to have a task force that's led by the community leaders that come before you, and some of these specific groups that we put in here, that might be, and look, ideas are a good thing, right? And then maybe we have a joint meeting to present each other's ideas and come up with a plan, because the plan is always going to be accepted by this commission.
No matter who does it, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes, no matter who. Ultimately.
And so, the more ideas you have, staff can be tasked at that point to work with the DDA and come up with one plan that matches everyone's needs, talks about the financial aspects. I mean, the actual committee is not going to have any costs associated with it. And part of the DDA's, task that they're charged with through their budget is to pay for some of the beautification things. So I just think that it's just becoming a little complicated. And so, or maybe you each define, the city's going to look at these aspects and the DDA is going to look at these aspects and have those two groups, but I just feel that right now, what you were looking for the last time we discussed this, it's never going to get accomplished in the timeframes that you discussed. Which was, I believe, 6 months? 6 months. No, 6.
No, we put on, our thing said 6. DDA came back with saying they wanted to be 12.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that 9 would have been my outside number. But, I mean, whether it's 6 or 9, or it's, didn't make a difference to me. I mean, I think it really depends on how quickly the board, whoever it is, gets to work, comes up with recommendations, and gets back to us. We're coming into the summer, right, which is going to be a slow period for some of the people who might want to sit on this task force. So 6 months may have been ambitious.
No.
You still think you can do it in 6 months?
I think we can do it in 6 months. And like I said, I don't think the DDA is going to come back with a whole lot of surprises. And the residents are going to have it just like we've done with these outreach meetings that Mr. Moore started. We're going to have, we will sit down with the constituents in the city and show them what we're thinking about before we all decide. I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. We've got an organization that's ready to do this and do it right now. They're a trusted partner. I don't understand. I think we're just overcooking the turkey here. This is so black and white to me. I don't see what we're arguing about. We got a partner willing to throw money in, willing to do it. It's a trusted partner. They're going to bring back the findings to us. We're all going to have input into it. What am I missing?
Right.
I guess you're not missing anything except that in the process of developing the recommendations which come to farther, it's got to be, everything goes through and gets coordinated by the DDA board. And the whole purpose of this was to have a citizen-driven thing. And so if you're driving it through the DDA board, you are taking it out of the citizen.
Totally disagree with that.
I know.
How is it driven?
Violently disagree with that.
May I ask a question?
That doesn't make any sense, boss.
May I ask a question? How is
sure.
this driven through the DDA board? What are you talking about?
Well, the task force will work with the DDA board
In
of directors and staff
collaboration.
throughout the duration of the workshop priorities,
And co-led
in
by
collaboration
the
with the
DDA.
DDA prior to the submission to the city commission. And everything is, you can't do anything without their
Where
approval.
are you reading that?
I'm just saying what it says. I mean, you
Where,
can read it.
where
I read it.
are you reading
She
that?
wants to know what page.
Where are you reading that?
Section 5.
Thank you.
under deliverables.
Deliverables.
Task force will coordinate directly with it for present findings to the Downtown Development Authority. So the task force reports to the Downtown Development Authority, and no recommendation can be finalized without prior review and essentially approval.
Will you
by the
reference where you're reading things from? Because I don't read
five.
this the
It's
same
in-
way.
It's on the
At the
DDA draft.
conclusion of this term, the task force shall deliver a report to the city commission that includes.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at this. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at their recommendation.
I'm looking at what they gave us as
It's
their.
it's after the last bullet.
It's actually after the bill point, section 5, deliverables, added.
It says there's nothing on this that's added. I don't
Well,
know why
then you
you're-
may not have a complete copy.
Are you looking at the city version?
No, he's looking at the DDA's version, and I'm looking at that as well.
Yeah, maybe we all have
Are you
different
looking at the
papers. That
city's
would be
version,
fine.
or are you looking
I'm
at?
looking at the
DDA's version.
Okay, well, here's how it reads to me. Do I have a wrong copy, Laura? It says, Section 5 deliverables. At the conclusion of this term, the task force shall deliver a report to the city commission. That
No,
includes
no.
a downtown beautification master plan, prioritized project recommendations, preliminary costs, implementation timeline, findings, partnerships, recommended roles. What are you all reading?
I'm reading the highlights of the reflect the DDA changes of April 13th, 2026, where Section 5 deliverables is an added section, and it talks about that the task force shall coordinate directly.
Okay, they gave us, I think this is newer. I'm going to guess that you're looking at something that maybe is older, and I'm.
Well, this was
looking
given
at
to me yesterday, so unless they made major changes today, then this is what I got from
Oh,
yesterday.
different pieces of paper.
So I'm not suggesting I don't have if there's a later version, then I just don't have it.
Okay, why don't we just go through it line by line and change it so we can get it done tonight?
Well, I'd like to start with our resolution,
Right, let's do that. Go with ours.
and, and find, well, I don't see what the problem with our resolution was.
I don't think there's anything wrong with our resolution. They're primarily the same, but they totally exclude the DDA.
How does it include, how does it, I don't see, we have a representative of the DDA on it, we have a representative of the chamber, we have a representative of hospitality, we have a downtown restaurant representative. I mean, you're right, we don't have the DDA as a principal board.
It doesn't say partner. That's all it needs.
No,
to
it doesn't say partner, it says,
I don't have any.
it says that they are the implementation partner. It doesn't say partner. Doesn't say partner.
Right, I think we should just, I think that.
And they want it co-led by the DDA. I don't understand why it needs to be co-led by the DDA.
I think because if they're going to be working on it with us, having them sporadically in and out, you have a joint meeting, we have this whole agreement, then you're pulling them out, but then at the end you're pulling them in to implement it. They should be part of it throughout. It's the
Then I
same
think
as-
that if they, then I am of the view then, if that's what they want, that they should do their own beautification board.
But that
I'm
eliminates
serious, because
the cohesiveness from the beach all the way to the west. The idea of
That's
doing
what
it
my
as
board is worried
one
about.
is that it's
My
cohesive
version.
all the way through. I mean, I talk to people that have great ideas about how this can be and look.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But
I agree.
I don't see why you would not include them.
We need to move on.
I think we should too. So what do you want to do?
I mean, I didn't see anything wrong with ours. Like I said, I don't have a problem with the DDA working with us, but I want to see it, make sure that it's community-led, and this is not the original thought process that I had when we thought about forming this task force. I thought it was going to be community. We outlined who we wanted on it, possible representatives, and I don't see anything wrong with this. So
That was my view. I liked our resolution, frankly, but.
I don't talking too much about it.
But then where do you stand?
I'm missing sections, so I'm not
You're missing
as
who?
informed, yeah, as you are. I only have one resolution, the cities. I don't have the other one.
Oh.
I think we should
do something.
Look, I'm prepared to move forward on the city's resolution, so, which was kind of, when you listen to the meeting and you listen to our joint meeting, this is what we described, and it didn't have all these, interfaces in between us and the Beautification Committee. That the Beautification Committee didn't have to report to and get approval from the DDA.
I don't see approval. I just don't know why it doesn't say that. Leave it. Where no one's saying that.
Can I just
You're
make a
implementing
recommendation?
things
I mean,
as
it does
they-
say that. Yeah, excuse me.
Anytime that a plan is going to be presented to you, if it involves the CRA boundaries or the DDA boundaries, it goes to that board. So
Yeah.
that, I mean, I know it's in the writing, but that's really the process. So it would go before that board for their review and comment, the same way that ordinances that affect the downtown
Yep.
area, it's the same thing. So I'm not really sure what the concern is, because it would go before that board. And so, and the other thing is on section 3, it says the commission shall endeavor to appoint these disciplines. So if there's someone that you believe would really be a good fit for this board, you have the ability to appoint that person as one of the 11. So each of you would get 2, and one lucky person would get 3. And I can take out the outdoor dining, if
I like
if
that,
that's the
Ray.
consensus. I'm sorry.
I like that. You want to? I need a motion.
You want a motion?
Yes.
Here, go ahead.
So moved.
What are you going to make a motion to do?
As amended?
As amended.
Do you want me to take, I'm sorry, but do you want me to take out the outdoor dining? Is that the consensus? Because
No, I mean,
technically it's not
look, I'm happy to have
beautification.
it all as discussion items. I'm happy to have it all.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
then we'll leave
my
it-
view
so
is it's
then
not a beautification item.
Motion to approve as presented, and then you can always direct your task force as they develop.
Motion to approve as amended.
Do I have a second?
Do I need to something else?
Can we second and then we'll discuss?
Second.
Thank you. So
No,
the
we may
amendment
discuss.
was to take out outdoor dining.
No,
Take out outdoor dining.
no, I didn't. No, we were going to.
So let's
one
just,
cared
so you
about
can
that.
amend the motion to just motion to approve 6326.
Motion to approve 63.6.
2-6, yeah. And you have a second?
Second.
What is the motion approving?
This
We've
resolution.
been round and round the mulberry bush here. What exactly are we?
have.
What exactly are we
The
saying?
one that the city drafted.
The city resolution. The city.
So the city's going to now lead this initiative. That's what this motion is
No,
saying.
there's still people in the.
Yeah, we're going to
There's
appoint
representatives.
The
11
city's
persons.
establishing a downtown beautification task force, and they're going to be, having a representative from the DDA, representative from the chamber, this is what was kind of all discussed at the joint meeting. So I don't. This is, it's.
The DDA is still going to have a presence on the
But
board.
they're not going to lead it. So
It's going to be,
so
because
we've
it's a
made it-
city task force.
So the
correct.
recommendation is that we're going to form a city task force, and the DDA will now participate on that task force.
As will the chamber.
As will the chamber.
And I still got to find out why we don't believe the DDA can lead this and provide a neutral response.
Because then it's really a DDA board. If you need-
Stop. I mean,
I'm
stop.
just, no,
That's
it-
semantics, boss. That's semantics.
well, okay.
That's all it is.
All right. Well, I mean, if you read kind of what they're writing here, the workshop, the town hall workshop recommendations will be, the DDA will be having them, and they will be presenting the key milestones. It is a DDA board. I mean, respectfully, I'm not saying there's not some great ideas here. I think they should implement them on their own.
Mayor,
It's not a
could I-
city board, and it's not what was intended by a city board.
If I may, Mayor, I think that portion of that is a favor to us, because who's going to do that here? Mr. Moore? Mr. Orris? They're
well-
offering to oversee and report back to us.
I would
hesitate
urge
to
you to
say-
listen to the DDA meeting that I sat in, where they talked about, we should be doing this, we have the expertise, we have this, and I sat there and listened to it all, and this is what, I mean, I would
We can
strongly suggest
control
you
it,
listen to
but
the
I
meeting,
think
which is-
having the partnership meeting and now saying you're not our partner, do your own plan, is kind of bizarre.
We
I'm
have
not
a lot
in favor of that.
the downtown, as I said to you, downtown belongs to everybody. We have a lot of partners in downtown. We have the people from the east. We have the people from the west. We have the merchants. We have the hospitality. We have, I mean, it's everyone. Downtown belongs to everyone.
Could I ask Ms. Simon to get up and speak to this, please? Because these are her words, this is her report, so let's let her speak to her intentions on this, if you don't mind,
Is there
Ms.
consensus to
Simon.
have Ms. Simon speak?
I'm fine.
Thank you.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay, fine. Come on up.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry that some of you didn't get the email I sent out, but these are recommendations. We had a joint workshop where we brought the beautification task force, beautification of downtown to you all as a joint. Our board brought that as a recommendation to the city. This was not us leading this thing. So where this is coming from, I'm not really sure. This is community led. There were people missing out of the task force that was presented by the resolution. We included 4 representatives. We have 5 different areas of neighborhoods within the downtown: the Set, the Pineapple Grove, the Beach Side, south of Atlantic Avenue. There's lots of neighborhoods and residents that live in our downtown, and outside neighboring in the BPOA. They're very interested. Everyone's interested, and why we want to have opportunities to include everyone. This is a task force. So what we provided to you all were recommendations, and also adding an architect, adding an interior designer, because a lot of what we're looking at and what our concerns are, and as we look at the streetscape, is how our old and the new facades, everything goes together. So that is a strength, and Jewel Ghilardi, our new board member, really championed this all the way through from the day she started, from our town hall in August to right now. So it is really important for us to get everybody's input on this. We can't, I think we would have appreciated the mayor's input at our meeting. That would have been helpful. I think right now for us, it's really important for us just to continue to oversee and be part of this process. We and our board felt to be included in the process. However it works, we're not tied to it. Again, these were just recommendations. It wasn't us trying to throw something to make major changes in here, but it was trying to capture all of our board's input and help guide this task force to see it through, and then what happens and how is it implemented, what do we see, how do we make it go forward for the best for downtown and its future. Thank you. And I'm happy to ask any questions.
Well, as you know, I was there in the meeting and suggested the way you picked up the Set, Pineapple Grove, Beachside. I mean, I was
you suggested them, yeah.
Those are the ones that I
Okay,
wanted.
great.
So I mean,
Okay, good.
I'm agreeing.
Excellent.
Because the whole concept of Atlantic
Perfect.
Avenue for me is from I-95 to A1A.
It is. It's all one downtown.
Right, and so the city's list was shy on that, and I agreed with that those should
So
be
it's
expanded.
4. We said, when there's, again, we gave it a bigger number than 11. We said 4,
I know, you said.
14, and all different disciplines. But again, the key, it doesn't have to be all of those, but we just want to make sure that we have a very good diverse group in here, and that have some specialties in that, just as you were talking about the finance committee and having those specialties disciplines to make sure that we're making guided decisions.
I agreed with your section 4, the processes and work. I mean,
Well, that wasn't
what you
in
were
the
trying to do is to
resolution.
create a scope of what they were trying to do, which
Yeah.
the process by which the assessment I agreed. I all of that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of this stuff I agreed. I only disagreed with the part that talked about that everybody coordinates with the DDA and it has to be run through the DDA, and then the DDA decides what they're going to present to us. That's where that was the only
These
portion
are all
where I deviated. I mean, a
suggestions.
lot of what this. I
We
mean,
got it. Yes, I understand.
the process and
Yes,
work
sir.
plan I thought was great. I mean, it set forth what we're expecting the people to do. And we referenced city and DDA objectives. I'm not sure it's really a DDA objective, it's a city objective, but, I can take that nuance.
Well, yes, and I appreciate that. I think over the decades of our organization, we've provided a great deal of recommendations that have been implemented by the city, and
Absolutely, and look at, I
the
think.
beautification was done earlier in our
And
organization.
I'm the first to say that the city should have been more active in the beautification process all along, considering the city was responsible for clean and safe, and I can argue that it's neither at some
So
point.
just one thing just to consider, so downtowns across the country, downtown organizations are very involved in the place management and our organizations are
Yeah, I spoke to the West Palm Beach people on their role in the beautification.
I think, having those, as Jewel participated in the International Downtown Association, having those vendors, that industry leaders being part of that process, from amenities to the usage of the street and the experiences and the storefronts and everything that goes through that is really critical to keep in mind.
Again, I mean, there was a lot of this that as I said, there's a lot of this I agree. I like the process and work plan. It was only where, and I liked where the deliverables would be asked to deliver a report to the city attorney. But then when you would talk about that, it was kind of it essentially became a DDA project. instead of a city commission project, that's where I deviated. That was the only part I deviated. A lot of what that you said here I agreed with. As I said, a lot of it what I agreed with. But I don't know that I need it to be run through you, and then you have to approve it, and then it has to come to the city. That's just not the way this task force was supposed to be designed. It's a citizen-driven, not a DDA-driven deal.
I just want to say one. Can I say something?
You may.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All I wanted to say is I think that from the side, I feel like we've lost the plot on where we were going. I brought this up a long time ago. I sat with Julie Cassell at a lunch before I became on the DDA and said, this is a specific thing I'm very interested in because I see changes and I think sometimes we're not catching them, and I think that the success and the direction of the city, that momentum is really important to catch those things, to make sure we're evolving, et cetera, et cetera. And if there's any way I can be of use, I'd love to participate in that. And that became something that we talked a lot about. And I think the bottom line is that you just have a group of people that happen to be intimately involved. There's sort of an eye on the pulse of what's going on in downtown because that's all they focus on, right? So the relationships with the business owners, the hotels, the restaurateurs, the shops, the community, all of those things. So they're constantly getting that feedback. So they're getting a constant education. And then I think you've got a group of people that are passionate about it, that care only about the fact that it's super successful, and not in any way, shape, or form that there's any kind of ego or that it should be this way or under the way these people are thinking. I think it's about hearing everybody from every corner and how do you see your area improving, and then combining that with the people that are experts at urban planning and finance, and what does it cost to make these things, and what are the most cost-effective decisions that you can make, and then aesthetic things and landscape architect, things like that. And then it takes time, right? We were talking about how much time it would take to get these things done. Well, when you're talking about volunteers and there's a passion and a will for people, I have a job, right? But I'm volunteering. So if everybody that takes the time to participate is willing to put in that little bit of extra effort to go a little bit further and do a little bit more and take time out of time with their family or their jobs to help that, I think it's a bonus. And
Jewel, I don't disagree with you, but my whole point here was it's supposed to be a citizen-driven board.
But
and when you have that they have to coordinate the town hall workshop with recommendations from the DDA, that everything that I sent you got a filter.
No. I think that what Laura was trying to say is that we literally just had a round table, like, hey, and what do you think about this kind of person? That person might be helpful. And what about this? So we threw it all on a piece of paper and basically put it to you so that you could say, oh, I like that, or I don't like that, or maybe that's necessary, or to talk about it.
Only if, again, there's so much of this I did, but there's so many different lines here where we have to coordinate with the DDA. The DDA does the thing. The DDA hears the people, and then the DDA makes the presentation.
I think it's only.
That's all I'm asking to remove. The rest of it I liked.
No, I think it's only because you and I think.
I want to keep it a citizen board. That's all. Not a DDA board.
It is, and I think that that's all it's intended to be. I think all that Laura was putting to paper was that we were willing to reach into our pocket and also into our time to say we feel so strongly about this that we're willing to devote more time than somebody else might be willing to devote, and we're happy to review it, and then we're happy to bring it all back to you so that you can say yay or nay, and that we were just willing to do a lot of the grunt work. But that's really all it is.
We may still have that opportunity. It's just, but it's the reporting. It's you made it. Everybody has to report to all the things come to you. You clear them, you do them, and then you send them on to the commission. That's not the way the citizen. That's not the way the citizen.
Well, it doesn't have to be structured that way. All we're trying to say is you have a willing partner.
It's all highlighted in yellow.
Recommendations.
They're just recommendations, and we're just a willing
I'm
partner.
saying I like most of it, but just let's keep it a citizen-driven board. That's all I'm trying to do is keep it a citizen-driven board.
That is okay. We just said it is. Yeah. We got it.
Not
Okay.
the way it's written.
Right.
Anyway.
So, Mayor,
Who's
there's a
gonna
motion
run
and a
the board?
second. Do you want to take a vote and see where we're at with
Thank
this?
you. Thank you.
I think it's going to work out really well. I mean, just, go ahead. So where are we? Where?
There's a motion and a second, so maybe we take a vote and see where we land on it.
Well, I'm going to be honest, I don't have that piece in my packet. So to me, it doesn't even exist. I don't know if you did, because you were saying, where is all this language? Because I don't have it in my packet.
It was, I met with Laura and I got that.
What's that?
It came from Laura.
I can't.
You probably got an email, or maybe you were not on her updated email list because you're a new commissioner. That's possible.
So this one.
I got it in
That's possible.
person, and you may have modified it, but
Got it,
we're
got it, got
fighting
it, got
over
it.
little
Okay,
one word
got it.
here and one word there, and you're missing the whole point.
No, I'm
They're
not.
supposed
The
to be our
point is,
partners.
This is a citizen-driven board where everyone,
Someone has to oversee the board and run the
the
board.
task force will do that.
The task force is going to run the board.
The task force is the
The
board.
task force.
Who's reporting to us on what's going
The
on?
task
Can I-
force.
Going
Mayor.
to go do the meetings? Who's doing all that?
task force.
The task force needs somebody overseeing it, Mayor.
So can I just, so the task force will elect a chair, and they essentially run themselves. The benefit of this task force is that, as you can see, there's a member of the DDA, there's a member of the chamber who are astute as to how these groups run.
Citizen-driven board.
And so there's a member of staff that's available in case there's questions. And then that member of staff will communicate with the manager, communicate with the commission, and when the task force is complete, they will route whatever they come up with, the beautification master plan, and eventually it will land on your desk.
All right, let's just
That
take
was
a
the
vote.
way it was envisioned.
I hope they do better than we do.
I gotta say, it was never envisioned that way to me.
Right.
And what precedent are we setting going forwards? And now every task force that we have in the city is gonna have to be city-led. We don't trust our partners to do that anymore? I mean, come on, guys.
Well,
You know-
your task forces are city-led, because you appoint them.
Well, the point I think
A little
he's
bit of
making
historical
is supposed to
stuff.
be
In
a
the old
partnership.
days, things used to go on. They used to require that you couldn't get a project done on the beach unless the BPOA opined on it, and it was finally decided that really wasn't the best way to do it. So, having the DDA run things and screen all the meetings is not a citizen task force. If you want to make it a DDA board, then let the DDA do it. I'm happy that the DDA do it. Then it's not a city board. They don't need my resolution. If it's going to be a citizen-driven task force, then it's going to be a city board.
But it comes back to the city for approval. They're going to
After it
come
is
back.
sc- after
They're
it
going
is
to come
screened
back
by
with
somebody else.
Well, there's a whole committee that they're outlining that will have input into it. Just like, by the way, we did on the golf course. There's going to be all kinds of input into it. I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm just.
I'm agreeing. I know you
But-
disagree. I know.
I will
That's
not.
fine.
Can't the
I will not-
DDA do that now without this task force?
Yes, they can.
Like right now, they have the power to do exactly what you're saying.
They're asking to do
without
it right now.
So let's just kick this can down the road and not do it, and let the DDA do what you're asking them to do. Why do we need this if they can already do it?
You want to let them do the whole Atlantic
I'm
from the
just
beach
saying, if
west?
they can already do it, and we
I'm
don't-
good with that.
We've been on this an
Let's do
hour.
this. Let's forego this vote and let the DDA do the whole task force.
They can pick up the cost.
Well, they're not picking up the cost
Oh,
of the
no,
whole
yeah, they are.
downtown.
It's their task force. They're
Well,
picking up
you
the
don't
cost.
get to decide that universally. I disagree. That would come to a vote to the commission as to how much
Well, I'm
money
pretty
would be
certain-
allocated.
I'm pretty certain that the taxpayers will have a lot to say about
Oh,
it.
I know. You can send them an email. But at this point in time, we have to make a determination.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to call the question.
I got to have clarity on what this motion is.
We're adopting the city's resolution.
As written.
And I'm ready to take back my motion and forget about this too. I'm
Just
ready
vote
to do
no.
both.
You can vote
which
no.
way- Which way you want to go? It's all good to me.
I agree with Ms. Burns. You want a motion to
I
withdraw?
withdraw my motion.
I second her withdrawal.
You don't need a motion to withdraw.
You don't need a motion, you just
You
withdraw.
can amend your motion. It would be a motion to deny Resolution 6326.
Motion to deny resolution
6326.
626.
I agree with that.
So is that a second?
Is that a second?
Second?
Yes.
Second.
Then you call, so it's a yes vote is a vote, tell me what,
A yes vote would be to deny the resolution. So
Okay.
you would not create a task force, essentially.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Fine, motion is defeated, right?
So
Is that
denied.
what we're doing? Okay.
Good luck with your task force, and I look forward to your future presentations. Hopefully, you will work with the chamber and the CRI, and I would love to help as well.
Father God, give me strength.
Genius.
7G, Mayor?
7G.
What everybody's waiting on.
7G.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, adopting amendments to the West Atlantic Master Plan, now known as the SET Transformation Plan, providing an effective date and further purposes. Resolution number 19-26.
I have a point of order here. When did the last thing I remember, the last official act I saw was in 2020 by the City Commission, where they called this plan, deliberately called it the West Atlantic Development, the West Atlantic Master Plan. When did it get to be known as a SET transformation? I didn't see one vote from this body, which is the only one that can do that, changing the name from what was decided in 2020 to today. When did that happen? I know you talk about it, and they say, oh, it's the SET transformation plan. We're now known as, this commission has not made the determination that that it is no longer the West Atlantic Master Plan. So please tell me in all of the documents that I looked at,
Right.
when that happened.
With this adoption, I guess the way
It's with this adoption. Well, you're saying now known as. You said, okay. So you're not saying it's known as this now.
So what happened with the history of this plan was originally called the SET Master Plan, and the adoption of a very long community effort hit some bumpy patches. And I remember we had to sit here and go through a strike through and underline projected page by page version.
I was here.
Yes. We'd use that, and ultimately it was adopted as the West Atlantic Master Plan. At a goal setting, Renee and I were talking about this earlier. I remember that it was the goal setting at the golf course. My back was to the wall. She was kind of a corner at the end, and she brought it up as whether or not we were going to continue to call the area the West Atlantic Master Plan, or was it okay to use the SET, because some of the commissioners were using that phrase.
Correct.
And staff had been very careful not to use that phrase. And the consensus at that meeting was yes, it
And
was
I was the
okay to
one that
shift to
brought
the
it up.
SET. Thank you.
I was the
You were
one that
probably
brought it
here,
up,
so I was
yes.
looking there. And so that's when it shifted to the SET. And with this update, the formalization of that name change would be adopted. And what is in the plan, I'm going to pass this microphone over now.
I mean, there were so many things with this plan that I agree with. I agree with extending the business district. I mean, all of this stuff I agree with. But we're trying to market Atlantic Avenue. This is a marketing thing. And, you know, everyone who got up and spoke about it, they talk about the shared lifeline. They talk about extending the business district they talk about One Delray. And but it doesn't become One Delray, because the branding of half the avenue is going to now be something different than Atlantic Avenue. But Pineapple Grove Way was not Atlantic Avenue. We know that. We know that. And Pineapple Grove Way, which you're doing, so it's the branding, because when you're trying to market something, you market it with a common name. So all of a sudden, they're going to Atlantic, but they're not really going to Atlantic. It's going to be controlled by another document. But as I said, most of the stuff is I mean, I think that it's a great document. And extending the business district to include West Atlantic, I think that's a great idea. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I think is a great idea.
Atlantic doesn't change.
It's the branding. We're trying so hard to talk about Atlantic Avenue, and we're talking about Atlantic Avenue going, you know, there's a city avenue going from I-95 to the beach. Everyone talks about that. But now all of a sudden, but this is the SET.
Right. Well, so we have a long history, and we go back, because I was on the Downtown Master Plan trip back in, was it 2005, right? That was a Treasure Coast-led Citizens Master Plan, I believe is the name it was called initially. And that was doing most of downtown, but not all the neighborhoods. Then you had the Northwest plans and the Southwest plans. We did a lot of plans. Then we had the Pineapple Main Street plan for Pineapple Grove Way. All of these plans kind of touching on different places. This plan is more than just the West Atlantic corridor. It's also the Northwest and Southwest neighborhood and recommendations within those that are also captured. So I think this is a decision for you, certainly, but we have used multiple plans within different areas, some of which overlap. There's even a DIA map in the comp plan that shows the different overlapping areas that have been analyzed. So the commercial corridor is a signature corridor. I understand exactly why you're talking about it, but I believe that this plan it goes beyond the corridor and makes recommendations, and it has over time for the neighborhoods as well. So,
like for example, you approve of amending city regulations to make food trucks, vendor carts, kiosks, and other small points of sale permitted within the use. I mean,
yes, that was one of the things that came out of the public meetings very strongly. That so we are very careful.
That's fine. I'm just
that one was there. That came out of the meetings. Not everywhere, right? Because you don't want to put a food truck and park it in front of your bricks and mortar restaurants that are paying top dollar to be on the Ave. But the West Atlantic Avenue and Fifth, which is the historic Main Street, they haven't had the buildings even coming in some cases. So this was an idea that came out of the thing, and so we're trying to pick out what the CRA has created and see what are the LDR amendments that might come forward after. So they would all be voted on individually.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I just want to make sure
they would all
staff
be voted
understands
on
what
individually as ordinances as they came forward. So, I mean, maybe the best thing is to get an overview of what the update adjusts. And then as part of your decision, you can give direction on the title of the plan.
But by voting on this, I'm just saying, are we now agreeing that we're going to reduce the height on West Atlantic? What this is saying is they want to reduce the height. Currently we have a height limitation. So we're going to agree now we're going to make it lower? Because what this says is to reduce the height of West Atlantic. So we're adopting this plan.
Right.
To 4 stories, to amend it to the highest you can go is 3 stories.
Just like on East Atlantic, we brought through an amendment later where we lowered the height.
East Atlantic's got a lot of historic components to it as well, so which we don't have in West Atlantic.
Correct, but even when Sunday Village was approved as Swinton Commons at the very late hour, it was moved to go down to 3 stories at that point. As an urban designer, I'm not telling this community anything I haven't told you before. Okay, so it's okay if they don't agree with me. It was that your West Atlantic is wider, it can handle more height than the East Atlantic. But that's not the vision that the community is putting forward in this document. That's one thing that's come up over and over again, is to lower the height to 3 stories. So eventually, if that's a priority of the commission, we would bring forward an ordinance for your consideration that explained what that means in terms of what does it look like. We would use this document as guidance, those types of things. But that has been a consistent issue for the community, that they want the height drop down. They don't want the neighborhoods walled off from the corridor. They think it's always that phrase that was coming up for 20 years. So
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying it devalues the land. I mean, that's okay. I mean, I said I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I think everybody needs to understand what they're voting on.
Mayor, when I sat on the CRA when we were first contemplating that BH3 project, one of the biggest concerns everybody had was the size of that thing. They dropped it down because we said we did not want it any higher than 3 stories. And I'm telling you, from a visual, that one extra story is very impactful. I share that concern. I like 3 stories. I understand that the land has less value to developers, but at the end of the day, we own it. So, I mean, it's...
As I said, I'm not disagreeing with any. I'm actually... And frankly, a lot of these are just suggested policy changes. Correct. I'm saying... But, it talks about requiring... Which is... I'm saying this is not saying it's a bad idea to require in these public-private partnerships that a percentage of it be leased to... discount to encourage, incubators or whatever. That's fine. But at what point does it end? Is it after 5 years? After 10 years? I mean, so there's so many things here that I'm not sure of, and I'm just raising the issue now because someone's going to raise them later, because it does affect the property right.
Right. Hello. All right. Hello, Renee Jadison, Executive Director. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, staff, Terrence, Lynn, everyone. So this has been a long time coming. We've had this project going. I have the timeline. We kind of jumped through it a little bit. So I'll just jump right to 2020 where Anthea left off with the adoption of the plan. So there's a lot in this plan. I think it's more than just the Atlantic Avenue. It's more than just the neighborhoods. There's more than just the city, the CRA. It's the community. I think that's what's different than other plans is that there are different principles within the plan that some are community led. Some are not really even much involving the CRA, especially after the 2019 changes to the statute. It further limited what CRAs can do, which is what we tried to capture when we went through this update. So while, yes, these are things that the community has asked for, it's not necessarily things that has to happen, I guess, necessarily. If the city commission, the CRA does not choose to do so, it's still something that, we would have to go through. The food trucks, the height restrictions, those all have to go through further adoption. This is just what the community has put forward as a recommendation, what they would like to see. And then it's then for the commission and us to collectively decide with the community if we want to go that route or not. So this is not the end all be all. This is just the recommendations that's put forward. But a lot of work went into this and a lot of effort, a lot of community meetings, which we'll go through the summary here. All right, so we'll jump to 2023. This is when the CRA board started to discuss more seriously about amending the plan formally to change the name from the West Atlantic Master Plan and changing it to the Set Transformation Plan. So that's when we started that process. In 2024, I will say during that time, we were only looking at the implementation plan, which is the end part of the document that summarizes all of the action strategies and the recommendations in the plan with timelines and things like that. But as we started to look at that, it was so pervasive through the whole plan that we were kind of taking it in bites instead of just doing this implementation plan because it wouldn't have fully captured what we were trying to do with the update. So we decided to start with just updating the demographics, the economic data. So that started in 2024. And we hired someone to just do that. They pulled the Esri data for statistics and demographics and updated all of the charts and pages in the document that had that information. So I have those slides at the end if you want to see a comparison of what we did, but it was page for page, exact changes, because this is just an update. It wasn't supposed to be a complete rewrite. So we wanted to keep the look and the feel and the spirit of the plan intact, just updating the data, because at this point, the data was from 2016, 2017. So then we discussed next steps after we updated that data, and the decision was to go ahead and start updating the entire document. So we started that around May 2024 with going through the document and actually scrubbing and changing the name, because I remember with Anthea, we sat through and took the Set Transformation name out of the plan back in 2020, and this was now us going back and putting it back in. So we started public meetings in 2025. We hired Inspire Placemaking to help work on the actual draft and had 4 public meetings between May through October. And then we started to discuss how we were going to actually go forward with the implementation process. The CRA board would basically have to make a recommendation to the city commission to adopt. So our board met in December of 2025 and approved that recommendation for the city commission to adopt. This also went to the DDA board for a presentation and planning and zoning board, which the planning and zoning board recommended approval 6-0. All right, so here's a summary of the public meetings. The first meeting, we just had a brief kickoff meeting and presented the demographic data, which again is listed in the end of this presentation. Then we went into a second meeting when we discussed all of the action strategies, which there are 6. We then followed with 2 other meetings where they were really interactive, and some of y'all went there. We had probably over 100 people almost at all of these meetings. We had some rain factors that affected the last meeting, but we had a lot of public input and a lot of people who aren't the typical faces. I know there's one person that really impacted me. She told me at the end, she's like, I don't like coming to city things. I don't enjoy these things. I don't like it, but coming here made me want to get more involved. So that's why I really think this is more than just a small group. It really was a broader cross-section of the community that actually came out because they just wanted to know what this is about. So the last 2 meetings, we did a larger exercise where we had boards that were spread around the room where people could actually sticker and put information or put stickers by the things they knew about, they didn't know about, and things they wanted to get more information about. So we have a full report that goes through every single board. It shows every single picture of all the boards for all the public input that we had from those meetings. And this is just the summary. We kind of went through this already, but it was a really well-attended public outreach effort. So getting into the actual document, so if you look at the original compared to now, a lot of this is, again, the same. And I just wanted to highlight the table of contents is pretty much the same thing as it's currently adopted. Even the food trucks, things like that, those are all things that are currently adopted. Not a lot of things change. I went into this thinking this document was going to go from like 100-something pages to like 60 or less. We'd have 100 outcomes. We only would come back to like 60 or so, but we really kept a lot of them there. A lot of these things were needed. We condensed some of them. We rewrote them and edited some of them, but a lot of those principles and action strategies remained the same because they're still priorities of the community. So this lists a summary of all of the guiding principles within the plan, which we'll go through them very briefly to show what's been updated. But as an overview, it's community capacity building, civic stewardship, community wealth building, healthy community placemaking, and strategic investments. All right, so going into community capacity building. So this is one of the action strategies that is more community-led. This is where residents, it's community-driven to develop what residents want to see as far as stewardship and ensuring that the change in their community is community-driven, community-owned, and community-benefiting. So the largest change that was came out of the public meetings for this section was about the commercial land trust. So there were references to a land trust in the document in several places. And it was a little bit vague, I think, and not as clear about what the community actually meant by this this desire. So we do have a current housing land trust that is started by the CRA and the city back in 2007. And that land trust is referenced throughout this plan, but this particular land trust is for commercial purposes, not the current housing land trust that we have now. So we just wanted to make it very clear that the community has a desire to have its own land trust for commercial, separate and apart from the current land trust that we have that is created by the city and the CRA. So we made that very abundantly clear. This is a commercial land trust guided by community stakeholders. That's a tool for residents and businesses to use for themselves in their community. Next is civic stewardship. So this is for citizens to take a more active role in how to be engaged in their government and also with their neighborhoods. So the biggest takeaway from this section is we added the green bubble to the right where it talks about how to get involved. So we just made it a more condensed place where people can go to find out how would they get involved in their community, either attending city meetings, DDA meetings, neighborhood meetings, a joint advisory board, getting to know city staff, elected officials, signing up for newsletters, just an information place. Because again, this document is not just city and about planning and those types of things. It's really just a resource for community members to go to for many different things. So this was the biggest takeaway from this modification. Next is Healthy Community, which is also a community-led initiative. So this is a tool that kind of expands on on health, that expands it to more than just your physical. Jumping to Healthy Community. This community wealth is about redistributing or distributing wealth across generations and assets, such as properties and businesses, not just income alone. So there are different principles that came underneath this action strategy, which are listed here. These largely did not change. We reorganized them a little bit, but it is more about how to encourage job creation, encourage business growth and development within the community. Okay, now it's Healthy Community. So this is how residents engage on their health and wellness. And it's not just a traditional method of viewing health. It's more of a holistic, culturally responsive response or look at services. So it's pretty broad. You'll see this is the longest one with many different action strategies that come out of this principle because it's just that important to have your healthy community in many different ways. So we just updated the information there to reflect information that came out of the community. I think one of the biggest things that we modified was about like mental health and making sure that that's something that's highlighted, access to health and fresh foods, active lifestyles. Again, so it's more than just going to the doctor and those types of things. It's really more of an expansive look on your health overall. All right, and now placemaking. So this is where we jump more into like city CRA led strategies. So this is discussing how the community would like to see the public spaces and makes recommendations for streetscape improvements, urban design, and connections within the community of the set to other areas within the city. And these recommendations are laid out in different, I guess, priorities. So there are priority street improvements, which be improvements such as Swinton Avenue, Atlantic Avenue, 4th, 8th, 5th, 10th, some of the major through streets. Then it talks about secondary improvements, also alleys, gateways and intersections, built environment opportunities and recreations, and branding opportunities. It's all coming in underneath placemaking. So that's why it's more involving the city and the CRA, because those are things that we would be helping with as far as infrastructure, city with LDR changes. So that is all captured within this section. And we updated it to reflect current projects. Some of the bigger streetscape projects like the Northwest Neighborhood Improvement Project needed to be captured here. Pompey Park also needed to be captured here, and also the Southwest Neighborhood Improvement Project. All right, and the last one is strategic investments. This is also, again, a city and CRA-led initiative. So this is to encourage investment within the community and development while preserving the cultural heritage of the neighborhood. And these focus on key opportunities to redevelop our parcels and the CRA properties and what the recommendations would be from the community. Also, activating underused frontages of industrial and institutional buildings. The focus on Fifth Avenue initiative is here because that's still a big major commercial area within the set neighborhood that really needs to be still improved. So there's a section here about that. We added in information about the Village Center Community Hub that needed to be expanded on because this was older and prior to when there's more that's been happening in that area. Also, neighborhood preservation is highlighted, industrial revitalization, and mobility within the area. Right, so that's an overview of the plan document itself and the changes. So not a lot. I kind of highlighted some of the things that were within the document, not just in the action strategies, but those things were largely already in the plan. They were just restructured a bit. So part of this process also included meetings with city staff to go over the plan sections and update references to land development regulations. So they were outdated. So we sat several meetings after all of the planning meetings to go through and make sure that those things were all reflected in there accurately. And next, one of the biggest changes that I mentioned was the implementation plan. So the implementation plan, again, highlights all of the action strategies, all of the principles throughout the plan into one document. It's about 5 or 6 pages at the end of the document. So what we wanted to do was actually make that a separate document that's more standalone, because this, again, started with wanting to update that. But updating that would require this entire process. So say we wanted to update a couple things in there, we'd have to go through this whole entire thing. So instead of doing that, we came up with having that as a separate document that's kind of managed and held by the city and the CRA and the community together, that we can update and modify more fluidly as opposed to going through this larger planning effort. So we have the inception, which is now, so all the information in the plan is in there. But if projects change or things come up over the time, that can be modified as we go along. But the plan itself still stays intact. And eventually we look at updating it and we see where we've come along with the implementation plan. So that shift was made to where it's a standalone document, and it's in the backup information that you have there as well. Right, and so I talked about the updating of the data, so this kind of starts some of that. We use the Esri data from 2024, census data, Placer AI, and CoStar to update all of those pages within the plan. And this just gives you an example of how it was changed, so you can see we kept the look and feel of the plan the same, just updated information. So you'll see the highlighted information is what was changed from what was initial. So we wanted to make it really clear that it's, like for like, it's the same document, just updated the data within. And the charts, you'll see exactly the same. And that's the presentation. So, so today we're here just for City Commission to make the final adoption or consideration of this plan to adopt it into the books and get it done.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Markert, would you like to go first?
Thank you, very thorough. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
It was quick.
Quick.
That was quick. Commissioner Malika.
Well, it is getting late, but I have attended all the community meetings, and Renee, you can herd some cats. You did a great job, and the community showed up. So I'm super appreciative of all the efforts, and finally, let's get this done. On the 18th hole, Reggie.
Commissioner Casal, would you like to be recognized?
Thanks. No, this is great. I mean, this has been worked on for, I can't even remember how long.
16 years.
Yeah, and I think I like how you took the update and moved it out as a companion document, because that was one of the fears I had when this first started is the city, is the CRA, are these nonprofits, are these other organizations committed, and are we going to fill these slots, check these boxes in 3 months, 6 months, 5 years, 10 years? But now that we know, we can do this at a more, I don't want to say leisurely pace, but that it's there and we can, do it at our direction as we go. I like it. I like this document, and let's vote.
Great. Commissioner Burns.
16 years. Let's go. 18th hole.
Okay. I never get past 9, so I'm in the. I just have 2 comments. First, I'm not going to hold this up, obviously. I think it's a very well-written plan. I've said that before, and that's well thought out. And I was actually at the meeting with Reggie and the group when it was worked back 2011 or 12 when we met someplace over there, some cafeteria with a big thing for the original thoughts of how this was going to go. So I'm fine with it. I think it's a mistake changing the name, and I'm going to be on record for saying that, but I'm not going to let that hold up the process. If that's what the community wants, I just say that I caution in a marketing thing. I'm not the marketing expert, but people want to be on Atlantic, and they just need to understand that there are a different set of rules applying to them. I have one. I don't know. It's not. I don't want to say it may be a misplaced concern. When this plan, which has been 16 years in the making, and I understand that. When you talk about the ability to revise the plan, we need to understand that the commission's got to have some role in this, because the people this is a very big plan for covering a lot of areas and a lot of issues, governed largely by a non-elected board and governed by people not subject to the Sunshine Law. I'm always reluctant when that's the case. So I just want to make sure that the commission still have some degree of control over this aspect, even though they can amend the plan here and there. Do those amendments at least have to come for? I say I don't know what the ability to update the plan is, because anything can be. You could be establishing. Well, nothing can go through without having to go through this committee first, or something kind of stuff.
Can I comment?
Huh?
May I comment?
She wants to
You may
answer.
comment. That's a question.
Okay. So, yes, there is no separate, oversight or management from a non-elected board or body. There is the concept of a community management team within the plan, which it was something different in the prior versions of the plan. The one that was adopted and the one that's adopted now is really a city CRA-led group. Because we recognize that it's not just a planning function. It's not just a CRA function. There's police, there's fire, there's economic development. It's a lot of different departments that would be overseeing or involved in what happens in the things in the plan. And some things, as I mentioned, are completely community-led. So they may look to the city for assistance, but it's not something that we're necessarily leading, per se. It's just more of a collaboration. So there is not a separate body that's going to be doing this. And with the modifying and changing, it was just about the implementation plan. So those are the action strategies and the principles that come out of it. So say we come up with a new public works project, or there's a new economic development initiative, because the plan got really, really specific in some of those places. Now, with that implementation plan being outside of it, it's more of like you have the economic development concept and things that come out of it. But if other things come up and change, or there's other community needs, then you can do those. Because right now, you can do these things anyway. You can make up other different programs and plans that you would like to see in the neighborhood. It's just having that plan, that implementation plan separate, just gives more, I guess, leeway to make those changes. The plan itself will not change. If it's something that is within the plan that we feel it rises to the level of a plan amendment, then we would bring that to you, not make the change separately.
Look, thank you for the clarification. That's a very satisfactory
Right, it would go
answer. I was just
through-
confirming.
Yes,
that
no.
I just that
There is no separate entity that's going
that
to be
is all
doing this.
that's all I wanted to know. Then
Yes.
I think we're all in agreement. I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Oh, don't all say it at once.
You go.
In stereo.
Motion to
My goodness
approve
gracious, I'm
resolution
having
number 1926, known as, let's say,
Now
amendments to
known
the
as.
West Atlantic Master Plan, now known as the Set Transformation Plan.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimously adopted.
Hey, Reggie, does this mean we go to the 19th hole now?
Absolutely.
Make the 19th.
Community, where y'all going?
I see
Hold
Reggie
on.
heading out for it right now.
So, can I bring up something before the community leaves? Okay,
Do you
so,
have a statement you want to make?
well, I have a request that I want to make with the commission, with my colleagues.
Yes.
here. All right, so in reference to the expansion of the entertainment district, now that we have formally adopted the amendments to this plan, I want to remind you that I brought this up back in November 18th. I'm like Mr. Moore now, November 18th, 2025.
That's correct.
In the
Good
workshop
job.
meeting, and we discussed the proposed noise ordinance and the boundaries of the entertainment district. So now, at this time, I would like to request to expand the entertainment district westward. And like we agreed to revisit this at a later date. So now is the later date. So I don't know how do I move forward with, like, what am I asking now? Are we
I think we should arrange to have a workshop to actually do it, construct the numbers, construct our boundaries, bring it to a resolution and get it
Could
done.
I ask a question
Yes, you may.
of the
Yes,
city
Commissioner
attorney?
Casal.
You had concerns about this, and we discussed potentially at the last meeting this came up, that maybe conditional uses in the beginning till we establish what this all looks like. Is it possible to consider conditional uses and maybe waive the fees, and that just if you waive the fees, you're saying to people you don't have to, you do the application but you don't have to pay for it. It's not a cost. And then we see how it works, because I know we did have concerns about, and I agree, I know what people are saying. The entertainment district, there was entertainment here at one time, but unfortunately when they developed the housing, there really wasn't any, and those people didn't know about it. And to just incorporate an entertainment district without sort of testing how does this work here, is that possible that we could do it conditionally and waive the fees so people can get the use, but we can see how it works?
So you could do anything conditionally. Waiving the fees, I know we've done that for parking. We did it for something to encourage redevelopment. You can do a pilot program. You can expand
Why don't we
it
do
for
a
a period
pilot
of time.
program, Ms. Burns?
As long as we get it done. So are we proposing a pilot program at this point, or are we
Right
proposing
now.
a workshop to workshop this? So I'm game.
I mean, my
Let's just
preference
do
would
the
be a
pilot.
workshop so we can work out what the parameters of the program should be, rather than, I don't want to adopt a program in the blind, you know.
And
We
it's
kind
gotta
of,
be
there are
agenda.
residential concerns or other things, but I think we want to move in that direction. I mean, I think we want to move in that direction.
But if the application goes in, they still have to come. It still has to come in front of us. So if you're giving it to the option to them for free, you're not. The parameters don't really need to be that laid out, because that's going to take us quite a while. You basically say, look, put your application in, come in front of us, and if we do it, we do it. If we don't, we don't. And we test the theory by hoping someone comes in and puts in an application and gets started quickly, because that starts developing the data.
It's whatever your pleasure is. We can do a pilot program where we just extend it for a brief period of time, test it out. We just got our noise meters, so we're very excited.
let's
We're
do
going to
the
start the
pilot program.
trainings. You can do it that way. You can do a conditional use. A conditional use would require a change of the code, which is 2 public hearings. That's, I mean, if you change the entertainment district, you're going to have to change the code also.
Right, I'm saying
It's
a code
whatever
word,
your
it's
pleasure is.
which is why I thought the workshop would allow us to create the ordinance, and then we could just bring it out.
I would like to do the workshop to create an ordinance, because we've lost 2 businesses currently partly because of the noise ordinance, and not having the entertainment district. So I would like to workshop it so that we come up with something permanent, because right now we have this development that's going to happen in the near future, and so what we want to do is prepare for those people, because right now the 2 that we would get the data from are no longer.
So, Mr. Mayor, consensus from the commission, I'll make arrangements as soon as possible.
That's fine, yes.
Thank you.
I think we're all in agreement. Yes, we're all in agreement?
Yes.
Consensus-wise?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Let's get it set up and let's get it going. I agree. I mean, you said I export the expanding the district. I do. It is Atlantic Avenue. If we want to make it part of downtown,
You can't say I support it. You can't hear.
Mayor.
7H.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Do you want to read the quasi-judicial rules for 7H?
Yes. The following is a quasi-judicial hearing. I'm going to pull out the rules so everybody can see it. We have 2 items that are, there's 2 of them, right?
I think it's just one. The
So
others
there's
are
one?
public hearings.
It's just one.
Oh, yeah,
but
the other's public hearing, okay.
First read's coming up.
The following agenda item is a quasi-judicial hearing. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with the quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be allowed 15 minutes each to present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes, if the person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commission and staff and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not be legally made upon the personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the numbers of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter, if you could all please rise and be sworn by the clerk.
By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Could you please enter the project file into the record?
Good evening, Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file PZ 0000504-2026.
Thank you very much. Disclosure of ex parte communications. Commissioner Casal.
None, thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
None, thank you.
None. Commissioner?
None.
None for me either. Okay,
Can I
so.
read the caption, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
I didn't read the caption.
Oh, yes, please.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving a waiver to the seawall height requirements in Section 717D1 of the Land Development Regulations to allow the construction of a seawall above the base flood elevation for the property located at 1310 Northwest 13th Street, as more particularly described herein, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you very much. To the applicant.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present this application. My name is Jenna Robbins with JJ Marine and Environmental, and I'm presenting a request for a relief waiver for the proposed seawall to extend above the allowable seawall height per Section 7.1.7D of the Land Development Regulations. This property is located on Lake Ida, just east of I-95 at 1310 Northwest 13th Street. The property is owned by the applicants, Mr. William Panoff and Mrs. Audrey Balbiers. And it consists of an existing waterfront lot that has approximately 75 feet of shoreline, or it's 75 feet from the north property line to the south property line. Here are some aerial photos of the site. There's a rock wall on the northern part of the site, and then a wood seawall on the south side, and a wood finger pier that is to remain. And here are some existing site photos to give you an idea of the conditions of the wall. So at the bottom right, there's that rock seawall that you can kind of see behind the turf there. And then underneath the turf on the left side is the wood wall. There's a steep slope there. The property is currently experiencing erosion due to the inadequacy of the existing seawall. And then, sorry, lost my train of thought. But the proposed project consists of a new seawall brought up to an elevation of 11.33 feet NAVD. The new wall will be placed in front of the old wall. And then the existing finger piers to remain, as I stated before. The existing seawall, the proposed seawall is approximately 112 linear feet in length. That's separate from the lot width of 75 feet due to the fact that the shoreline extends further east as you move southward along the property line. Per the code under Table 717D, the maximum seawall height allowable per code is the base flood elevation, which based off of the applicable FEMA flood maps is 9 feet for this property. The existing seawall is currently at 9.68, so it's important to note that the existing seawall already exceeds this height requirement, and then we're bringing the proposed seawall up to 11.33. Here's a cross-sectional view of the existing conditions and what we're proposing. On the top is the rock wall that's on the north side of the property, and on the bottom part of the screen is the existing wood wall that's on the south side of the property. At those differing elevations, it creates those inconsistencies and leads to upland property loss and creates that steep slope, which is an unsafe condition for the residents as well as visitors, especially young children. So we're proposing to bring it up to 11.33, which ultimately results in a minimal difference of 21 inches to a maximum of 29 inches. Regulatory approvals have been approved by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, who also issued on behalf of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, confirming that there would be no adverse impacts to the waterway. And to approve a waiver, the code states that these 4 criteria need to be met, and as such, the project will not adversely impact the adjacent neighbors. It conforms with modern shoreline resiliency standards. There's no impact to public facilities as it's all located on their private property. There's no unsafe situation created. It's actually eliminating the current hazardous drop-off and sinkholes due to the inconsistent elevation of the shoreline. And no special privilege will be granted, as similar nearby properties have also received the same waiver. And then in summary, this proposed project prevents the continued erosion and the loss of the upland property. It enhances safety for the residents and their visitors, especially young children, creating a stable and more predictable shoreline. It'll improve shoreline protection as well, given the given current and future coastal conditions such as sea level rise. The seawall has been designed in accordance with modern coastal engineering and resiliency standards. It also establishes a smoother and safer transition from the upland property, which the pool deck is right there, and the house down to the seawall. It will also reduce fall hazards and improve the overall functionality of their backyard. And as previously stated, DEP and Army Corps have approved the project, and similar waivers have been granted. So this demonstrates that the request is reasonable, consistent, and aligned with how other similar situations have been addressed. And therefore, this proposed seawall replacement is necessary to address existing structural deficiencies, the ongoing erosion, and the unsafe site conditions. And for these reasons, we respectfully request approval of the waiver. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. To the city.
So this is I think the second or maybe the third or fourth seawall we've had with the lake, the way Lake Ida's edge is meeting the water. This is exacerbated by the way that new development is filling the lots, but we do not have a limitation on fill right now. So now we have somebody trying to just reinforce their shoreline. I think there's just a couple small things I'm going to point out. You've gotten a very good overview from the applicant. This is in a portion of the lake that is privately owned. That these are the lot lines, so there's riparian rights for these folks here. This is the existing barrier that is inadequate. again. So we had said that if you have your base flood elevation, which is you have to build your floor to this, the building code requires another foot, right? Unfortunately, what ends up happening is that a lot of new construction then fills the rest of the yard as well. So we can't take a step or two coming out of our house. And so now the yard is higher than the limit on the seawall. And that's what you've been seeing over and over again. So this is not unusual. If you have any questions about it, I think this is the issue of fill and transition and all of those things is a workshop for another day. And it's been a long meeting, so we won't get into that. However, based on the existing conditions of the site, this wall height is, going to sort of cap where the dirt in the yard is coming down from the pool deck at this point. It's just all the approvals, the docks and the finger piers are existing. Little pieces will be removed, as part of this construction, but there's nothing new in terms of what's projecting into the water that would happen. They have all of their approvals from our partner agencies, and these are the findings that you need to make to consider this request. So if you have any questions.
Great, thank you very much. This is a public hearing, but since nobody was sworn, there's anybody here to speak from the members of the public? If so, please come up, get sworn by the clerk. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there any rebuttal from the applicant or any rebuttal from the city or anything? Then I will entertain a motion to approve or a discussion.
Motion to approve resolution number 78-26.
Second.
Please call the roll, clerk.
Deputy Vice Mayor Margaret.
Yes.
Commissioner Malika.
Yes.
Commissioner Cassell.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burns.
Yes.
Mayor Carney.
Yes.
Motion passed.
If I might just have one moment of your time. So our applicant has been waiting for 5 hours to have this heard, and she's the third case we brought forward with this type of relief. Would you have consensus to direct staff to perhaps identify some thresholds where this type of deviation could be administratively approved?
Yes.
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 Especially when the seawall is going to be lower than the center of the yard. It makes no sense. You'd have to do it because otherwise the whole yard will end up in the canal or in the lake.
Okay. Thank you.
I was going to ask the same question.
Yes.
I was gonna say,
That would have been going to
This
be
is
part
the
of my
third
comment.
one. It's the magic number. Like, can we change the
Both
code?
Mr. Market looked in this and said, "Why are we even doing this?"
That's what I
Thank
was
you.
saying, like,
Sometimes there are layups.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Gosh, we were all on one accord.
hey, we're often on one accord. Public Art Advisory Board. This is my appointment, and I would like to appoint Daniel Martino.
I know we don't have to second, but I will.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Martino, congratulations.
Hey, Dan.
This is now, we are now into the public hearing. This is the first reading. Would the city attorney please read the ordinance into the record?
Mayor, can I read 8A and 8B together since they're both
Please do,
related?
because they're companions, yes.
So ordinance number 14-26, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 4 zoning regulations, Article 4.4 base zoning district, Section 4.4.6 medium density residential RM district, subsection B, principal uses and structures permitted to allow medical office uses within the medical arts overlay district when co-located with nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and community residences, and by amending Article 4.5 overlay and environmental management district, Section 4.4.18 medical arts overlay district, to expand the overlay district to include certain property within the medium density residential RM district, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date, and further purposes. Ordinance number 15-26, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 4 zoning regulations, Article 4.4 base zoning district, Section 4.4.12 planned commercial PC district, Section 4.4.15 planned office center POC district, on Section 4.4.21 community facilities CF district to relocate medical arts overlay district regulations from subsection G supplemental district regulations to subsection B principal uses and structures for consistency with other regulations, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date, and further purposes. And these are both public hearings.
Right.
First reading.
This is a public hearing on item. We have two agenda items. They are companion items. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this first reading, please come to the lectern, give your name and zip code for the record. Seeing none, the city does not want to make a presentation, so I need a motion to approve resolution ordinance number 14-26.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great.
Motion to approve ordinance number 15-26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are done. Good. There we go. So,
Ordinance
would
number
you like to read in the next ordinance, 21-26?
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Zoning Regulations, Article 4.3, District Regulations, General Provisions, Section 4.3.3, Specific Requirements for Specific Uses, Subsection Z, Transient Residential Uses, to eliminate provisions preempted by the State of Florida, amending Article 4.4, Base Zoning District, Section 4.4.6, Medium Density Residential RM District, Subsection B, Principal Uses and Structures Permitted, to allow transient residential use subject to the provisions of Section 4.3.3 Z, and amending Appendix A definitions to amend the definition for transient residential uses to eliminate inconsistencies with state statutes, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date, and for other purposes. It's the second reading.
Okay, this is the second reading, everyone. This is actually to bring us in conformity with the Florida statute. So unless there is a great desire to do it, because we can't do anything to change it anyway, because we're coming into compliance with the law. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody in this chamber that would like to address the item on ordinance number 21-26?
Motion to
Seeing
approve.
none, public comment is closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 21-26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. There we
And
go.
Thea,
Bang,
can I
bang.
ask one question?
You may.
Is this going to make it more enforceable now? Because before we weren't able to enforce, correct? I guess I should ask you that.
Well, yeah.
It's going to make it more clear as to what the obligations are. Because right now, when people ask, we say what's in the code is not accurate, and then they have to rely on staff's ability to interpret what is accurate. So it's not going to help with the turnover. But it's going back to the preemption days, and so for notice purposes for people, that's what it's doing.
So if I have an Airbnb next to me and I see it turning over more than 6 times, that could potentially be enforceable.
Yes.
Thank you.
In what time frame?
What was that?
In what time frame? A year?
I think it's a year, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's like, yeah.
I'll read it. You don't have to.
Thank you for the
12 months.
presentation.
Thank you. No, don't bother. I'll read it. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a 1
It
year.
says 3 right now, but that's inaccurate. We tightened the rules after we couldn't. So
Right.
And this is
back
likely to
6.
be changed next
It will
session anyway, so.
It will increase everyone's ability to understand what the rules are, and that's important.
It provide clarity, which
Property
is.
owners, staff, everybody.
Yes. Last one.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
You did.
You nailed it, I'm telling you, my God.
Absolutely crushed it.
If you could please read ordinance number 26-26 into the record.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach by amending Chapter 2, Administrative Provisions, Article 2.1, Reviewing Officials and Authorities, Section 2.1.5, the Planning and Zoning Board, and Section 2.1.6, the Site Plan Review and Appearance Board, to establish the authority to approve the use of masonry, modern, and Art Deco architectural styles in the Central Business District, and by amending Chapter 4, Zoning Regulations, Article 4.4, Base Zoning District, Section 4.4.13, Central Business CBD District, Subsection F, Architectural Standards, to modify City Commission approval to a determination by the appropriate advisory board that the masonry, modern, or Art Deco architectural style is appropriate for the location and meets adopted architectural design guidelines, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Okay, this is the first reading. Are there any members of the public wishing to
This
address?
isn't a public hearing, just
You sure?
first reading.
Oh, it's a first reading. I'm sorry, never mind.
Ordinance number 20. Motion to approve ordinance number 26-26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted.
No, it's going to go to second reading.
I'm sorry, what?
Second reading.
Oh, it is not adopted.
Yeah.
It's moved on to the next meeting.
It's almost adopted.
Almost adopted. Where are we? City manager, comments.
I yield at this time. Thank you.
Oh, good answer. City attorney.
Ditto.
Okay.
Can I go first?
Well, I'm getting to commission comments. Would you like to go first?
I would. Yeah, I have members of the Weatherspoon family still.
They've been waiting to hear from you?
Yeah, they've been waiting because, as you remember.
Okay, you're wasting time. Go ahead. You're up.
As you remember, I got consensus from you, my colleagues, to have staff investigate the changing, the spelling, correcting the spelling of the name, but it got a little shifted from correcting to changing and renaming the street. It involved people. Well, there's 6 homes on that street, and it involved. And as you heard, some of the members of the family said that the name was often mispronounced and misspelled. However, the 6 people on that street would have to have all legal documents, their deeds and licenses and all this changed. So I had a conversation with the family, and they came up with an alternative plan, which is what Mr. Weatherspoon presented earlier, which was to rename Northwest 12th Avenue, which most Weatherspoons live on and on that land, to their father's name, Mr. Weatherspoon's father, L.C. Weatherspoon Avenue, in conjunction with Northwest 12th Avenue. So I would like to have consensus so that we can follow through with that.
Yes.
Yeah,
And I think Mr. Moore has already done the research, and staff has already done the research, and it would not be renaming 12th, but adding Mr. Weatherspoon's name to that.
Yeah, we've done it elsewhere, and I think that certainly the Weatherspoon family deserves that recognition.
Can we spell it correctly, though?
Oh, we're going to spell it just like
The research confirmed what needs to be the spelling, so I think we'll be all set there. Yes,
Off
ma'am.
of Palm Trail, I said, that's not spelled right.
No, it's not.
Well, if you still want to follow
that's
through
just not
with
spelled
doing
right.
that, we can have 2. But anyway.
And I did 2 of those houses, by the way. I think I can help.
So we have consensus to do this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And also, Mr. Weatherspoon, you forgot to even mention your service to the city as a fireman when you gave all your credentials.
Thank you for your service.
Yes,
And we hope we
thank
can
you.
accommodate you in this, which we'll have to come back. It's just, we've done by resolution like we did before with the other streets, right? We just do it with form of resolution?
It will be in a form of resolution, the addition of the existing streets, so it will be much like Second, just near here, Martin Luther King, et cetera,
Martin Luther
something
King,
to that
Elks Way,
effect.
the rest of them. We just did it by resolution.
So in the next couple meetings or so, I think we'll make arrangements for a resolution, and once that's adopted, we'll assemble the necessary street names, street signs.
Under the street naming policy, it goes to planning and zoning board
Correct.
first, and then the city commission.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Well, let's get it on that
All
agenda.
right, you got it, family.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you very much. Did you
Absolutely.
want to continue with your
Of
comments?
course I do.
Okay.
So, yeah, I want to get this over with, because I think Commissioner Cassell has a pile over there. We talked earlier, I serve on the county opioid recurring board, and whenever we have our meetings, I'm always like want to scoop down in my seat because of the way that Del Rey seems not to utilize the funds in the way that the county and other cities are, and I know we're not them. However, I want to talk about this mobile integration program that we talked about using the opioid settlement funds. I was under the impression that the city could fund this program for a fixed period of time. However, I received information from the city that it appears that this program is much costly than anticipated. And if I'm right, it's $344,100.
And it could be more. I had that on
And
my
this
list.
this is not like those funds were not even supposed to be used for this kind of service, and we can't fund it with what we have left and even the money that we'll be getting in addition to this. So I think that we need to reconsider this program. So I see all yes. So
Well,
what's the
when
next
you
step?
come up with that price tag, it's
What's concerning, you're talking about the paramedical program, correct?
Yeah, this
Okay, here's the concerning
mobile
thing.
integrated health program.
Is that, are
fire
we
rescue
talking
gave
about
us.
the same thing, the
It's the same
paramedical?
thing.
It's the same
Okay,
thing.
I
Yeah,
want to
it's the
make
same
sure I
thing.
had that on my list. Here's the thing that bothers me, and again, I know you always think I'm giving you a hard time, and I am. If you go watch the meetings, the people in the meeting are saying to Mr. Orris, we should present the commission with the numbers. And Mr. Orr says they're never going to go for this anyway, don't worry about it, or some such like that. Go watch the meeting. Don't take my word for it. I'm not quoting him. I'm telling you. And then, so you come and you do a presentation. You waste 20 minutes of our time on the presentation. You waste all of the staff time that's involved in getting together, and all of the people that are participating in these boards have put in their time, and you don't have fundamental information for us to make a determination on. So now, after we see the presentation and there's no money presented to us, then we say we're going to do the program. Now we realize we can't even do it. And the point I think I'm trying to make to you, which I feel like I'm making constantly, and maybe it's the way I'm communicating, I don't know how to say this, but we waste a lot of time because we don't acquire all of the necessary information prior to the presentations. Whether it's the economic development presentations that were frankly not very useful, or that presentation which ultimately turns out to be not very useful, or a whole host of other presentations. We're not showing value for our employees' time, we're not showing value for our taxpayers' time, and we're certainly not showing value for the time of the people committed to these boards for us.
Can I ask a question? Is the mobile integrated thing where the firemen go out to try to prevent repeat ambulance rides? I don't know what that is.
It's the paramedical program where we were going to have individuals assigned to sort of assist people with drug issues after they've perhaps overdosed or had an incident, and they get in our ambulance. The idea was that then somebody could kind of function and help them through the system. Think of Ariana and the way she assists homeless people. It would be someone like that. Now, during the meeting, I felt like there is that kind of intervention out there, and I don't know that, but I mean, I think now we've got to revisit going back to prevention. I always feel that prevention is where it's at. And I think we should revisit putting the money into prevention and just do the program we talked about with Miss Spencer for this year and then figure it out next year because.
So do we want to put this on a future agenda so that
Yes.
you can have
we
the
have to now.
updated
Right.
funds and are you going to direct staff to?
And I'll be coming up with something. I'll offer an update perhaps this week in terms of when we'll be able to have an updated city commission meeting on the subject.
Do you have a prevention program you have in mind?
Miss Spencer provided us, it's a local program for our local children in our schools, and Suzanne Spencer.
Oh, well, Doc
Let's-
Spencer is.
Yes, she's amazing. So I think we should just allocate that money for her prevention for this year and then figure out what to do next year.
I just want to see that money go out in the community and,
Right.
and support the community, which is what it was intended for. And also, the last part of what I want to do is receive quarterly updates on the city's use of the opioid funds and their distribution. I have no idea where it's going,
Right.
how much we spent. So I would like to get like quarterly updates on the use of the opioid funds.
For the upcoming meeting, your first update to that effect will be made regarding the recommendations and the direction for use as you just described. So that will be forthcoming.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to also mention that the principal, Ms. Smith at Pomosa. I attended 2 events. I gave the address at their recent middle school awards program honor roll, and she announced the recognition that they received. And let me see, now I have my notes all mixed up. I had it here, sitting here waiting. But I just wanted to commend her on that. I made
It's
a
the
post about it.
2026 Florida Schools to Watch.
Yes, and she's going to Washington, D.C. to talk about best practices that she does at her school. And, you know, one of the things that I had asked for in the past was like a showcase of schools so that the commission could see the great things that go on in our schools. And I understand that the school district was opposed to the principals coming in and making a presentation, so it wasn't, that they didn't want to do it. However, as much as I get information, I will definitely be sharing that information, but I think she is to be commended. She was Principal of the Year last year. They have an amazing program. I was just blown away. I went to a production of Alice in Wonderland, and I thought I was at the Kravis. I mean, these children, they went from 3rd grade to 8th grade, and it was just so professional. And then I went back for the honor roll program and the musicians. I mean, it's amazing, and I'm going to try and get them to come in here and play for us for something. They got to play it. You got to hear it. It's great. So anyway, I'm done now.
Excellent.
Love that. You want me to go?
Commissioner Judy Mock.
Thank you. Just want to congratulate Chief Hunter for completing the Boston Marathon.
He sent me a picture of him.
I know.
Wow,
So
pretty
good.
cool stuff.
Yeah.
And then I mentioned this earlier in the meeting, and it got kind of passed over, but I feel like for our businesses, we should consider a summer parking program. And I know we just got those fees in place, but I feel like the businesses are going to die on the vine if we don't do everything we can to help them with regard to maybe not charging for the garages during the summer, maybe having a free Monday. I mean, at least until 4 o'clock. Oh, I'm seeing your look. I'm seeing that look.
I've been looking at that.
And then maybe having like a free parking Monday or whatever, just to get people to come downtown. When I was campaigning, I put this question out on Facebook, and I know we don't govern by Facebook, but it was all about parking. I got 215 comments saying they don't come downtown anymore because of the cost of parking. And I just think we have to kind of look at that, and particularly during the summer months when our businesses have such a difficult time bringing money in, even though they're paying super high rates to be here. That's all I got.
Mr. Marker.
I'll be super quick. Just one thing, shout out to our great fire department. They invited me to come over to the station this morning to be trained along with a dozen of our great firefighters on PET CPR. So we now have a fire department that's going out to rescue scenes, and they know how to resuscitate cats and dogs.
Did you put your mouth on an animal?
I did, and I'm all in, and it's harder than you think, guys. But
my gosh, no.
I thought they wanted you because we're lacking that one ladder truck, and you could have done the work for the ladder truck.
I was the only one in the class with a cat, so yeah. So
we love cats. They're very tasty.
But I want to say thank you, and I think it's just another step forward for our fire department. If you have a pet and there's a fire or an incident, our guys know what to do.
Do you do iguanas?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, at your height, you can get them out of the tree without getting them out of the ladder.
That's
Right?
true.
That's true. Henry's laughing at me back there. So
I'm laughing too.
No, he's laughing with you. He's laughing with you.
He's laughing at him. No, he's laughing at him.
Commissioner Casal.
Okay, I'm gonna go. So yeah, I was going to also thank the two departments, fire and police, for showing up at the EJS Career Day event. It was nice to see them. The beach, Missy, I got a weird email, and it was cryptic. I don't even know what it was about. And then there was someone sent a picture. Yeah. Do we need to discuss the beach, or is everything good? I walked down there 2 weeks ago, and it was perfect. But okay,
Sam's on it.
thank you. So whoever is asking, city is on it. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the paramedical program. Sad to see that we lost a police dog, Ike. I don't know if he was retired or currently working, but I just lost my boy, so it's heartbreaking. Sorry for the handler and the whole department. Mr. Moore, it's again, we're sitting here and we're always worried about money. And the former Old School Square Center for the Arts nonprofit has been utilizing pictures of the campus and getting donations. They have, they're on there. They're supposed to have a disclaimer on that website, and they don't. I was on it yesterday. And they've been asked since 2024, and I think Jeff has asked them. I reminded Jeff, I don't know why since 2024 they're being asked and they're not doing it. But if you go on, Judy, I'm telling you, it's not on there. So when you click to donate, you see pictures of the campus.
Right.
There's nothing that indicates that they're not on the campus. There's no disclaimer. And we know that they're getting money because you file your 990s, right? So you're getting money. So, but the point is, we don't know if this money is actually intended for that organization, or is this money intended for the campus, and people don't know. And I think that Mr. Orris has asked multiple times. I think he forgot at one point to follow up, but I reminded him, and it's still that way, and it's been that way for years. And here the taxpayers are paying for that property. If someone's donating, that should be utilized to offset the cost of the DDA, not going to that organization.
I can actually speak to that because
Thank you.
Mr. Orris did, in fact, reach out to me last week, and he also reached out to a board member of Old School Square who, in fact, doesn't know how to change the website, but hired the website person to change it. But no donations have come in from that website.
I don't know, because the last 990 was whenever.
I will
but
say that
just
I
don't
raised
think-
this issue with Attorney Gentleman
it's
last year. There is a lot of confusion
a lot
on that, and I'm not suggesting that they could be generating things for that, but I do think that for the sake of clarity for the public, they should know
Absolutely
that
right.
if they're making a donation, that it may not be for the benefit of the campus,
when
and they
you-
do have a tendency to show pictures of the campus.
When you click to donate, it shows the Crest Theater.
Yeah, I mean, so
it looks that way.
Yeah.
Whether that's the intention, whether it's a website issue, whether there's confusion
They
or
did clarify
donations.
the language on it, saying this is not part of the.
No, there's no disclaimer.
Well,
That's
they had one point they had disclaimed it.
They corrected something, I remember at the
when
very
you click
beginning.
on to donate, there's no disclaimer.
Oh, you know what they corrected? If you donated a certain amount, you could get like sponsorships to use the facility, so they removed that.
That's all.
Well, that's not. That's still
Exactly.
That's
There's
not
not a disclaimer, and
Yeah,
he's
that's
been
not- I
asking
agree
for
with that,
2
yeah.
years. I
I'm
mean,
looking for the language he was going to put in there.
Yeah.
just click on donate, and you'll see there's no disclaimer that says this is not
I thought
connected
they had
to
done
this
that.
building.
Right.
No, they haven't. And are we going to talk about the tree because the
I have the tree
preservation
on
trust
mine,
is
if you
going to
wanna-
ask?
If you want to, I mean,
Good idea.
All right, you can bring it up. So I am just, listen, I take this job very seriously. The responsibility to the taxpayers, I take it very seriously. I ran on transparency with these gentlemen, accountability, fiscal responsibility, and yeah, he's a gentleman. But I have concerns, Mr. Moore and my colleagues, serious concerns that, standards aren't being met at the management level. And they're serious. Deficiencies in financial oversight. There's a lack of clear safeguards for taxpayer dollars. I don't think it's acceptable. And I had to type this up because I have a lot of stuff with it. But, we are facing serious concerns financially, and how the public money is being managed concerns me. And I'm talking about millions of dollars, not small amounts of money. And I'll just go through the list just briefly, and there's more. But now, granted, you weren't here during this whole time. Highland Beach was a loss to our taxpayers so far of $3.9 million. Now, maybe we'll collect some of it back, maybe we won't. Only 1.4 million of that occurred under your watch, but it's still a substantial amount of money. Roughly 1 million in losses because of the Badger meters. The Badger meters, and Mr. Moore, that was directly because we did not secure the proper representation from them about how they were going to handle this on the outset. So we wrote off, I don't remember how much it was. I think it was closer to 600 or 700,000. And then we had overtime, employees reading meters and all that. It came to approximately $1 million that the taxpayers of Delray Beach lost. That's not acceptable. And when we talked about, this in the meeting on August 5th of 2024, it was upsetting, and it's upsetting today. The failure to implement impact fees blows my mind. Since 2020, I was asking for impact fees. Every development that goes up in this city should be paying an impact fee to our taxpayers. Because if the development isn't paying it, the taxpayers are. And we finally got the commission to agree in, I believe, 2023 to agree to work on the impact fees. And then you guys sort of stumbled, dropped the ball, fumbled, whatever that saying is on this. And as a result, we still don't have impact fees implemented today. And there was a blunder, a 3-month contract that Mr. Orris agreed to. Then it fell stale. Then it had to start all over again. We're talking about a lot of money. When you look at the surrounding communities, and you can't calculate what the loss is, right, in real numbers. But Boynton's getting over $300,000 a year, and Boca's getting over $500,000 a year, according to AI. I give that disclaimer. We should be getting that kind of money for our residents, and we're not. And I'm saying that should not have happened. Questionable claim payouts. We discussed this in our meeting in November, where the city attorney requested permission from the commission to initiate litigation. The city paid out, aside from that $10,000 claim that we're now in litigation over $260,000, the city paid out approximately settled $540,917.44. That's writing off money that belongs to the taxpayers, over $500,000. This $2.3 million claim that you just put in last week after people started picking around, I have the emails. You were notified in August of 2027. The final bill was $2.2 million, but it was marked down from $2.9 million. The entire summary was sent to you from HR, and I understand Ms. Wolf, the risk person, has given her resignation, and that's unfortunate because she did her job here. And I hope she's not leaving because someone thinks she didn't, because she notified her boss and he notified you and said, I want to bring you in on this. This wasn't their fault, and that it's not covered by our insurance because our insurance doesn't cover underground wiring or pipes. So we knew someone else was at fault, and we knew we had a $2.2-something million bill, and over a year went by and there was no effort to collect that money for the taxpayers. And while I appreciate that you're doing it now, I wonder if that's because people have been asking a lot of questions about this. When you have agenda sheets where you talk about, repairs or damage, it tells you that somebody was at fault. And then I will say to you, in those emails, it does seem like you were trying to take that money from the utility, from the general fund utility department. And I want to say again, I appreciate Mr. Hajimiri because I see emails where he's saying that money is not coming out of this fund, this utilities money. Waste management contract. I don't want to belabor the point, but the residents incurred a tremendous increase in their costs when they could have put that off for an entire year because the city failed to secure that contract as they needed to do. We could have gotten a contract extension, but we failed to do so, and instead we had to renegotiate the contract at a substantial increase to the taxpayers. That was a lot of money. Paying out employee who was on a last chance. I'm not supposed to get involved in administration, and I'm not going to tell you how to handle your employees, but when someone's on a last chance for bullying and then there's another bullying complaint, letting them go with money, a number of people have left departments with a payout when there's questions about were they doing the right thing for the taxpayers. And that's something I think, we represent the taxpayers, and it's not acceptable. Volunteering, and there's some large number items, and this is multiples of millions of dollars. And I threw out some really large number items, and I'm throwing out some small ones too. Just because I need you to understand what I need as a commissioner. Volunteering to pay out the League of Cities luncheons year after year without checking with us. It's a small amount of money, but it's your taxpayers' money. Writing off, no offense, Ms. Burns, but I know Mr. Moore attended your event and stood up and announced that he was going to take care of these special events fees. And Ms. Bruton discussed it today. But he doesn't have the authority that was taken away from the city manager's department many years ago for exactly the same thing. I believe Mr. Orris wrote off items. The commission became frustrated with the items being written off in what seemed like a random nature, and the commission took your authority away. So Mr. Dakowitz wrote to the city attorney basically asking her to figure out a way to get this done, essentially. And my concern with that, I'm back and forth with Mr. Moore all day long. How much? Oh, $2,000 to $3,000. Well, is it one claim or is it multiple? It's probably $45,000 to $50,000. And when you're talking about doing that, do we have to do it for everybody? If you go look at the events of that year, it's $152,000. Where do we draw the line? How are we determining who is getting what? And you don't have the authority. And now that you told them that you're doing it, you're going to drop it in our laps during a commission meeting and make us say yes or no, which is a very bad practice for a city manager. You have the ability to say no to things and yes to things, but when you can't say yes to them, you shouldn't say yes to them. And you know, these are not small oversights, Mr. Moore. When you look at them all together, it's a pattern that raises very big concerns for me about how we are handling taxpayer dollars. It's not personal, no matter how often some people try to frame my situation with you as personal. I'm just trying to hold you and us accountable to the taxpayers, because that's my responsibility and that is also your responsibility. And when millions and millions and millions of taxpayer dollars are being mismanaged, it's not leadership to sit quietly. We need to ask for accountability. And asking these hard questions may not seem nice to people, but this is about my responsibility, it's about transparency, and it's about respecting taxpayers who really expect more from us. And I have backup documentation for everything I've said. And I hope, I don't know if my colleagues are going to do anything about that, but I need to see change because frankly, I find this shocking and disappointing. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
What I would like to do at the upcoming City Commission meeting is offer a clarifications regarding outcomes and assertions haven't been made in this regard. I'm prepared to do that. I will work with applicable members of the executive leadership team to offer background and clarity, including steps that have been taken to remedy any issues or concerns haven't been raised. And it does go back to prior times as well. So I would like to be able to do that. It's a continuous process, and there's a lot in which I think we all should be square with. There's a lot that's been productively accomplished in terms of financial management and applicable wherewithal. So I will be offering a response. There will be an agenda item via the 5A section of the agenda, May 5th, I believe, to offer clarity and background to that effect. In all fairness, I think that's appropriate. I take this responsibility and tremendously seriously. I always have, not only in Delray Beach, but other municipalities I've served. And I think it's only appropriate and fair and transparent that we do what we can to offer an update and clarity regarding the issues having just been raised this evening. I'm happy to do that. I do not require a commission's approval or a consensus to do so, but your support to that effect would be greatly appreciated. I'm prepared to get to work, so thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yes, me?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
I will say, with respect, I have been curious about what's going on with Highland Beach, that settlement, because as you know, I was a city representative in the exit interview with the auditor describing what they found with the different, you were not there. Were you there? I'm not sure. But what they found, and because we had the auditor came in, and everybody looked at the numbers, and there's a number floating out there. I don't know what that final number is.
3.9.
Well, there was discrepancy.
No, that came from Citron Cooperman.
Between,
we paid them to do a study.
I know. I was part of the exit interview with the state auditor, by the way. The state, because remember the state also did an audit.
2.2 they came up with.
So I'm curious to know what follow-up has been done on that, because that is a big number, and we should raise the issue to bring the point with maybe we settle with I don't know what the number is, but I mean, just say we have a claim, we should be pursuing that because that's real money. So I as for the others and impact fees, Anthea and I have had discussions on impact fees for ever, and how impact fees, and if we structure things, certain kind of fees correctly, could defray a lot of the costs that otherwise the taxpayer is paying for to running some of these departments. So that is a bona fide thing that we really need to be looking at. As for the other things, they're good points. I'm looking forward to your reply.
Me too.
On a lighter note, if I'd like to get from somebody I would like, and hopefully the commission should, just what the tentative schedule is going to be for 4th of July, what events we're planning to have, just so we can start planning and thinking about what we're going to be doing. So that's your department, but they all are your departments, but you're not directly involved with planning them.
So we'll have an update, I'm thinking, during the May 19th meeting.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Independence Day festivities.
I want to talk about the tree, which we all fought so hard to try to save. I think everybody was at the meeting. Which we did not prevail. The Historic Preservation Trust wrote a letter the other day. I want to say a couple of things. First of all, I would never support depleting the entire tree fund to try to move to a tree, and I do think that I think they are very ambitious, thinking they can move for 150,000, because was involved with one that was smaller, and that was 300,000, because it takes you a couple of months to prepare, because you have to actually uproot it, get it, prepare your root system. It's a process. Whether we would have to go back to the Lake Worth Drainage District and ask them to do that, which they're not likely to do, but. I mean, if you can get it done, that's great, but I would only be interested in it in a kind of a matching fund situation. If the Historic Preservation Trust wants to do it up to a certain amount, nowhere near, not our budget.
Could I ask a question?
It doesn't exist.
Well, I'm going to say, I thought he said we had 84. My numbers are around 60.
May I?
77, I think.
It's actually 66. May I, Mr. Mayor? May I have the floor?
Yeah,
Thank you.
If you have the
So I
number.
recently offered an update regarding the current state of the Tree Trust Fund, and I quoted a estimate about $66,000. There hasn't been any deposits haven't been made, as had been the case in previous years, because what developers are currently involved in are restoring trees, taking care of trees on sites, as opposed to having to replenish the Tree Trust Fund. I offered this in the context of a committed presentation regarding the community greening relationship and the tree planting, community tree planting program. We'll talk a little bit about that during the May 5th meeting. And as a result of that, the wherewithal relative to any ability to move that program forward is a bit questionable. We have to think of ways or reimagine ways in which we can get to the best place we can with respect to continuing that particular program. So bottom line, if there was ever an appetite or an interest to do something like this, the Tree Trust Fund is not the source in which to do
that's
so.
my point.
It does not exist, and that number is not there. It's nowhere what it was for the reasons I've stated.
Right. So we're in agreement. So I'm just saying, I don't see how we could possibly. I mean, I know it looks like a pool of money to be used, but then
it's not.
We have a tree fund that's supposed to benefit the entire city, and as much as I would like to save that tree, and I fought hard for it, and I wrote letters, and I gave interviews, at some point we lost. We just have to move on and
So that's
use
the
our tree fund to
consensus?
try to plant as many trees as we can throughout the city, elsewhere, and to the benefit the entire city.
And we were all there, if I may, Mr. Mayor, we were there April 15th. We made the presentation. We made a tremendous yeoman historic effort to get the Lake Worth Drainage District to consider what we've had to offer, and we are not in that place. The only outcome we were able to achieve was a June 1st deadline to get the tree removed, of which the work has already started.
Well, okay.
Where did we get the quote for 500,000?
The
Was that from Mr. Long?
Our arborist, when they quoted it, in fact, I spoke to a couple of people who are, some of whom you know, talking about what it really costs and what it takes to really move one of those trees. And they say you really have to dig the whole thing to expose the roots. You then wrap the roots, you then moisten the roots, then it takes like a month in that position before you can attempt to move it, because otherwise you disrupt it. And with the way they were talking about moving it with this plan, there's no assurance that the tree's going to live. I mean, there's a whole big process to move a tree that way.
Not to mention that.
To get the tree to live. So, I mean, it's a
No
risk.
one would ever guarantee that, though. Even if you paid the $500,000, you're
Huh?
not. You can't get that guarantee.
No,
I mean,
that's the problem. There's no guarantee, no matter whether it's 150,000 or 350,000. That's
So the $500,000 just dismantles 150?
Well, if you wanted to cut, what they were saying is that the city has been involved with moving some of the trees, and one that was smaller in the city's proposal was 300,000. So the estimate was this was going to be 400 or 500, whatever the number is. But the point is, it's not 150. And the whole process took a long time. So anyway, I'm wasting time on this. It's
Price was quoted 150.
Huh?
Not in writing, but he was
No,
quoted.
I know. I mean, but those quotes are.
So,
just-
Mr. Marker, you're a no on the tree?
Unfortunately, I think I am. I mean, I had asked Missy when I was with her on another mission last week if, you know, we could find a way to take a small sprig of the tree or something. And that's just, Missy's way smarter than me, and that's just not possible. And I think it's going to cost way more than $150,000 to move a tree, and I don't think it's feasible. I want to, but I just don't think it's feasible.
What about Judy?
I'd love to see it. The tree is gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. I just don't know where we come up with 100. Well, first of all, if it would cost 150, but where minus 5,000, right? So 145.
145.
145.
But understand, the tree would have to be. They can't move it as is. They'd have to the portion that could be moved. They would have to significantly cut the tree back. So the city would be spending $60,000 or $70,000 to get it to a place to a point where they maybe could move it.
Yeah.
Then I mean, it's just.
Did you say you've already started cutting it down, sort of?
Yes. The process has been initiated again, as we discussed during April 15th meeting. We have until June 1st. Now, that was the one extension request we were able to secure. However, the prior deadline was far in advance of that. They were looking to notify us in that whole bit, and so we're getting to that place.
As much as we want to do, well, we should. You know. Anyway,
We will.
I am so sorry because I had every.
We
I
will.
wanted to save that tree. We tried.
When I describe getting started, I'm talking about the fact that trimming activities had been initiated. So trimming activities had been initiated going back a couple of weeks, which will help the city of Delray Beach ultimately prepare to what was required as of last week with the Lake Worth Drainage District.
And
So just to be clear.
they described it to me to move the tree, they'd have to cut big portions of it, which in itself is a disrupting of the root. I mean, the whole thing.
That's what I said.
Well, my friend, landscape architect, said that she's seen somebody cut a whole tree in half. And then
Trimmed,
get
trimmed.
proteins and put it back together.
Yeah,
So
look,
it can happen. How much does it cost to take a tree down, by the way, that size, roughly?
Well, it's actually part of the golf course renovation program. So that's a very responsible approach, but something like that would be thousands of dollars. Of course, it varies depending on the size of the tree. But this is not a separate expenditure activity related to the tree itself. It's really a function of the golf course renovation program. We thought it would be nice to include this as a feature of the golf course renovation. However, we are where we are. So it's a function of that activity and therefore not as an immediate concern financially.
So,
We made it great. See, I don't think they're going to give us.
I'm sorry?
There's no way we can move it by June 1st.
No, the golf course renovation program includes a significant planting of new additional trees along the site, and that's actually being executed at this point. That's visible at this particular point in time. One can see that drive down West Atlantic. You'll witness a lot of new trees being installed and planted, far more than what they were before. And we did describe that while we were involved in the consideration process with the special meeting February 18th, before you were elected, of course. And we did highlight that in preparation for the Lake Worth Drainage District. So, again, a lot has been squared away and accomplished in this regard within the scope of the project, of which we will be on point.
Gave it your best.
My issue is, I mean, what are they going to do if we try to do it? My issue would be that they turn around and they say, we're not in compliance with, because part of the permit to do the golf course included this
We have to work with them in terms of the permit. Yes.
They could pull our permit for redoing the golf course. I mean, it's a.
That's correct.
But what is how much, I think what Ms. Malika's trying to figure out is what's the cost to cut the tree? Because Preservation Trust is saying if you're paying $100,000 to cut it, then you're just adding another $50,000 on. I'm looking at Missy, but.
I don't think, we're not paying that much money to cut
Okay.
it. It's something to that effect. It's a 5-digit figure, we think. And it's part of the aggregate project implementation. It's part of the renovation program. So if we were to separate that out, the way the project budget is structured does not go to that one specific tree. So there's economies of scale because it's part of the aggregate renovation program that mitigate expenses in that regard. It's not a separate $1 value associated with that particular tree in the context of the project.
I'm seeing a potential fundraiser here. You know, in these places own a piece of the, like Berlin Wall, they kept the, we could sell pieces of the tree. It's a fundraiser.
No, but
for
in
the
all
Historic
seriousness,
Preservation
there's
Trust.
3 no's, so we can move on.
Anyway,
It's good.
my last comment has to do with a couple of weeks, and it's not so much directed to my colleagues, but directed to some other people that have said it to me, that they've said about my, and I asked you to review this. You were in Barcelona when I called you, and I really appreciate you taking the call. I think you were in Barcelona or something.
Somewhere.
You were on a ship. And you called me back, and I thought it was great. And I said, well, geez, where are you? You said, well, I'm in Barcelona. I said, oh, okay.
She was at Epcot.
Yeah, I think that's what I think she was, at the New York casino there in Vegas. But anyway, the issue was there has been some discussion about when I write my letters or do my newsletters or I make comments that it violates, well, they say the charter, but it's not the charter because it's not in the charter, so it's the local rules, but to violate the local rules. So I asked the city attorney,
saying that?
because I want to clarify for everybody that when I write my newsletters and I write the thing, there are particular laws and things governing, and the portions that are being quoted to people about saying, well, this is a violation, you're violating this provision, I thought I would allow the city attorney to look at those provisions and
The local rules?
clarify for everybody.
Oh, you mean when you, after the fact, don't support your fellow commissioners? That is a violation.
Oh, is it? Well, would you please educate the
I
commissioner?
asked her.
So I actually took a hard look at it, and the preamble to the local rules says that they govern our official meetings. So what my position is, and there's things that we can discuss, but it's late. The local rules discuss what goes on in here. So, you have to be courteous, you have to be respectful, not slander your colleagues, fine. I think that my thinking was, and we were in a dark place when we came up with this years ago.
Bill Bathurst, Ryan Boylston, Mr. Frankel.
I'm not mentioning names.
No, I did.
But
wanted the rule changed because Mayor Petrolia
Yes.
put out an email where she didn't like their votes, and she put out an email talking specifically about their votes. Well, that whole rule was implemented for that.
But I'm saying, but the whole preamble says, I'm going to let you speak.
Listen, I don't care what
so
you
the
write.
preamble does say it applies to the local rules, and so what I would recommend is the portions that talk about anything that occurs outside of the meetings, I can remove. If the commission does want to establish a code of conduct that is actionable, you would do it by resolution. So a resolution would subject somebody to censure, or you could do it by ordinance, which would become a law and would subject somebody to forfeiture of office. All of this being said, I think the overall goal is to respect our decisions,
right?
Move forward with our decisions, understanding that there is going to be discourse. You don't always have to be thrilled with the vote, but if you're going to address it outside of this forum, just do it in a respectful manner. I think that's really what we were aiming for.
When Commissioner Petrolia wrote that thing that people were saying to me that it was a bad thing, I reminded him of several United States Supreme Court decisions which talk about political speech, which talk about speech. Mm-hmm. She did not defame anybody.
Right.
She criticized their vote. She said, they're this, they're this, they're this. And the local rules, when you read the local rules, said these rules are applicable to the conduct that takes place in a meeting, to try to say that all of a sudden it says you should be, you shouldn't disagree with your candidate, would say that in a political speech, I can't criticize Mr. Markert's vote. I'm running against him. I'm not allowed to do it because I violate the local rule. That's nonsense. There's case law on this is voluminous.
So you're correct, right? You're right.
Voluminous.
Well,
I
it's
don't know about
unfortunate though.
voluminous.
That
However-
whole rule change happened to stop her from talking though, and it was effective, which I have no
Because
problem
she
with your
did not-
newsletter.
She
She should have fought it.
She did not fight it. Because
You're
when
right.
I sat
I
there
would've.
with a whole group of people, I said, you really don't understand what the definition of political speech is. And you just,
But I will say to you, because you're campaigning, you're filing reports that say you have no finances, you should be filing that you're paying for MailChimp. Because that's my only recommendation.
no, I've not done
recommendation.
one campaign piece.
All of your emails are campaign pieces that you're sending out when you're running and you're sending out from the mayor. All right, I'm not debating it with you. I don't
Good,
care
thank
what
you,
you're doing.
because I had that reviewed by council and got an opinion.
So
I'm happy
if
to
you
do
want,
that.
I can remove any references to the statements made outside of the dais.
You might as well.
I'm happy to do that. I think you all can have your own code of conduct internally and just understand that, part of endearing the public trust is how you relate to one another and how we relate out here and even in the public. But that's your call. That's up to you.
I don't mind
If
when
somebody says something
I really
negative,
wish you hadn't written that. I just don't like when people from the community come and say, they've heard that I violated the local rules, or they heard that I violated the charter. I said, I think they used the word charter without knowing it's not really the charter, but
it's not a violation of the charter. It's local rules.
Which I understand, and that's not my colleague saying that. I mean, that's others.
No, your colleagues aren't saying that. I would.
Well, you
what
said
I've
that.
said. No, I didn't say that. What I said is your information's usually inaccurate, and that I did say.
Well, you're
You
allowed
said
to say that.
I
That's
never
political speech.
that I never questioned anything in the last budget that Ms. Burns didn't, that Mr. Marker
That's
didn't.
political speech. You're
Well,
allowed to say what
I
you
know,
want.
but you're the mayor. You should put stuff out that's true. The last round of numbers you
Local
put
rules
out.
do say that at 11 we have to take a vote, and we
Yeah,
can't.
we're leaving.
Okay, let's not take a vote. Anybody want to have anything else interesting to say?
I want to weigh in on this just real
Okay.
quickly before I
All right,
go.
do a quick vote because
before
it's
I go to-
10:58.
Before I go to bed.
2.5 minutes.
I just think it's a slippery slope. And I think we got to be very careful of it because I've not been a fan of these newsletters that go out because newsletters are not newsletters. They are points of view letters. And the more we put them out there, we confuse the public, and we've all got our points of view. But I believe in the word team. Together, everyone achieves more, and I think this team can achieve more if we are together more. And I think if we are out there fighting with one another, we are not doing what we were put up here to do. And it's perfectly fine if we disagree with one another as long as we do it respectfully and we shake hands when it's over and we go home. But it's not okay to go home and pen nasty letters. And if one comes my way, I'm going to punch back. I've proven that, and I don't like doing it, but that's what happens. So I think we ought to not table this, and we ought to talk about this more and see if we can come to some agreement on it, because I don't think it looks good to the public, and I think we can do better than that.
I think we were perfectly civil at today's meeting. You and I
thought
agreed.
today was great.
So, we disagreed strenuously.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put this on a future agenda? We have 1 minute.
I'm just saying, when you start dealing with the First Amendment
I understand.
and you start dealing with political speech,
Although, go look at Kash Patel today and see what came out on that.
thank goodness I don't pay.
Go take a look. Go take a look at that door that got opened with his lawsuit.
Again, we haven't nowhere reached that level of diatribe, I hope.
Okay, do you want me to put this on a future agenda for discussion? Like
No.
June?
I'm just saying that it
I understand.
Said what the rules are, and so we know. We just be respectful.
So-
I mean, if you're telling the truth and you say that you didn't agree with someone's opinion, that's not being disrespectful.
That's not the way it's historically gone, though, Angelo. I mean,
I
respectfully.
understand. I mean, I know
respectfully,
that people do things differently than I do, but I'm just saying, I don't think we need to have a meeting about it or workshop it.
I think we all know where everybody stands, and
On that note, it's 11 o'clock.
wait a minute. I move that we extend the meeting by another hour.
No.
And we have Dada's to deliver pizza, and
They don't even have
Mr.
pizza.
Moore's going to pay for it.
Yeah. I'm
We
writing
are
that
adjourned.
down.
What? But he's going to pay.